Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Game of Thrones. Give me one silver stag every day from each of my subjects. Part 1. In the rough fur tent, the smoky smell of the campfire, the sour, rotten stench of cheap ale, and the thick body odor radiating from a large group of men who hadn't bathed for a long time, all of this was challenging the limits of Rod's sense of smell. Rod knelt on the hard frozen ground, his hands tied behind his back with hemp rope, the knots pulled tight. A crow from the south, a wildling brute with a full beard, spoke in a muffled voice, the breath from his mouth almost enough to knock someone out. Kill him, it's easier. He held a rusty axe, the blade still stained with the blood of an unknown animal. Another slightly thinner wildling, sucking on a gnawed clean bone, eyed Rod sideways. Doesn't look like one, too thin, nothing like those black-clad fools on the wall. He threw the bone to the ground. But, whatever, just kill him. I happen to be lacking a skull to use as a bull lately. The surrounding wildlings let out a burst of crude laughter, the laughter full of bloodthirsty cruelty. Rod's heart hammered wildly in his chest. It's over. Not even a day since he transmigrated to this hellish Westeros, and he's about to be processed as wild game by these savages. His gaze swept over everyone in the tent. They were ragged, wrapped in various patchwork furs, their eyes fierce, like a pack of wolves that had been starving on the snowfields for days. At the head of the tent sat a man of unusually tall stature. He had a mass of flame-red tangled hair and a thick beard of the same color, his face covered in crisscrossing scars, a pair of blue eyes sharp as a wolf on the ice sheet in the dim light. He was the leader of this tribe, as could be seen from the respectful posture of the others. At this moment, this leader was just silently drinking ale from a cow-horn cup, noncommittal to his subordinate's proposal, letting Rod's life or death be decided in their few words. This indifference was more despairing than a direct order to execute. Reason with them. Reason with a group of wildlings who believe, might makes right. Rod's thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately rejected it. He was certain that as soon as he opened his mouth, that rusty axe would be embedded in his forehead in the next second. Dead either way. No. Must think of a way. Rod clenched his teeth, his bound hands frantically groping in his pockets, trying to find anything he could use. Suddenly, his fingertips touched a smooth, hard object. It was the lighter he had in his pocket before he transmigrated, ready to light a cigarette downstairs. A crazy thought split through the chaos in Rod's mind. Gamble on it. Stop. Rod suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might, actually drowning out the noise in the tent. Everyone's eyes focused on him. The brute holding the axe froze for a moment, then grinned hideously, soft-footed shrimp from the south, daring to yell when death is at the door. Rod ignored him, staring fixedly at the red-haired leader at the head, forcing himself to squeeze out an unfathomable expression. He knew the only person who could make decisions here was that man. I am not a crow. Rod said word for word, using the common tongue they could barely understand. I am a messenger of God, a priest of the flame. Priest. Ha ha ha. The tent erupted in laughter again, more unscrupulous than before. You, a priest. The thin man picking his teeth laughed until he swayed back and forth. Crow, have you been frozen stupid? The last time we saw a priest of the fire kissed, he could make a whole dead tree burn out of thin air. What can you do? Spit fire from your mouth. The red-haired leader also put down his horn cup, watching Rod with interest. He didn't stop his subordinate's ridicule, seemingly waiting for Rod's next performance. Rod wasn't angered by their ridicule, instead, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A reaction meant there was a chance. He took a deep breath, leaned forward slightly, and began to chant in a low, strange, cantillating tone. Creatures in the darkness, the ignorant ones. You revere the flame, yet you know not the true meaning of the flame. Today, I shall show you what a miracle is. What he said was half true and half false, bluffing, all pieced together from novels. But in this primitive and superstitious environment, coupled with his feigned solemn posture, it actually bluffed some of them. The laughter gradually subsided. Everyone was looking at him, seeing what kind of trick he could play. Rod moved the lighter he had groped behind his back, with all his might, in an extremely awkward posture, bit by bit from his pants pocket to the front. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Success or failure, this is it. Open your eyes wide and witness the first flame sent down by the gods. Rod pressed his thumb hard against the lighter's roller and flicked it down violently. Click. The friction sound rang out. A faint spark flashed in the dimness. It failed. Ha! This is your divine fire. The thin wildling made another harsh, mocking sound. The brute with the axe had already impatiently raised it. Enough, funny crow. Wait. The red-haired leader suddenly spoke, stopping his subordinate. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, locked tightly on Rod's hand. He had just seen the spark that erupted for a moment. Although faint, it had indeed come from that kid's hand. Rod's back was soaked with cold sweat. He knew he only had one chance. The lighter was probably on strike because it was too cold. He adjusted his posture, gripped the lighter with his warm palm, and shook it. God said, "Let there be light." Rod roared. Click. This time, a bright orange-yellow flame jumped out from the top of the lighter. The entire tent fell into absolute silence at this moment. The flame wasn't big, even somewhat insignificant. But the way it appeared was too shocking. No tinder, no wood drilling, right there on that small object, in the hands of the man who called himself a priest, it was born out of thin air. Fire! Fire! The wildling closest, pointing at Rod's hand, made an unintelligible murmur in his throat, his legs went soft, and he actually knelt directly on the ground. The brute who had been clamoring to cut off Rod's head now had his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. The axe in his hand dropped to the ground with a clatter, yet he didn't even notice. The thin man picking his teeth was even more deathly pale, slumped on the ground, moving backward with hands and feet, wanting to stay away from this monster. Shock. Fear. Every wildling's face was written with these primitive and pure emotions. They looked at the flickering flame in Rod's hand, their eyes full of fear and worship for the unknown power. Although Rod's posture was a bit strange at this moment, his figure became incomparably tall and mysterious in everyone's eyes. He won. With a $1 lighter, he won back his life from a group of brutal wildlings. The red-haired leader at the head slowly stood up. He didn't kneel like the others, but those falcon-like blue eyes were also filled with turbulent shock. He walked to Rod step by step, squatted down, stared fixedly at the flame, feeling its faint heat. Then, he raised his head, looking at Rod with burning eyes. "You say you are a priest of the first flame." He reached out a rough finger, with a hint of testing, approached the flame, and then retracted it violently the moment it was about to touch. Then, "Lord Priest." The leader's form of address changed. He stared into Rod's eyes and asked word for word, "What have you come here to bring us? Why am I here? I, myself, would like to know that too." Rod suppressed the wild pounding of his heart, closed his eyes with an air of profound mystery, and then snapped them open. He did not look at the leader, but instead scanned every free folk in the tent. "I have come to bring you light." His voice was not loud, but it echoed through the smoke-filled tent with a strange, piercing power. "You call yourselves free folk, but are you truly free? You struggle in the ice and snow of the land of always winter, tormented by hunger and chased by the cold. Your children do not survive their first winter, your warriors die in meaningless raids, the Andals of the south view you as beasts, and the crows on the wall treat you as mortal enemies." Every one of Rod's words struck hard at the deepest pain of these free folk. They were fierce and cruel, but that was merely a hard shell donned for the sake of survival. Beneath that shell lay endless suffering and despair. In the cloudy eyes of an old free folk, tears gradually welled up. He thought of his grandson who had frozen to death. The brawny man who had previously wanted to use Rod's skull as a bull now lowered his head, his thick shoulders trembling slightly. "The old gods have already abandoned this land, they sleep in the weirwood groves and cannot hear your wailing." Rod shifted his tone, raising his voice with a fanatical fervor that bewitched the heart. "But I have come. I have brought the first flame. This is the will of the gods, the gospel of fire and light. The gods have chosen me, and they have chosen you as well. They sent me here to lead you, the people suffering in the darkness, out of this cursed land to find a warm home and to reclaim the dignity you have lost." He paused and quietly tucked the lighter back into his palm. "Follow me, and you will no longer go hungry. Follow me, and you will no longer suffer the cold. Follow me, and you will possess your own land and establish your own kingdom. Your descendants will sing your names forever." This speech, half deception and half empty promises, was the ultimate product of his synthesis of all the pyramid scheme and oratorical techniques from Earth. Yet in this desperate, primitive environment, where there was such an extreme longing for hope, it was more moving than any truth. Woo! Not knowing who started it, suppressed sobbing broke out in the tent. Then came the second, the third. Those free folk, who had just been fierce and murderous, wanting to tear Rod to pieces, were now all crying like 300-pound babies. They wiped their tears and snot indiscriminately with sleeves of animal hide stained with grease and blood, their gaze toward Rod shifting from initial fear to fanatical worship. The relatively simple mental processes of the free folk made them truly believe. In this world that had nothing but death and ice, someone suddenly told them that they could still be saved, that the gods had not abandoned them. This kind of hope was enough to break down the psychological defenses of any of the free folk. The red-haired leader stared blankly at Rod, watching his band of unruly warriors weeping in a heap. In his ice-blue eyes, a storm was brewing, and glaciers were melting. He turned abruptly and drew a bone-handled dagger from his waist. Rod's heart skipped a beat. Did I overdo the speech? Does this guy think I'm a threat and wants to strike first? However, the leader knelt on one knee and raised the dagger above his head with both hands. Lord Priest, Tormund Giantsbane wishes to offer you my loyalty. As he spoke, he reversed the dagger, and with a swift motion, swish, he cut the hemp rope binding Rod's wrists. The moment the ropes loosened, Rod felt as if his hands no longer belonged to him, numb and painful. So this guy was Tormund. No wonder he looked so familiar. Tormund did not stand up, but instead personally helped Rod up and invited him to the position where he had just been sitting. A huge stone block covered with a thick white bear skin. When his backside made contact with the soft, warm fur, Rod let out a long sigh of relief. He had survived. Not only had he survived, but he had also, seemingly become the big boss. These free folk were truly simple-minded and very easy to fool. Someone, come here, Tormund roared with a resonant voice. Bring the best ale and roasted meat to entertain the Lord Priest. And, he paused, squeezing a smile onto his scarred face that looked somewhat sycophantic. Call Osha over to serve the Lord Priest well. Soon, a female free folk walked in from outside the tent. Just as Tormund had said, her build was indeed robust. Unlike the delicate southern noble ladies, her limbs were well proportioned and powerful, full of wild beauty. Black hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and a voluptuous figure. It was just that, the smell of grease on her almost made Rod's nerves, which had just calmed down, tighten again. My lord, Osha looked Rod up and down without a hint of shyness, licking her lips. You brought the holy fire, and you have also ignited the fire in my heart. She even crouched down directly and, without a word, reached out to undo the waistband of Rod's trousers. The Lord Priest has traveled from afar and must be exhausted. Let me help you release that fire. Rod was so startled he nearly jumped off the bare skin. This was too direct. What a straightforward girl, even her way of welcoming was unusually straightforward. He pressed down on Osha's hand. Wait. Seeing this, Osha tilted her head in confusion. What? Do you think I'm not beautiful enough? No. Rod waved his hands hurriedly, his brain spinning rapidly. To be honest, if this girl were thrown back to Earth, cleaned up, and put in different clothes, she would definitely be runway level. Wild, healthy, full of vitality. But in the current situation, she probably hadn't bathed in ages, and he really couldn't bring himself to enjoy it. If she had bathed, it might not have been out of the question. His gaze swept over Osha's expectant yet slightly confused face, and then looked at Tormund, who was wearing a nervous expression on the side. He knew that if he didn't handle this well, the trust he had just built might collapse in an instant. Rejecting her was equivalent to rejecting the kindness of the free folk and was an insult to their hospitality. Tormund's expression had already changed. He thought Rod was dissatisfied with his hospitality, and beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. Lord Priest, is there something she did wrong? I can change her immediately. What a simple way of hospitality in Westeros. You've misunderstood, Tormund. Too late to reflect, Rod spoke up in time, his expression becoming solemn and dignified once again. He looked at all the free folk in the tent who were watching him and said in a tone of compassion for the world. Our brethren are still suffering in the ice and snow, and my mission is to save all the people forgotten by the gods. Before completing this mission, an occasional indulgence is acceptable, but I will never be addicted to it. After these words were spoken, the entire tent fell silent once again. Osha stopped the action of undoing Rod's waistband. She looked at Rod, her eyes shifting from their initial allure and directness to an indescribable conviction. Tormund even lowered his head in shame, feeling mortified by his own petty thoughts from just a moment ago. Look at the level of this person. We only think about food, drink, and women, while the messenger of the gods thinks about saving the common people. Lord Priest. Tormund was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that his life was as small as a speck of dust in the face of the other's noble sentiments. All the free folk in the tent, including the female free folk, knelt down in unison before Rod. This time, it was a heartfelt prostration. Rod breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Passed another test. It seems this path of being a charlatan is the only way to go. Just at this moment, a voice that did not belong to this world suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully gained initial followers. Kingdom taxation system, officially activated. Host. Rod. Territory. None current temporary residents. Tormund's tribe. Subjects. 137. Daily tax revenue. 0 silver deer. Each subject automatically provides you with 1 silver deer in tax revenue daily. Please gain actual control of the tribe as soon as possible. Current assets. 0 silver deer. Tax revenue will arrive at the next settlement cycle. Functional modules. Buildings, shop, subject management, locked army, locked personal abilities, locked. Newbie gift pack has been issued, open it. A series of blue virtual subtitles, like in a sci-fi movie, appeared out of thin air in Rod's field of vision. It's here. The transmigrator's golden finger. Late, but it has arrived. Rod forcibly suppressed the wild joy in his heart, keeping that profound and mysterious charlatan expression on his face. He did not choose to open the gift pack immediately, but instead focused his mind on the glowing shop icon. The next second, a dazzling list of goods appeared before his eyes. Product categories. Daily supplies, weapons and equipment, building blueprints, special items. Rod clicked directly on the daily supplies column. Refined salt 1 kilogram, 10 silver deer. White bread 1 piece, 1 silver deer. Clean drinking water 10 liters, 5 silver deer. Cotton cloth 1 bolt, 20 silver deer. Antibiotics 1 box, 100 silver deer. Looking at these goods and their prices, Rod's heart began to beat faster uncontrollably. Salt, water, and antibiotics. These things, which were so ordinary in modern society, were miracles here. They were strategic materials that could double the population of this tribe. Especially the salt. The free folk lacked the technology to refine salt and could only rely on some salt-containing ores or the blood of prey to supplement it, which led to their generally poor health. With these, the tall tales he had just told could all be realized. His gaze swept over the free folk kneeling on the ground once more. Their faces were still streaked with tears, but in their eyes, a fire named hope had been ignited. And he was the one who had brought them the spark. Rod's focus finally landed on the newbie gift pack that was shimmering with golden light. He no longer hesitated. Open. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. Premium red bean bread x 5 boxes. 2. Purified water, bottled, by 10 barrels. 3. Personal cleaning set, soap, body wash, shampoo, x 10 sets. 4. Verdict, Longsword material, 3200 MPa ultra high strength alloy steel x1. Luoda's consciousness scanned the list that popped up on the system panel, his heart racing uncontrollably. Success. This newbie gift pack was practically tailor-made for this desperate situation. He suppressed the urge to grin, maintaining the compassionate expression of a holy man on his face. Inside the tent, the free folk were still kneeling on the ground, staring at him with eyes full of fanaticism and hope. They did not dare to stand up, or even breathe loudly, fearing that they might disturb this divine messenger. The timing was perfect. To consolidate the status of a holy man, relying on just a mouth to paint a grand picture was not enough, one had to produce tangible miracles. Luoda slowly stood up, ignoring the warm white bear skin beneath him. and walked step by step to the open space in the center of the tent. He spread his arms and closed his eyes, as if communicating with some unseen existence. God loves the world. He cannot bear to see his people wailing in hunger. His voice was ethereal and distant, creating a sacred atmosphere in the cramped tent. Today, I shall bestow upon you God's grace. The moment the words fell, Luoda opened his eyes abruptly, and his mind issued a command in the system space. Take out 1 box of red bean bread. There were no flashy light effects, no earth-shattering noises. A half-meter tall cardboard box appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of Luoda. Abrupt, strange, and completely incomprehensible. Ah! The free folk closest to him flinched backward, a strange, choked sound emitting from his throat. The air in the entire tent solidified. If making fire appear out of thin air earlier was shocking, then making a huge box appear out of thin air now was completely subversive. This already exceeded their wildest imagination. This is creation. It is a power that only gods possess. Tormund's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, and the muscles on his scarred face twitched uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at the cardboard box, as if trying to see through it. It was no wonder he was so shocked. This scene was simply too unbelievable. Luoda ignored everyone's horror. He squatted down, skillfully tore open the seal of the box, and took out a soft red bean bread packaged in a transparent plastic bag. This is food from God, called mana. Luoda casually made up a name, then handed the bread to the old free folk who had shed tears earlier while thinking of his frozen-to-death grandson. Taste it, old man. This is God's mercy. The old free folk was trembling violently. He looked at the white, soft thing that emitted a faint, sweet fragrance, and tears burst forth from his clouded eyes once again. He did not dare to reach out to take it, only pressing his head repeatedly against the hard, frozen earth. Luoda sighed, tore open the packaging himself, and stuffed a small piece of bread into the old man's mouth. The old man's chewing motion was stiff. But the next second, his eyes widened abruptly. A sweetness and soft texture he had never experienced before instantly exploded on his taste buds. The delicate feeling that melted in his mouth, the gentle and pure sweetness, was something incomparable to any roasted meat he had ever eaten or any bones he had ever gnawed on in his life. That was the taste of happiness. Woo, woo 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 woo. My lost mother, this is too delicious, woo 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 woo. The old free folk could no longer control himself, hugging Luoda's calf and wailing loudly. Sugar is something that is the favorite of nobles. The pure red bean filling in these breads would make even nobles weep, let alone these ignorant free folk. That was simply food from God. The sight of this person devouring it was more persuasive than any language. The sound of the free folk swallowing their saliva rose and fell. They looked at the remaining bread in Luoda's hand, the desire in their eyes almost turning into something tangible. Luoda smiled and pushed the entire box in front of them. Divide it. This is bestowed upon you all by God. After a brief hesitation, the free folk went crazy. They swarmed forward, but stopped abruptly as they approached the box. In the end, they knelt down one after another, and with the most pious posture, carefully took the bread from inside. No one scrambled, no one fought, they treated it like the most sacred sacrifice, sharing the bread with their families and companions. Soon, whimpers of satisfaction and chewing sounds rang out in the tent. The burly man who had previously clamored to use Luoda's skull as a bowl was now clutching a bread, devouring it while streaming with tears, muttering indistinctly, God. God. In this Westeros where even having enough to eat is a problem, food, especially for the struggling free folk, is the most primitive and direct power in the world. If Luoda wanted, he could take over the entire free folk tribe with an unlimited supply of food. At that point, even if he didn't want to be king, his free folk brothers would force him onto the Iron Throne. That is the attraction of food to the free folk. Luoda did not stop. He communicated with God, again, and under the fanatical gaze of everyone, brought out 10 huge blue plastic barrels out of thin air. This is holy water. It can cleanse your hunger and thirst. He unscrewed a barrel, and clear water poured out, without a trace of impurities under the reflection of the bonfire. Tormund could no longer hold back. He crawled over, cupped a handful of water with both hands, and drank it in one gulp. It was not bitter snow water. Instead, it was sweet and pure. There was no strange odor, only the taste of clear spring water, nourishing his parched throat. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Tormund muttered to himself. He raised his head, and in those ice-blue eyes, the last bit of reason was completely washed away, replaced by 100% fanaticism. He bowed down to Luoda abruptly, pressing his forehead tightly against the cold ground. Great Lord Priest, please tell me, Tormund Giantsbane, how can I follow in your footsteps? All the free folk stopped their actions and looked at Luoda in unison, waiting for his verdict. Luoda walked in front of Tormund and looked down at him from above. Tormund, are you willing to abandon the superstitions of the old gods and lead your people to believe in the first fire that brings light and hope? I am willing. Tormund roared without hesitation, his voice firm. Are you willing to offer your loyalty, execute my every will, and clear the thorns for our common future? I am willing. Are you willing to sacrifice your life so that your descendants will no longer starve or freeze, and to reclaim the land and dignity belonging to the free folk? I am willing. Tormund Giantsbane, along with all the warriors under my command, swear to follow you, great Lord Priest. Tormund's roar echoed in the tent, and every free folk puffed out their chests, shouting with the same fanaticism. Swear to follow Lord Priest. Very good. Luoda's mind sank into the system again. To reward you, my bravest follower. His hand grasped the air. A longsword emitting a dark luster appeared in his hand out of thin air. The blade was long and narrow, straight as if drawn by a ruler, without any patterns on the surface, yet it had an indescribable texture. The light of the bonfire shone on it, but it did not reflect. Instead, it was absorbed, making the air around the blade cold. In that instant, the breathing of every warrior in the tent stopped. As warriors who wandered on the edge of life and death, they might not understand forging, but they could feel the heart-stopping sharpness emitted by that sword. Beyond the wall, iron is a scarce resource more precious than food. Most free folk use stone axes and bone spears, only a few warriors can possess a weapon smuggled from the south or made from a small piece of low-quality iron. And this sword in Luoda's hand. It didn't look like something of the mortal world at all. Tormund's eyes stared straight. He stared fixedly at the sword, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and the desire and awe in his eyes even exceeded those when he saw the food earlier. That is a warrior's most instinctive worship of a divine weapon. Luoda walked to Tormund and handed him the hilt. This is the weapon God bestows upon you, named Verdict. Use it to adjudicate a bright future for your people. Tormund reached out with trembling hands. When his calloused palms grasped the rough hilt, a heavy texture came through. He slowly drew the longsword. Clang. The blade left the sheath. A cold light cut through the dim tent. Tormund waved it casually in the air without using much strength, yet it actually caused a sharp whistling sound. He stared blankly at the verdict in his hand, at the flawless blade that could even clearly reflect his own shocked face. He flicked the blade with his finger. A crisp, lingering vibration. Good. This 2-meter-tall fierce man, holding this sword, was choked with emotion. He had never seen such a good weapon in his life. He was certain that even in King's Landing, in the king's treasury, there might not be such a divine weapon. And now, this divine messenger actually bestowed it upon him directly. Tormund knelt on one knee abruptly, holding verdict high above his head. This unruly free folk leader shed tears of gratitude. It was not weakness, but the most sincere emotional release of a warrior after obtaining the treasure of his dreams. No wonder he was so excited. He loved weapons, and besides, the primitive, backward weapons of Westeros could not compare to modern industrial materials. Any one brought here would be considered a divine weapon. Tormund Giantsbane swears here. This life, this fate, all belong to you. Where, verdict, points, is the direction Tormund shall conquer. Your will is above all else. Looking at the completely surrendered Tormund, and the pairs of eyes around him that were fanatical to the extreme, Luoda knew that from this moment on, he truly possessed absolute control over this tribe. A sword made of modern materials exchanged for a whole tribe, not a loss, one could even say a huge profit. And on his system panel, the number in the daily tax column quietly changed from 0 to 137. His gaze passed over the crowd, looking at the dark world shrouded in wind and snow outside the tent. Pass down my first oracle. Starting tomorrow, we build a city. Wildlings are all about practicality when it comes to getting things done, and their efficiency is exceptionally high. Thus, that very evening, Rhodes was invited into a newly erected tent as a gesture of welcome for their new leader. While called a tent, it was actually more like a massive yurt, yet it was the most impressive structure in the entire camp right now. The exterior was wrapped in layers of thick sheepskin, blocking out the biting cold wind completely. Inside, the floor, the walls, everywhere the eye could see was covered in soft white bear furs. These were the stocks their tribe had accumulated for trading with other tribes, and today, they had used them all. Stepping on them, the fur was so soft that one almost sank into it, and a sensation of warm fluffiness rose from the soles of the feet. Rhodes would bet that even the nobles of King's Landing might not have such luxurious carpets in winter. After all, they were made entirely of bear fur. Just imagine how many bears had to be killed to be this extravagant. A bonfire burned in the center, dispelling the last trace of chill and washing away the suffocating, mixed body odors from outside. Tormund stood to the side, looking like a child who had done something wrong. He nervously held the newly acquired longsword, verdict, not knowing where to put it. Lord Priest, before this, we thought you were one of those black-clad fools from the Night's Watch. He scratched his iconic red hair, his face full of regret. We have a blood feud with the crows, which is why we offended you. Please, you must not take it to heart. Rhodes knew that the grievances between the Wildlings and the Night's Watch could fill a multi-million-word romance novel. The misunderstanding has been resolved, so you need not blame yourself. Rhodes sat on the softest piece of bear fur and patted the spot beside him, taking the initiative. Well, not quite taking over, but simply establishing his position as the leader. Tormund, come sit. You don't need to be so restrained. Tormund was flattered. He carefully leaned, verdict, against a wooden post before sitting down beside Rhodes. He only sat on the edge of his seat, his body stiff and straight, like a schoolboy being lectured. My gratitude. No, I, Tormund, really don't know how to say it. He wasn't good with words, and after struggling for a long time, his face turned red. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I don't need you to say it, I need you to do it, Rhodes said, looking at him with a calm expression. A loyal, straightforward, and highly efficient powerhouse of a bodyguard was more precious than anything, especially given that he currently had no combat ability himself and had to rely on strong protection. As night fell, the camp gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of the howling wind and snow and the crackling of the bonfire. Soon, Tormund left. Rhodes was just calculating how to start his great, city-building endeavor tomorrow when the tent curtain was suddenly lifted by a hand. A figure walked in. It was Osha, who refused to give up. She had changed into relatively clean animal skins, which outlined her powerful, curvaceous figure. Her black hair was draped casually, and her wheat-colored skin shimmered with an alluring luster under the firelight. As soon as she entered, she tied the curtain shut, then turned around, staring straight at Rhodes with eyes that made no secret of her desire. That look was like a she-wolf discovering a male wolf on the snowy plains. Lord Priest. Osha licked her lips and approached step by step. Rhodes had heard a little about the customs beyond the wall. There wasn't much etiquette. The strong were respected, and if you fancied someone, you just dragged them into a tent to do the deed. It was the same for women. A sufficiently strong woman could also take a man right then and there. Unfortunately, Rhodes had just encountered one. Osha's sturdy build was much more intense than the girls lifting weights in the gym before he traveled here. If they really fought, his small frame would definitely be no match. The sacred fire has ignited my heart, Lord Priest. She crouched down, but that pungent, meaty odor of wild beasts followed, rushing towards him. Rhodes' nerves tightened abruptly. The next second, Osha's hand grabbed for his belt, her movements crisp and clean, without the slightest hesitation. Lord Priest, there were too many people during the day, so you were probably uncomfortable. Now there's no one here, it's just right to do the deed. Rhodes was startled into a shiver. He grabbed Osha's hand. Wait. Osha's movements stalled, and she tilted her head in confusion. What? No. Rhodes waved his hands hurriedly. In all fairness, if this girl were thrown back to earth, cleaned up, and put in modern clothes, she would definitely have the figure and looks of a top model, full of wild vitality. But the problem was, she wasn't clean. Her body reeked of the lingering smell of roasted wild beast meat, a result of not brushing her teeth after eating. The smell was too overpowering. Rhodes felt that if he really went along with it, he might have psychological trauma for the rest of his life. His brain raced, and Rhodes had an idea. He cleared his throat, his expression becoming solemn and serious again. He reached out to gently stroke Osha's cheek, speaking in a chanting tone. Osha, you are beautiful, and I have felt your passion. Osha was taken aback by his sudden tenderness. However, Rhodes shifted his tone. Union with the messenger of the gods is a sacred matter that requires a sacred baptism. Baptism. Osha's face was full of question marks. Rhodes stood up, imitating a charlatan from a movie, and spread his arms. The filth on a mortal body will desecrate the grace of the gods. Only a clean body can carry the radiance of the god's messenger. As he spoke, he moved his mind and took the personal cleaning kit from the beginner's gift pack in his system space. A beautifully packaged bar of soap, a bottle of body wash, and a bottle of shampoo appeared out of thin air in his hands. Osha's eyes widened. Again, he made things appear out of thin air again. She looked at the strange bottles and jars in Rhodes' hands. She couldn't understand any of the patterns on them, but their exquisite appearance made her instantly feel that these were divine objects. This is the divine cleansing dew and the soul purifying soap, Rhodes bullshitted without changing his expression. Go now. Use the hot water on the bonfire outside the tent to wash yourself, then coat your entire body with these, from head to toe, especially your lower body, to wash away the vulgarity of the mortal world. Then, come see me. He shoved the items into Osha's arms. Holding these sacred objects, Osha was completely stunned. She looked at the things in her hands, then at Rhodes, and finally, nodded heavily with a reverence bordering on a pilgrimage. She hugged the body wash and hurried out of the tent. Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. Being a charlatan means I also have to moonlight as a product manager, improvising ad copy on the spot. He sat on the bare fur, waiting while silently chanting in his heart, I know you're anxious, but don't be in such a hurry. After a long while, the tent curtain was lifted again. A scent of floral fragrance mixed with a hint of water vapor drifted in. Rhodes looked up. It was still Osha who entered, but she was completely different from the Osha of a moment ago. Her wet black hair draped over her shoulders, and water droplets slid down the tips of her hair, tracing over her smooth collarbone. The animal skins she had been wearing were gone, revealing large swaths of healthy, toned, wheat-colored skin. Most importantly, that overpowering smell was gone, replaced by the fresh fragrance of soap and floral dew. Osha was a bit shy and curious as she smelled the scent on her own arms, her eyes sparkling. Lord Priest, this divine dew is truly miraculous. Now, you are clean. Rhodes stood up and reached out to her. Osha blushed and handed her hand to him. The bare fur covering her body slid to the ground. The next day, Rhodes woke up wrapped in warmth. He opened his eyes. The space beside him was already empty, with only the residual warmth of last night and that fresh fragrance lingering on the bare fur. Recalling the madness of last night, Rhodes couldn't help but rub his forehead and smile bitterly. It was Osha's first time, and Rhodes had been afraid he might get into trouble by acting recklessly. But later, Osha confessed that she didn't necessarily want to be Rhodes' woman, she just purely wanted to experience something wonderful with him. In her own words, you are the messenger of the gods, and I am the strongest woman among mortals, our union is only natural. Besides, I am stronger than you, so you have no room to resist. Rhodes rubbed his slightly sore lower back. A man really needs to protect his own safety when he's out and about. He had just run into a female rogue of Osha's caliber. But it wasn't bad either. At least he got some action on the first day of his transmigration, which was better than 95% of transmigrators. He was doing pretty well, no shame in that. Thinking of the exotic encounters that might appear in the future, Rhodes felt invigorated. First bitterness, then sweetness, time to get to work. Just as he had finished dressing, the tent flap was lifted. It was Osha, who had returned. She was holding a rough wooden tray, on which sat a piece of charred venison and a handful of unknown red berries. My lord, you are awake. Osha set the food down, then naturally squatted beside Rhodes and reached out to adjust his collar. Her dark, bright eyes stared at him unblinkingly, as if looking at her own exclusive property. Rode felt a bit uneasy being stared at by her and gave a dry cough. Outside, is everyone working? Tormund has taken the men to chop wood. Osha pursed her lips, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. Those idiots have nothing but strength. They aren't even as capable as one of your fingers, my lord. Rode also took a look at Osha's personal panel. Loyalty. 85. Rode immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This girl had only 60 loyalty yesterday before they had fun together. Her initial favorability was already off the charts, but after one night, it had risen to a terrifying 85. One has to say, the fastest way to shorten the distance is to literally shorten the distance. It was pretty good, although this woman was fierce, she still had some loyalty. If she had turned around to find other savages after they were done, Rode would have really doubted life. After eating, Rode stepped out of the tent. Outside was a completely different scene. The entire camp was like a pot of boiling water, filled with busy figures running about in deafening shouts. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of stone axes chopping trees was dull and powerful. The male savages were working so hard in the sub-zero wind that they were steaming, with white vapor rising from their backs. At the edge of the crude camp, a wooden fence made of sturdy logs simply sharpened at the ends was already taking shape. Although it was crooked and full of holes, in the eyes of these savages, this was already a city wall they had never possessed before. Tormund stood on a high rock, waving his arms, commanding with flying spittle, his voice louder than anyone else's. The excitement and longing on his face were almost overflowing. These people were truly working to realize the oracle Rode had casually mentioned. A strange emotion surged in Rode's chest. This was no longer just simple deception. He saw a group of people clutching at the last straw in despair, burning themselves for a glimmer of ethereal hope. He sank his consciousness into his mind, and the pale blue system panel appeared. Host. Rode. Territory. None. Current territory. Rode's tribe. Subjects. 137 people. Daily tax. 137 silver deer. Current assets. 137 silver deer. Yesterday's tax has arrived. Looking at the assets column, which was no longer a glaring 0, the corners of Rode's mouth curled up. The money had arrived. Although it wasn't much, this was his first startup capital. Just then, as the last few wooden stakes were heavily driven into the frozen soil, the wooden fence around the camp finally closed. Several savages let out excited cheers. In that very instant, a virtual light screen abruptly popped up in Rode's vision. Detected basic building. Wooden fence, inferior. Do you want to spend 1,000 silver deer to upgrade it to sturdy wooden wall? Sturdy wooden wall. Building HP plus 1,000, sturdiness level plus 1, can effectively resist small beasts and enemy charges without siege equipment. Rode's breath hitched. Buildings could be upgraded directly. 1,000 silver deer could turn this ragged fence into a wooden wall with much stronger defensive capabilities. His heart thumped wildly. The system's functions were even more powerful than he had imagined. But 1,000 silver deer, he only had 137 now. He didn't have enough money. Rode's gaze swept over the bustling construction site and landed back on his own white bear fur tent, the most luxurious one in the entire camp. A crazy idea popped up. If buildings could be upgraded, then what about his tent? He focused his thoughts on his tent. Sure enough, a new prompt box popped up again. Detected residential building. Fur tent, excellent. Do you want to spend 100 silver deer to upgrade it to God's Grace Cabin? God's Grace Cabin. Building HP plus 300, sturdiness level plus 0.5, special attribute. When sleeping, occupant's stamina recovery speed x2. When engaging in reproductive activities, pregnancy probability x2. Holy crap, stamina recovery speed doubled, and it could increase the probability of pregnancy. Rode's eyes instantly lit up. In this primitive environment that relied purely on human labor, what did stamina and population mean? Stamina meant efficiency, survival ability, and everything. And population was directly related to his daily production of silver deer. Moreover, the upgrade only cost 100 silver deer. He could afford it now. A brilliant plan formed in his mind. Simple charity would only raise lazy people. He had to make them compete. Everyone stop. Rode's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty, instantly overpowering all the noise at the construction site. All the savages stopped what they were doing, turned their heads in unison, and looked at their divine messenger with worshipful and fanatical gazes. Tormund scrambled down from the high rock, ran to Road, and reported excitedly, "My lord. Look, we have built the wooden fence. I see it." Road looked around at everyone, watching the excited expressions on their faces mixed with sweat and mud. "Your efforts, the gods, have also seen." He slowly raised his hand and pointed to the sky. "Your devotion has moved the gods. Today, the gods have decided to bestow a new miracle as a reward for the most diligent and loyal among you." A miracle. A reward. All the savages became agitated, their eyes glowing green, their breathing becoming heavy. Food, holy water, or, like Tormund, to receive a divine weapon capable of cutting iron like mud. Either way, it was enough to make them go completely crazy. Road ignored their excitement and instead cast his gaze toward those crookedly built fur tents, the places they called home. "The places you live in now are too crude. They cannot withstand the harsh cold of the eternal winter, nor can they provide a true restful sleep for warriors who have worked hard all day." His voice carried a hint of compassion. "But from today on, everything will change." Road walked to his white bear fur tent, and under the puzzled gaze of everyone, extended a hand and gently pressed it against the rough fur. "The gods say, there shall be sturdy dwellings to shelter their devout believers." Upgrade. He silently recited in his heart. Confirm spending 100 silver deer to upgrade. Fur tent. 2. God's grace cabin. Confirm. Hum. A fluctuation that no one could perceive spread out from the center of Road's palm. The next second, under the stunned gaze of over 100 savages, a miracle occurred. That huge tent supported by fur and wooden poles seemed to be reshaped by an invisible giant hand. The snow and frozen soil on the ground automatically parted, and thick wooden stakes grew out from underground, forming a solid foundation. Immediately after, thick wooden planks appeared out of thin air, fitting together seamlessly to form walls and a roof. The whole process was dazzlingly fast. It took no more than 10 seconds. The crude tent that was there before disappeared, and in its place was a small wooden house that exuded the fresh scent of wood, with a sturdy and beautiful design. Upgrade successful, surplus fur materials fully refunded. The entire camp fell into a dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the savages had their mouths wide open, their eyes bulging like copper bells, staring stupidly at the wooden house that had appeared out of thin air, their minds blank. The burly man who had previously clamored about using Road's skull as a bowl dropped his stone axe to the ground with a clatter, smashing his own toe, but he didn't react at all. Tormund's legs went soft, and he knelt directly on the ground. He looked at the wooden house, then at Road, his lips trembling. Creation. This was foolish creation again. If producing food and weapons was a miracle, then building a house out of thin air, what was this? This was the great power only the Creator God possessed. Road was very satisfied with their reaction. He walked to the wooden house, pushed open the wooden door that had also appeared out of thin air, and made a, "please," gesture toward the inside. "Tormund, you, and all of you, come in and take a look." The savages awoke as if from a dream, moving forward step by step with awe, as if on a pilgrimage. When they stepped into the wooden house, everyone gasped. Warmth. Outside was the biting cold wind, but inside the house, it was warm as spring. The walls didn't have a single crack, completely isolating the cold outside. The floor was paved with flat wooden boards, clean and comfortable. Was this a place for humans to live? This was simply a palace for a god king. The gods have named this type of building, God's Grace Cabin. Road's voice rang in everyone's ears. From today on, all of you will have the chance to live in such a house. Everyone's breathing stopped. Road's gaze swept across their faces, each ridden with longing, and he threw out the bait that was enough to drive everyone crazy, word by word. "From now on, I will observe each of you every day. Whoever does the most work, whoever contributes the most to the tribe, whoever is the most devout, I will bestow a miracle upon him and turn his tent into such a God's grace cabin. Remember, there is one spot every day." Boom. Road's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of all the savages. Their eyes instantly turned red. As soon as Road finished speaking, the entire camp exploded, like an ice sheet splashed with a ladle of hot oil. God's grace cabin. One every day. Work. The person who works the most gets to live in it. The eyes of all the savages turned red. That was not just a simple wooden cabin, that was proof of a miracle. It was warmth. It was dignity. It was a home where one could sleep soundly in this frozen wasteland. Roar. The burly man who had dropped his axe earlier was the first to react. He picked up his axe, not even looking at his bruised and purple toes, and rushed towards the nearest pine tree like a crazed buffalo. Bang, bang, bang. He converted all his longing for the God's grace cabin into the strength to chop. The stone axe struck the tree trunk, emitting a dull and frantic roar, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Once one person moved, everyone moved. Get the fool out of my way. This tree is mine. Get lost. I saw it first. The men shoved each other to claim a tree, while the women frantically hauled the logs that had already been cut. Even the half-grown children imitated the adults, dragging branches with their small hands. The entire camp had gone completely mad. The so-called camaraderie was fragile and vulnerable in the face of the temptation of the God's grace cabin. This was exactly the effect Rode wanted. Compete. Everyone just foolish compete. As long as there is competition, there is vitality, only then will this tribe not be a stagnant pool. Tormund rushed up to Rode, his face flushed with excitement, his massive palms waving about in agitation. My lord, your method, is miraculous. Rode just looked at him calmly. Tormund, passion alone is not enough. I need someone to record everyone's merits for me. This person must be absolutely fair, without any selfishness. Can you do that? Tormund froze. He looked at his tribesmen who were on the verge of fighting, scratched his head, and a troubled look appeared on his face. He knew that among them were his confidants and friends. Asking him to be absolutely fair was truly too difficult. Just then, a figure squeezed through. It was Osha. She walked to Rode's side, naturally taking his arm, and glanced around as if declaring her territory. Lord Priest, leave this matter to me. Rode looked at her. Osha met his gaze, her eyes devoid of last night's seduction, replaced instead by an unprecedented seriousness. I have no family and no friends. In the tribe, I care about no one but you. She paused, her tone firm and decisive. Who does more? Who does less? I only trust my own eyes. I assure you, my records will be as fair as the blade of the verdict. Rode glanced at her panel. Loyalty. 90. After seeing the miracle, her loyalty had increased by another 5 points. This woman had not only submitted with her body, but her heart was also beginning to lean towards him. Good. Rode patted the back of her hand. Osha, I trust you. From now on, you are my God's grace recorder. Report the results to me every sunset, and the next day I will announce them to all the free folk. Yes, my lord. Osha bowed her head respectfully, but her hand holding Rode's arm tightened. With the God's grace cabin as the ultimate KPI, the productivity of the entire tribe was squeezed to the limit. The sounds of chopping, hauling, and chanting rang out from sunrise to sunset. Everyone was giving their all. The men used every ounce of strength they had, and the women lifted logs that usually took 2 people to carry. Sweat soaked their simple animal hide clothes, rising in white steam amidst the cold wind. This directly led to a new problem. When Rode walked out of his wooden cabin the next day to perform the daily miracle display, a suffocatingly strong sour stench hit him. It was a complex odor produced by the fermentation of sweat from hundreds of people, mixed with grease and years of unwashed body odor. Rode's brows knitted together. This smell was, for fool's sake, practically a biological weapon. He endured the discomfort and walked to the center of the camp. All the savages stopped their work, looking at him with a gaze bordering on pilgrimage, waiting for the lucky one to be chosen. Osha, holding a wooden board covered in charcoal marks, walked to Rode's side and whispered the results of today's evaluation. Lord Priest, Osha cleared her throat. Today, the most diligent person has been selected. It is Yara. In the crowd, a small, thin woman suddenly raised her head, her face full of disbelief. She was not the strongest woman in the tribe, but today, she had hauled more trees by herself than 2 strong men combined. Under everyone's gaze, Rode walked to her tent. In the midst of Yara's ecstatic and disbelieving stare, he reached out and pressed his hand onto the tattered animal hide tent. The god says, the diligent shall have a place of shelter. Upgrade. The exact same scene as yesterday played out again. Wooden stakes broke through the ground, and wooden planks assembled out of thin air. 10 seconds later, a brand new, God's Grace cabin, rose from the ground. Yara fell to her knees with a thud, and wailed before the wooden cabin. And the surrounding savages, after a brief silence, erupted into even more frantic jealousy and longing than yesterday. It's real. The miracle was not an accident. It's real. As long as you work hard, you can really receive the god's reward. Watching those savages with red eyes again, Rode knew the timing was right. The god's grace is good, but the filth on your bodies is blaspheming the god. Rode's voice suddenly turned sharp. All the savages were stunned. Look at yourselves. Sweat and dirt have blinded your piety. In this state, how can you welcome the god's glory? He looked around and, in an unquestionable tone, issued the second oracle. From today on, everyone must wash their bodies after working every day. Use hot water melted from snow and the God-given cleansing dew to wash away the day's fatigue and filth. Only a clean body is worthy of a clean dwelling. Wash their bodies. The savages looked at each other in dismay. They only occasionally bathed in the thawed rivers during the hottest times of summer. Most people simply chose not to bathe their entire lives. Lord Priest, Tormund spoke cautiously, but we don't have God-given cleansing dew. Rode moved his mind, spending 10 silver deer from the system store to redeem a whole box of soap. The god loves all people. Every subject who contributes to the tribe's construction can receive a free bar Azul cleansing soap every month. Bodies washed with it will be free from disease and full of strength. He tossed a bar of soap to Tormund. Tormund caught the item, which emitted a fresh fragrance, sniffed it, and a look of wonder appeared on his face, just like Osha's the night before. Now, no one had any objections. The Lord Priest not only wanted them to live well but also wanted them to be clean. This was simply too thoughtful. That night, the entire camp was bustling with activity. Large pots were set up over bonfires, boiling hot water. Men and women thoroughly washed themselves for the first time, using the magical, soul-cleansing soap to scrub up a lather, washing away years of grime. Waves of fresh soapy scent gradually replaced the suffocating sour stench. Rode watched all this with satisfaction. Work, bathe, sleep. A three-point line life is the only way to ensure maximum efficiency. Late at night, Rode lay on the soft bear-skin bed, just about to check today's tax revenue, when the tent flap was lifted again. It was Osha, washed clean and emitting a fragrant scent all over. She crawled into Rode's bed, pressing against him like a docile cat. My lord, today I recorded everyone's merits, and I'm very tired. Rode rubbed his somewhat sore waist. This girl was talking nonsense again. She wasn't this gentle when she was screwing him. You've worked hard. It's not hard work, Osha said, drawing circles on his chest. It's just, I've discovered a problem. What problem? Osha's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice lowered. In our tribe, many warriors have died in battle, and their women are still young but have no men. And the surviving men are so few. We have too few people. Rode's heart stirred. He looked at Osha. This woman had actually started thinking about the tribe's population problem. This was indeed a big problem. One must know that population directly determined his daily tax revenue. Simply put, the more people, the stronger he became. You are right. A powerful tribe needs more subjects. Rode sat up, his expression becoming solemn. Osha, convey the third oracle for me tomorrow. The god says, have descendants, multiply endlessly, so that the bloodline of light can spread across the land. I command that from tonight on, all healthy men and women in the tribe must work hard, to create new life for the future of the tribe. Women without men can go find any man they fancy. And the chosen man, if he has no preferred partner, cannot refuse. The more children born, the greater the mother's merit. I will grant them more food, and even, an extra, God's grace cabin. Osha's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Rode, the worship in her eyes almost overflowing. Look, this is a true messenger of the god. Not only does he care about whether they live well, or if they are clean, but he even considers their procreation. For any tribe, reproduction is the most important thing. She nodded heavily, then suddenly flipped over, pinning Rode underneath her, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall. My lord, she licked her lips, her eyes burning. Let's start executing the oracle with us. That night, in Rhodes, God's grace cabin, the call of the god was answered first. Early the next morning, the entire tribe was summoned by Osha to the clearing in the center of the camp. Everyone looked much cleaner, but the wildness that seeped from their very bones had not diminished in the slightest. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Rod, filled with fanaticism and anticipation. After 2 days of the God's Grace Cabin competition, everyone had seen the benefits of hard work, and the atmosphere of the entire tribe had changed. Moreover, those who had lived in the God's Grace Cabin said they felt more energetic afterward, which made everyone even crazier. Osha cleared her throat, walked to Rod's side, and in a posture bordering on showing off, loudly announced the third oracle that Rod had issued last night, which the two of them had been the first to execute. The god says, the free folk must have descendants. The bloodline of light shall spread across the land. From this day forth, all healthy men and women must strive to create new life for the future of the tribe. The more children born, the greater the mother's contribution. Lord Priest will grant them more food, and even, an extra God's grace cabin. Once these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a huge commotion. Having children, that was something they were familiar with. For the wildlings, reproduction was an instinct carved into their bones. After all, in the freezing cold, besides hunting to fill their bellies, there were no other leisure activities to do, so why not just have children when they had nothing better to do? Now, even this could be rewarded by the god. And they could get food and houses. Was there such a good thing in the world? Many wildling women who had lost their men had their eyes light up instantly, and their gazes began to scan the strongest men in the tribe without any attempt at concealment, as if they were choosing prey for the winter. The men puffed out their chests, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat primal. Rod was very satisfied with this result. Population was tax revenue, and it was the foundation of his strength. This command was of vital importance. However, just as everyone was taking this oracle for granted, a discordant voice rang out. Lord, I think this is unfair. Everyone was stunned, and looking toward the sound, the one speaking was actually Tormund. This tribal leader, who was the most fanatical believer in Rod, was now furrowing his signature thick brows, his face showing a trace of confusion and stubbornness. He walked out of the crowd, still holding that verdict, longsword, and walked up to Rod. Tormund, what do you mean? Osha thought Tormund was looking for trouble, and her face sank immediately as she questioned him. Tormund did not look at her, but stared straight at Rod, saying in a muffled voice, Lord, you asked us to strive to multiply our descendants, and of course we are willing. But, you are the messenger of the god, you are our example. You yourself should lead by example and set a standard for us. As soon as these words were spoken, all the wildlings reacted and nodded one after another. That's right, Lord Priest is the god's representative on earth, and every move he makes is an oracle. He asked everyone to work, and he led by example himself. He asked everyone to bathe, and he bathed first himself. Now that he asks everyone to have children, how could he have no movement himself? Osha's cheeks flushed red, she puffed out her chest, stepped forward to take hold of Rod's arm, and loudly announced. Who says Lord Priest hasn't led by example? Last night, I was already with Lord Priest, and I have accepted the Lord's seed, we have responded to the god's call. Her words were full of pride, and the surrounding wildling women cast jealous glances. Rod's mouth twitched. My dear sister, you don't need to say such things so loudly, do you? That's just too wild. He had thought this would shut Tormund's mouth, but unexpectedly, the red-haired giant shook his head, his expression even more serious than before. Not enough. What's not enough? Osha was stunned. Just you alone is not enough. Tormund's voice rose sharply, and he pointed at Osha, then at Rod, roaring righteously. What kind of noble existence is Lord Priest? He is the incarnation of the first fire, the messenger sent by the god to save us. His bloodline is a sacred bloodline. How can such a sacred bloodline be inherited by only one woman? This is disrespectful to Lord Priest. Lord Priest should possess all the strongest and most beautiful women in the tribe. He should father countless descendants who possess the god's bloodline. These descendants will be the fiercest warriors and wisest leaders of our tribe in the future. The more Tormund spoke, the more excited he became, his face flushed red as if he were defending some supreme truth. Only when you take the lead and have dozens or hundreds of them will we have the goal and courage. Rod. He was completely dumbfounded. You can interpret it that way. This train of thought is just, it's the mother of all bizarre logic, it's bizarre to the extreme. Looking at the fanatical Tormund, for a moment he didn't know how to refute him. Actually, he quite liked Tormund. He's truly sensible. And the surrounding wildlings, after a brief moment of shock, actually revealed expressions of sudden realization one after another. Tormund is right. Lord Rod's bloodline must be carried forward. How is one woman enough? At least dozens. Osha's face instantly turned ugly. She glared fiercely at Tormund, wishing she could poke a few holes in him with her gaze. Tormund, however, didn't notice at all. He waved his big hand and roared at the single wildling women in the crowd. What are you all still standing there for? This is your chance to ascend to the heavens in one step. It is the supreme honor to serve the god's messenger. Whoever is willing to bear descendants for Lord Priest and contribute strength to the future of the tribe, all step forward. Boom. This time, the crowd really exploded. Those wildling women went crazy. Me. I'm willing. Pick me. I just had a child last year, I'm good at birthing. I can beat a snow bear. My child will definitely be the strongest. Dozens of wildling women of various shapes and sizes swarmed up, scrambling to squeeze in front of Rod, each puffing out their chests, showing off their magnificent assets. Rod's gaze swept over them, and his heart went cold. Those with missing front teeth, those with frostbitten faces, those with arms thicker than his thighs, each one had glowing eyes, as if they wanted to devour him alive. The body odor that had just been suppressed by the soap seemed to stubbornly crawl out from the gaps in their leather clothing again, mixing into a more impactful stench. Spare him. This isn't picking a concubine, this is like walking into the spider demon's cave. Stop. Everyone stop. Rod had a massive headache and hurriedly spoke up to stop them. If he really gave in, he would probably live the rest of his life in a nightmare. Looking at this group of passionate, wildling women, for the first time, Rod felt that being a charlatan was a high-risk profession. He was just about to find an excuse, such as, the oracle dictates that I can only have one woman, to bluff his way through this for now and wait until he found a pretty woman to break the rule. But just then, his gaze inadvertently swept over the edge of the crowd. There, leaning against a wooden post, stood a woman. She didn't swarm forward fanatically like the others, she didn't even have a single expression of interest. She just crossed her arms over her chest, quietly watching this absurd scene, with a faint, almost imperceptible sneer hanging at the corner of her mouth. A head of flame-like red hair was exceptionally eye-catching amidst the dull crowd. Her skin was not as rough as the other wildlings, but instead revealed a healthy whiteness from walking in the ice and snow all year round. Her figure was not as stocky as Osha's, but it was well-proportioned and agile, full of leopard-like power. The most important thing was those eyes. When everyone was looking at him with worshipful and fanatical eyes, only her gaze was clear, calm, and carried a sense of scrutiny and defiance. In a tribe where everyone was fanatical, her indifference seemed out of place. Wygrit. Loyalty. 10. In Rod's mind, her name and that pitifully low loyalty level appeared instantly. Interesting. Everyone else had been fooled into submission by the miracles, but there was actually a thorn. Looking at her expression of, I want to see what tricks you can pull, a desire to conquer suddenly surged in Rod's heart. More importantly, he had found the perfect excuse to solve the current dilemma. Rod took a deep breath, and amidst everyone's expectant gazes, he slowly raised his hand. He did not point to any of the women posing and preening in front of him, but instead bypassed everyone and pointed straight at the red-haired woman standing on the edge. The entire camp fell silent instantly. Everyone's gaze followed Rod's finger and focused on that out-of-place figure. The sneer on Wygrit's face froze. Rod's voice rang out clearly in the deathly silent air. My choice is her. The mockery on Wygrit's face froze. It was the bewilderment of being yanked from the audience seats and thrown right into the center of the stage. She wondered if she had been a bit too high profile. The female free folk who had been scrambling and posturing moments ago were also stunned. They followed his gaze, and when they realized that the one Rod had chosen was Wygrit, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines the whole time, their faces filled with jealousy and confusion. Why her? Osha's expression darkened as well. She tightened her grip on Rod's arm, glaring unkindly at the red-headed woman. But Rod wanted exactly this woman. Not for any other reason, but for her pitifully low loyalty and the untamed look in her eyes. When everyone else is kneeling, the one standing is either a fool or a troublemaker. And conquering a troublemaker is far more effective for consolidating one's position than accepting 100 women. Tormund was the first to react. He slapped his thigh, grinned wide, and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Ha ha ha, my lord has a good eye. Wygrit is the wildest mare in our tribe, and also the best huntress with a bow here. As he spoke, he winked at Wygrit, the meaning clear. You've hit the jackpot, why aren't you coming over yet? However, Wygrit did not move. She simply crossed her arms, recovering from her initial bewilderment, and those clear eyes met Rod's gaze once more. She looked him up and down, from the clean clothes that looked so out of place beyond the wall to his pretentious, mystic expression. Then, she spoke. You are impressive, she admitted, pointing to the wooden house that had sprung up out of nowhere. To be able to conjure a house out of thin air, and produce that fragrant food. But, she changed the subject, the mockery returning to the corners of her mouth, I don't fancy you. With that one sentence, the temperature of the entire camp seemed to drop. The smile on Tormund's face froze. Osha's eyes turned cold. All the free folk looked at Wygrit as if she were a madwoman. She refused. She actually refused the favor of the god's emissary. This is supreme glory, an opportunity every woman in the entire tribe dreams of. Has she lost her mind? They didn't know what was going through Wygrit's mind. Did she really not understand what it meant to be able to conjure food out of thin air? It meant that what Rod said about the gods was 9 times out of 10 true, or even more absurdly, could it be possible that Rod was the god himself? Wygrit, do you know what you're saying? A female free folk who was on good terms with Wygrit stamped her feet in anxiety and whispered a warning to her. Wygrit, however, acted as if she hadn't heard. She just stared at Rod, or rather, at the clansmen behind him who worshipped him fanatically. What is wrong with you all? Wygrit's voice carried deep disappointment and confusion. You're all acting like you've been hexed. Food. We have bows and arrows, the forest is full of game. If we're hungry, we hunt. If we're thirsty, we chip at the ice, that is our way of life. Houses. We have hands, we have axes. We can chop wood ourselves, skin beasts ourselves, and build homes that shield us from the wind and snow ourselves. Her voice grew louder, like a flame burning in the ice and snow. We are the free folk. We do not kneel to the king in King's Landing, nor do we bow to the crows on the wall. Our knees only bend for ourselves. But what are you doing now? She pointed at the free folk, who were looking at each other in confusion because of her words, her eyes full of heartache. You are groveling before someone who popped up out of nowhere. You believe whatever he says. He tosses you a bit of food, a shabby wooden house, and you are so moved you'd give your own lives to him. Seeing you like this makes me sick. Never forget, we the free folk only believe in the old gods, not some god of first fire. The entire camp fell silent. Invoking beliefs held for thousands of years was no small matter. Wygrit's words were like a rough bone knife, stabbing fiercely into the heart of every free folk. Yes, they were the free folk. What they were most proud of was that defiance and freedom carved into their bones. But now, some of the free folk subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look into Wygrit's eyes, which were burning with rage. They remembered the old days. Although it was hard, although they lived day to day, they did indeed live on their own 2 feet. But soon, another emotion overwhelmed that trace of shame. After all, the benefits they had received were real and tangible. If someone could be this good to them, never mind some old gods, what did it matter if they died for him? A man who had just moved into the God's Grace cabin couldn't help but retort, Wygrit, you can't say it like that. Since Lord Rod arrived, how much better has our life become? You haven't lived in that house. You don't know how warm it is to sleep at night without the wind leaking in. Right, my son ate a small piece of manna yesterday, and today he has more strength for chores than I do. Freedom. Can freedom be eaten? Can freedom keep my child from freezing to death in winter? Wygrit, you have prayed to the old gods countless times and offered countless food to the old gods, but when the clansmen were in deep crisis, where were the old gods? When have they ever lifted a finger? Instead, it is Lord Rod who has been helping us all along. Arguments erupted one after another. Wygrit was wrong, but what she said was also the truth they had once believed in. They couldn't refute Wygrit's words because that was the root of the free folk. But they couldn't deny the benefits Rod brought, because that was living reality. This contradiction made everyone very uncomfortable. Enough. Tormund's roar suppressed all other sounds. His face flushed red, and he walked up to Wygrit, his towering figure almost completely enveloping her. Wygrit, we are friends, and I have always respected you, but what you said today is blasphemy against Lord Rod. It is blasphemy against the god. He pointed at Rod, then at the brand new wooden houses. Open your eyes and look. Are these fake? Do you think we would rather starve and freeze in the ice and snow than accept the god's gift? That is not a gift, it is charity. Wygrit met his gaze without fear. Charity we traded our freedom for. You. Tormund was trembling with anger. He suddenly raised his hand, but hesitated to bring it down. Hit her. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Let her go. The things she said were enough to shake the entire tribe as it stood now. Just then, Osha walked over. She cast a cold glance at Wygrit, then turned to Tormund. What is there to say to her? I only believe in Lord Rod now, and as for the old gods, forget them. She looked around at the surrounding free folk. The Lord chose her, it is her honor. Since she doesn't want this honor herself, then we will help her. All the free folk were stunned. Osha curled the corners of her mouth into a cold arc. Tie her up for me. Several female free folk exchanged glances, understood immediately, and swarmed forward. What are you doing? Let me go. Wygrit struggled violently. She was agile and instantly broke free from the two people holding her. But more people surrounded her. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Soon, her arms were tightly twisted behind her back and bound securely with rough hemp rope. Tormund, you coward, have you forgotten who you are? You are the proud Jauntbane. You've changed. Wygrit was pinned to the ground by 2 sturdy female free folk, yet she still held her head high and roared at Tormund. Tormund turned his head away, not daring to meet her eyes, and said in a muffled voice. Once you get a taste of the good things Lord Rod brings, you will understand. Pa, you idiot. Wygrit spat fiercely. Osha walked up to the tightly bound Wygrit, crouched down, and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Being stubborn is useless, little wildcat. She reached out and patted Wygrit's chest, which was heaving with anger, her eyes full of the posture of a victor. Serve him well, and there will be benefits for you later. Otherwise. She didn't finish, but the threatening implication was self-evident. Afterward, she stood up and waved at those few female free folk. Take her to the priest lord's house. Tie her to the bed. Remember, spread her legs. Don't make it difficult for the Lord. Yes. Wygrit was dragged like a dead dog toward that God's grace cabin she had just been scoffing at. This was the first head-on clash between old concepts and new benefits within the tribe. When Wygrit was roughly thrown into the wooden house and tossed onto his bed, which was covered with thick white bear fur, Rod slowly walked in and closed the door. The only 2 people left in the room were them. Wygrit was bound hand and foot, fixed to the soft bear fur in an X shape. She struggled, the hemp rope leaving red welts on her fair skin. A pair of fire-breathing eyes stared fixedly at Rod, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Even now, there was still no fear in her eyes, only anger and defiance. The door curtain was lifted a crack, and Osha's face poked in. She glanced at Wygrit, who was unable to move on the bed, then looked at Rod, a suggestive smile appearing on her face. My lord, I have already washed her clean. Just now, while dragging her over, I scrubbed her with snow. She licked her lips and said softly to Wygrit, who was still struggling, Wygrit, stop struggling. After you become his woman, you will change. This sentence, like a thunderbolt, struck Wygrit violently. Her struggling stopped. The anger and defiance on her face finally vanished at this moment. A trace of true panic crept into her clear eyes. The door slammed shut with a bang. The heavy wooden door completely shut out the noise from outside. Inside the room, Only the crackling sound of burning wood remained. Ygritte lay on the large white bear skin, her wrists and ankles bound tightly to the bedposts with rough hemp rope, spread-eagled. Osha had just scrubbed her body with snow, her skin was flushed a faint red, and a few drops of melted snow slid down her collarbone into the deep cleavage. That wildness combined with her current predicament was visually striking. Rod stood by the bed, looking down at her. "Let me go, you southern liar." Ygritte glared at Rod, her chest heaving violently. She tried to hide the panic in her eyes, but her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Rod ignored her, walked over to the brazier, and casually added a piece of wood. "Do you think you can fool everyone with a few cheap tricks?" Ygritte gritted her teeth like a trapped she-wolf. "I tell you, I will never be your dog like that spineless Tormund." Rod turned around and walked slowly to the bedside. He reached out and pinched Ygritte's chin. It felt cool and smooth to the touch. Although this woman spent her days in the wind and snow, her skin was surprisingly good. "Do you know what freedom is?" Rod looked into her eyes. "Freedom means not kneeling to anyone." Ygritte jerked her head away, trying to break free from Rod's hand. Rod chuckled. "Bullshit. Your so-called freedom is having one meal without knowing if there will be another. It's watching the old and the young in your tribe freeze to death in the snow the moment winter arrives. It's being hunted like livestock by those crows on the wall." Rod's words cut to the bone. "Look at those people outside, they have houses to live in and hot food to eat now. Do you think they miss that starving, freezing freedom you speak of?" Ygritte froze for a moment, then became even angrier. "That's because you turned them into your slaves. Believe what you want, time will prove everything." Rod shrugged indifferently, "But now, you are mine too." He stopped wasting words and reached out to undo the fur garment on Ygritte. The savage's clothing was simple to begin with, just a few pieces of stitched fur tied together with rope. Rod moved quickly. "Don't touch me. Get away." Ygritte struggled frantically. Her bound wrists and ankles pulled hard against the hemp rope, and the wooden bed creaked with muffled thuds. She was like a true wild horse, every twist filled with strength. But it was useless. The ropes were tied very securely. Osha had used all her strength. Rod knelt on the bed on one knee and pressed down on her flailing shoulders. "Save your energy." Rod looked down at her. "Didn't you say you were fiercer than a snow bear? Why can't you even break a rope now? What can you do besides rely on this rope?" Ygritte's eyes were red, staring at him fixedly. "If you have the guts, let me go. I guarantee I'll cut your throat with one slash." "Why would I let you go?" Rod laughed. Not only did he not let go, but he leaned down, pressing his entire body weight onto her. The physical advantage of an adult male was clearly revealed at this moment. Ygritte was pressed until she couldn't breathe. She felt Rod's warm palm moving up along her waistline. "You fools." Her voice began to tremble, not because of the cold, but because of a panic she had never experienced before. Rod showed no mercy. In this savage world, in this savage tribe that believed in the law of the jungle, trying to be romantic and pure with her. That would be pure stupidity. You have to be wilder and fiercer than her to truly suppress her. Get it done first, worry about the rest later. Shish. Rod's finger pressed against her lips. "Feel it carefully. Feel the temperature of this room, feel the softness of the bare skin beneath you. This is the miracle you despise the most." Rod spoke while acting. Ygritte bit her lip tightly, refusing to make a sound. She desperately told herself in her mind to resist, to feel disgusted. However, the room was too warm. The bare skin beneath her was too soft. She had slept on the cold, frozen ground for years, in leaky, broken tents. She had never known that a place to sleep could be so comfortable. And although Rod's actions were rough, they carried an aggressiveness she had never experienced before. She had heard people say that savage men were always hurried and rough, like wild dogs. But Rod was different. Every step he took was breaking down her psychological defenses. Let me go." Ygritte's voice had turned into a whimper squeezed from her throat. Her body began to heat up uncontrollably. Rod looked at her flushed face and teary eyes, a strong desire for conquest rising in his heart. "A thorn, a wild horse. Today you will know who the master is." Rod didn't hold back anymore. The creaking of the wooden bed began to become rhythmic. Ygritte bit her lower lip so hard it bled, refusing to let out a sound. Her clear eyes stared fixedly at the ceiling, tears sliding down the corners of her eyes and disappearing into her red hair. She hated this feeling. She hated this southerner. And she hated her own body that was starting to betray her will. I don't know how much time passed. The movement in the room finally stopped. Rod panted heavily and rolled off the bed. This woman had great stamina. If it weren't for the fact that he had been eating and sleeping well these days, plus the stamina recovery bonus of the cabin, he might not have been able to subdue her. Rod casually grabbed a piece of animal skin to wipe off his sweat, then walked to the brazier to pour himself a cup of water. On the bed, Wygrit was panting heavily. She was covered in sweat, her red hair plastered wetly against her cheeks. The hemp ropes on her wrists and ankles had been loosened, leaving shocking red marks. She didn't cry. The tears from before were from the humiliation of her body being out of control. Now that it was over, she had calmed down instead. Rod finished his water and turned to look at her. With a thought. On the panel, Wygrit's loyalty had become 15. Still in a state of disgust. Rod raised an eyebrow. It went up by 5 points. Although it was still disgust, at least it wasn't stagnant. It seems Osha was right, it was somewhat useful. Rod walked over and drew his dagger from his waist. With a swish, he cut the hemp ropes binding her hands and feet. Wygrit sat up abruptly. She didn't rub her purple bruised wrists, nor did she cover her naked body, she just stared straight at Rod, her eyes like knives. You got what you wanted. Her voice was icy cold. Yes, I think the experience was quite good. Rod threw the dagger on the table, pulled over a wooden chair, and sat down, watching her leisurely. Don't get smug. Wygrit sneered. She grabbed the fur from the bed and wrapped it around herself, her movements rough and wild. You're just a coward who takes advantage of people. What kind of skill is it to tie me up with the help of those traitors like Osha? She stood up, and although her legs were still trembling, her back was straight. You got my body, that's because you're stronger, I accept that. But listen well, Southerner. Wygrit pointed at Rod's nose, enunciating each word. You will never make me kneel on the ground like them and call you some bullshit lord. You don't understand anything. I am free folk, my heart is always free. Rod listened to her quietly until she finished. Not only was he not angry, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This temper is really something. What are you laughing at? Wygrit's brows furrowed. Rod didn't answer. He sank his consciousness into the system space. With a flick of his wrist, a beautifully packaged red bean bread appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then, he took out an unopened bottle of pure water. He tossed the bread and water onto the wooden table by the bed. I won't eat. I'm not hungry. Suit yourself. Rod stood up and walked to her. The distance between them was very close. Wygrit subconsciously took half a step back, but immediately forced herself to puff out her chest and glare at him. I only need your obedience. Rod reached out and tucked a strand of wet hair from her cheek behind her ear. Wygrit glared at Rod, looking very unconvinced, but in the end, she didn't do anything drastic. I'm curious. Seeing that Wygrit seemed to have calmed down, Rod looked at her and finally asked. Why do you have such a big prejudice against me, or rather, against everything I do? Prejudice. Wygrit was provoked by this word, and her temper flared up again. She retracted the dagger but still maintained a posture ready to attack at any time, sneering, Do I need a reason to hate you? Yes. Rod's answer was simple and direct, which instead choked Wygrit. She looked at this man, looked at his clean clothes, looked at the warm, comfortable wooden house behind him that appeared out of thin air, and then thought of the clansmen outside who had become crazy and strange while fighting for a spot in a God's grace cabin. She should have been grateful for the various miracles Rod had shown. She had never seen anyone who could conjure food out of thin air, make a house assemble itself with a snap of their fingers, or even create fire out of thin air without drilling wood or using flint. But she knew there was no such thing as unconditional kindness. If there was, he must have ulterior motives and would make them pay it back double in the future. Fine. You want a reason? Then I'll give you one. I hate your high and mighty attitude. I hate that you use a little food and a broken house to trample the dignity of our free folk. Look at those people outside. What have they become? They are no longer warriors who live by bows and courage, but beggars waiting for your handouts. We free folk are born in ice and snow and die in ice and snow. We starve, but we do not kneel. We freeze, but we have freedom. And you are destroying all of this. You are turning a pack of wolves into a flock of sheep with warmth and fullness. Is this reason enough? She was almost shouting, her chest heaving violently, her eyes a bit red. The room fell into silence again. Rod listened to all her accusations, his expression unchanged. Finished. Wygrit was so choked by these three light words that she almost couldn't catch her breath. In the end, you don't hate me, Rod pointed out bluntly. You are afraid of change, afraid that everything you are familiar with will disappear. Bullshit. Change is a painful thing for you free folk, but this is the general trend. You can't stop it, and you won't be able to stop it. Rod shrugged. This isn't for you, but to ensure that no one else among the free folk jumps out to oppose me in the future. How can I make you drop your ridiculous prejudice? Give me a straight answer. Rod ignored her profanity and continued to ask. Wygrit was stunned. She didn't expect Rod to ask this question. She looked at Rod's serious eyes, and a ridiculous thought suddenly welled up in her heart. He wants to win my approval. Why? A difficult idea formed in her mind. Want me to approve of you? Wygrit suddenly laughed, pointing at herself with the tip of the dagger. Sure. First, beat me. Don't use those deceptive tricks of yours. Right here on this snow, use your fists, or use a knife, and make me lose so I'm convinced. She was a hunter, she only respected strength greater than her own. Hearing that Wygrit had indeed taken the bait, Rod almost laughed out loud, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm and nodded, signaling her to continue. That's right, now that he had obtained the person, it was time to harvest her heart. And the mockery in Wygrit's eyes deepened. Second, you say you want to lead us. All right, then let our tribe become the most powerful tribe beyond the wall. Let the name of Tormund, no, your name, resound throughout the land of always winter. Let other tribes come to pay tribute to us, let the crows on the wall pee their pants when they hear our war song. Third, Wygrit's voice rose sharply. She pointed at the desolate land covered in ice and snow outside the house and stated a condition that she herself thought was crazy. Aren't you a messenger of the gods? Then you must be omnipotent, right? Then let our people never again wail and die because of rotting wounds. Never again let a child lose their life because of a fooled cold disease. Let every free folk live to be white-haired, instead of dying in some unknown corner. After she finished these three conditions, she felt ridiculous herself. These were simply impossible things to accomplish. Every one of them was a fantasy. She just wanted to use this method to tear off Rod's hypocritical mask and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. She crossed her arms and watched Rod leisurely, waiting to see the look of embarrassment, awkwardness, or even annoyed anger on his face. However, Rod just listened quietly. Then, under Wygrit's mocking gaze, he nodded quickly. Of course I can. The expression on Wygrit's face froze instantly. She even doubted whether her ears were failing her. What did he say? Can. What did you just say? She asked uncertainly. I said, Rod looked at her, enunciating each word clearly, I can do all of these things you mentioned. At that moment, Wygrit was truly dazed. Looking at his extremely confident face, she actually wavered for a moment. Why didn't he find it difficult, and why did he even look a bit impatient? What if he really could do it? No, impossible. As soon as this thought popped up, she ruthlessly extinguished it herself. Wake up, Wygrit, he is just a liar. A liar who is better at bragging. Liar. She squeezed these two words through her teeth, and the last bit of hesitation in her eyes was replaced by renewed firmness and disdain. Do you think I am one of those fools whose brains are muddled by food? Who can't brag? Just wait, I will watch with my own eyes as your lies are punctured one by one. I will watch you fall into disgrace. At that time, I will cut your throat with my own hands and let you die in despair and pain. Facing her verdict, Rod did not refute, and his expression didn't even change a bit. Then watch carefully. Watch how I turn the impossible into reality. But since it's a bet, you have to put up your own stakes. If I can really do it, I'll stake my life, what will you stake? Rod finally showed his fangs. I'm betting my life against yours. If you lose, I'll kill you with my own hands. If I lose, I'll kill myself right here and now, and die right in front of you. Our stakes are equal now, aren't they? Rod laughed outright at these words. He shook his head. He didn't look like someone facing a life or death gamble, but rather like someone listening to an ignorant child spouting nonsense. Wygrit, you are an excellent warrior, it would be a terrible waste to die like this. Wygrit was stunned for a moment. She had anticipated any reaction from Rod. Shock, anger, or hypocritical persuasion. But she had never expected a line like this. An excellent warrior. This liar from the south was actually praising her. It suddenly made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Stop using these sweet-talking lies from the south to flatter me. The flicker of hesitation in Wygrit's eyes was quickly replaced by a deeper wariness. That won't work on me. It's a bet on our lives. That's fair for both of us. You're always ready to bet your life. Rod looked at her bristling appearance and suddenly found it rather amusing. You really are a fiery little wildcat. What did you say? How about this? Rod said, ignoring her fiery glare. Everyone's life is precious, and I don't want you to die. Why don't you change your wager? If you lose, I won't make you die. Instead, you will be at my beck and call, and you must unconditionally obey whatever I say. How about that? This condition was more insulting than killing Wygrit. For a wildling who had the word, freedom, carved into her very bones, unconditional obedience meant stripping away her soul and turning her into a walking corpse. Wygrit stared at him intently, her chest heaving violently. In Rod's eyes, she saw something unfamiliar. A sense of certainty. As if he weren't proposing a wager, but stating an established fact. Absurd. Ridiculous. What gave him such confidence? Was it just those magic tricks of his? The pride deep within Wygrit's heart instantly overcame everything else. She suddenly realized. Why bother arguing over the content of a bet with a madman? He couldn't possibly win anyway. Those three impossible conditions of his, let alone a liar from the south, even the old gods themselves might not be able to achieve them. Since that was the case. Fine. Wygrit pulled a mocking smile, intentionally puffing out her chest, and said in an extremely frivolous tone. Forget that. Even if I let you vent on this bed whenever you want in the future, I'll accept it. I'll agree to any demand you make. How about that? She wanted to use this method to humiliate him. To tell him that everything he said was just a joke in her eyes. However, Rod's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. He didn't fly into a rage as she had imagined, he just nodded seriously. You know, that's not a bad idea. Let's add that one too. Rod almost lost control of his expression and nearly laughed out loud. Wasn't Wygrit just throwing herself at him? This poor girl didn't know how powerful his system was, even the harshest conditions posed no pressure at all. Since you asked for it yourself, and it's exactly what I wanted, don't blame me. Rod looked forward to that day. Wygrit felt as if she had punched a ball of cotton with all her might, only for the cotton to slap her back in the face. An uncontrollable rage rushed from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. This fool, he actually took it seriously. He actually treated her humiliation as a bonus for his wager. She was about to curse him out, but saw Rod's calm, water-like gaze. That gaze seemed to say, if you dare to say it, I dare to accept it. Wygrit was trembling with anger, and she even had the urge to slap herself. Why did she have to run her mouth? Why did she have to remind this annoying guy? But the words were out, and the free folk had no tradition of taking things back. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed her anger, and replaced it with an even more intense scorn. Fine. Very well, she said through gritted teeth. I'll be waiting to see how you fulfill those ridiculous promises. He couldn't do it anyway. It didn't matter. She only wanted to see the day when this man was disgraced and spurned by all their people. Our wager begins now. Rod walked up to her. Just then, the door curtain of the wooden hut was violently pulled open. Lord Rod, it's bad. Tormund's face, filled with anxiety, burst in. What is it? Rod frowned. It's Carl. Tormund panted heavily. When he was chopping wood, he accidentally scratched his leg on a broken branch, and now the wound has turned black. The witch doctor in the tribe says he might not make it through the night. Before he had even finished speaking, several wildlings rushed in carrying a crude stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was a burly man, none other than Carl, the strong man who had previously clamored about using Rod's skull as a bowl. At this moment, his face was pale, his lips purple, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and he was emitting painful groans. Rod's gaze fell on Carl's leg. A long wound ran across his lower leg, the flesh around the wound had turned completely blue-black, and in some places, it was oozing yellowish-green pus. A classic case of wound infection, and it was already very severe. In this era without antibiotics, such an injury was basically a death sentence. An old woman with gray hair and strange totems painted on her face also followed them in, holding a bowl of herbal paste that gave off a strange odor. She was the tribe's witch doctor. My lord, I have already used the best styptic herbs, but the evil spirit in the flesh is too powerful, it is devouring Carl's life. The witch doctor's voice was filled with fear. Wygrit's eyes dimmed when she saw this scene. She had seen too many scenes like this. A strong warrior, dying not in battle against enemies, but from an insignificant wound. This was the fate of the free folk. She instinctively looked at Rod, wanting to see the same helplessness on his face. However, Rod's expression remained calm. He walked to the stretcher, crouched down, ignored the stench, and carefully examined Carl's wound. Then, he stood up and said to the witch doctor, "Throw away what you are holding." "What?" The witch doctor was stunned. "I said, throw it away." Rod's voice was unquestionable. "That stuff will only make the evil spirit more rampant." Intimidated by his aura, the witch doctor's hand shook, and the bowl of herbal paste hit the ground with a splat. Rod ignored her and turned to Tormund. "Go, boil a pot of water, make it scalding hot, and bring some clean cloth strips." "Yes." Tormund turned and ran without hesitation. Wygrit watched coldly from the side. She didn't know what tricks this liar wanted to play now. Using hot water and cloth strips to deal with an evil spirit. The tricks of the Southerners were getting more and more absurd. Soon, Tormund ran back carrying a basin of scalding hot water. "Hold him down." At Rod's command, several wildlings immediately stepped forward and pinned down Carl, who was struggling from the pain. In the horrified gaze of everyone, Rod actually threw a bone knife directly into the scalding water, then took it out and cut straight into Carl's blackened wound. Ah! Carl let out a miserable scream that didn't sound human, his body stiffening violently, nearly breaking free from the hold of the strong men. "My lord, what are you?" Tormund was also startled. "Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want him to die, hold him down," Rod shouted. He spent 10 silver deer in the system shop to redeem a bottle of medical alcohol, and then used 100 silver deer to redeem a box of penicillin. Saving a life was more important. He wouldn't upgrade the house today. He unscrewed the alcohol bottle, dipped a clean cloth strip into it, and began to clean the pus, blood, and rotting flesh from Carl's wound. Every wipe made Carl emit a painful groan. It looked just like the torture of crows cutting into their companion's flesh. Such a gruesome sight made the few wildlings nearby involuntarily step back repeatedly. Only Wygrit stood motionless. She watched Rod's focused and calm profile, watching him treat the wound in a way she had never heard of, and a feeling of extreme absurdity suddenly welled up in her heart. He actually seemed to know this stuff. After cleaning the wound, Rod produced a small white bottle out of thin air from his pocket and poured out a few white pills. "What is this?" The witch doctor couldn't help but ask. "This is a divine medicine that can kill evil spirits." Rod lied without batting an eye. He said to Tormund, "Pry his mouth open and make him swallow it." After doing all this, he carefully bandaged the wound with clean cloth strips. Carl had fainted from the pain, but his rapid breathing had steadied significantly. The entire wooden hut was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Rod with eyes as if they were looking at a god. Wygrit was also stunned. She looked at Rod's series of smooth, unheard of actions, and then looked at Carl, who seemed to have truly stabilized on the stretcher. Her mind went blank. Could it be? Could he really not be a liar? No. Impossible. This must be some kind of higher-level southern sorcery. Just with those little white stones. She finally found her voice, but she didn't even realize that there was less mockery and more uncertainty in it. "Do you think this is a fairy tale?" Rod straightened up, wiped his hands, and turned to look at her. "The third condition you mentioned. To ensure our people never again die wailing because of rotting wounds. Come and look at him again tomorrow morning. Remember, our wager has already begun." Once everyone had retreated, only Rod and Wygrit remained in the wooden cabin. Carl was carried away. Whether he lived or died would soon be revealed. Wygrit stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wooden pillar by the door, saying nothing. Her clear eyes stared at Rod without blinking, as if she were scrutinizing a con artist who had just finished a complex trick, trying to find the flaw in it. Don't look at me with that gaze, I don't like it. Rod cleared the used cloth strips and empty bottles to the side. Our bet has only just begun, and you will definitely lose. HMPH, I'll be waiting. Wygrit spat out those few words and walked out without looking back, leaving only a final sentence drifting in the cold, biting wind. Even if you can save him, don't forget that the first condition is that you must defeat me. When the time comes, I won't go easy on you. The first condition of the bet: defeat her. Simple. Rod shouted to the outside, Tormund, where are you? Almost the instant his voice fell, that tall, red-haired figure came running over from not far away, bouncing along. My lord, what are your orders? Come in. Tormund entered the wooden cabin and carefully closed the door. My lord, Carl, can he really survive? He still couldn't quite believe it. He won't die. Rod waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this question. I brought you here for another matter. He picked up the longsword, verdict, that Tormund regarded as a treasure and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy and felt excellent in his hand. Tormund, Rod turned around and handed the sword to him. From now on, teach me how to use this. Tormund was stunned. He looked at Rod, then at the sword, his face full of confusion. My lord, you are a divine messenger, you possess the power of gods, why do you still need to learn the combat techniques of us mortals? The power of gods also requires a powerful vessel to carry it. Rod began to spout nonsense without batting an eye. My soul possesses the power to sever mountains, but this body does not yet know how to swing a sword. I need you, my bravest warrior, to guide my body and synchronize it with my soul. Tormund clearly bought this explanation. It was as if he had heard of some supreme honor. Guiding the body of a divine messenger. What an honor. I understand. Tormund's face turned red with excitement. He solemnly took the verdict, and then knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Tormund Giantsbane, at your service. Get up. Rod patted his shoulder. We'll do it right here, starting now. Yes. In the open space outside the wooden cabin, Tormund began to demonstrate the most basic swordsmanship to Rod. The swordsmanship of the free folk had no frills, everything served the purpose of killing. Chopping, hacking, stabbing, every movement was wide and open, filled with a wild sense of power. My lord, look. Tormund gripped the verdict with both hands, took a fierce step forward, and delivered a powerful downward chop. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, creating a shrill whistle, and struck hard against a discarded wooden stump nearby. Crack! The bull-thick wooden stump snapped in response. When we free folk fight, we don't care for those fancy tricks of the southern knights. Either you die, or I die. Tormund retracted his sword and explained in a muffled voice. The key is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Use all your strength to hack at the enemy's neck or heart. As he spoke, he handed Rod a bone sword, the most common type in the tribe. My lord, try the grip first. Rod imitated him, gripping the hilt with both hands and striking a pose he thought was standard. Wrong, my lord. Your hands are too stiff. Relax your shoulders, but engage your core. Your feet. Your stance is unstable, you'll fall at the slightest touch. Tormund paced around Rod, scratching his head in anxiety. Rod also felt awkward all over. This body had lacked exercise for years, and its muscle strength was simply insufficient to support these movements. He only imitated a few chops and hacks before his arms felt sore and his breathing became ragged. Just as he was feeling somewhat frustrated, that familiar system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is learning combat skills. Unlock the personal skills module. It's here. Rod's heart stirred, and he immediately chose yes. Personal skills module unlocked. Detected learnable skill. Basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship novice, spend 50 silver deer to upgrade to proficient. Current assets. 137 silver deer. Looking at the pale blue virtual panel, Rod's heart couldn't help but thump wildly. Skills can actually be upgraded with money. What is he missing the most right now? time. If he relied on practicing step by step on his own, when in the world would he ever be able to defeat that wildling woman? And now, the system had given him a shortcut. Not far away, behind an inconspicuous animal hide tent, a pair of clear eyes were quietly watching everything in the open space. It was Wygrit. She hadn't gone far. She wanted to see what this braggart of a con artist would actually do after making such bold claims. As a result, she saw Rod holding a sword, under Tormund's guidance, looking as clumsy as a child just learning to walk. He couldn't even hold the sword steady. A trace of mockery involuntarily appeared at the corner of Wygrit's mouth. So he was panicked. Knowing he couldn't beat me, he started sharpening his spear at the last minute. Ridiculous. Combat skills are earned through countless life and death struggles, paid for with blood and scars. They are instincts engraved in one's bones. You think you can learn them just by practicing for a little while. She could almost foresee the scene a few days later, this con artist being easily defeated in front of her, then losing all face. She crossed her arms leisurely, prepared to enjoy this comical performance by the southern weakling for a while longer. Meanwhile, in the open space, Rod took a deep breath and said to Tormund, who was still chattering on about the essentials of the movements. Tormund, step back a bit. I think I've found a bit of a feeling. Huh, oh, okay. Although puzzled, Tormund obediently stepped back a few paces. Rod closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the system. Upgrade, basic swordsmanship. Confirm spending 50 silver deer to upgrade, basic swordsmanship, from novice to proficient. Confirm. An indescribable stream of information instantly flooded into Rod's mind. Regarding sword gripping postures, techniques for generating power, angles for hacking and slashing, footwork for dodging. The knowledge and muscle memory that countless warriors would need years to master were, at this moment, forcefully injected into his body, like a sudden enlightenment. When he opened his eyes again, the whole world seemed to have changed. The bone sword in his hand was no longer a heavy burden, but like an extension of his own arm. The sound of the wind, Tormund's breathing, the conversations of the tribesmen in the distance, everything became incredibly clear. His center of gravity naturally sank, his shoulders relaxed, while his core quietly tightened. A perfect sword-ready stance, without a trace of artificiality, natural and complete. My lord, you. Tormund watched the sudden change in Rod, his eyes widening bit by bit. A moment ago, he was still a layman. How did his entire aura change in the time it took to close and open his eyes? Rod did not answer him. He just looked at the wooden stump ahead that Tormund had chopped off, and flicked his wrist. Swish. A sound of breaking wind rang out. His movement was not fast, even somewhat effortless, but the trajectory carved by the blade was precise and stable. It lacked the mountain-splitting, rock-shattering momentum of Tormund, but it carried a fluidity that was beyond trace. Following that, a second sword strike, a third. Chopping, stabbing, lifting, sweeping. Each of the most basic swordsmanship movements was executed by him like flowing water. Every movement precisely controlled the force, and the blade always maintained the most efficient angle for lethality. This was not imitation, this was true mastery. Tormund was completely dumbfounded. His mouth opened wider and wider, his blue eyes filled with earth-shattering shock. What is happening? A few minutes ago, this person couldn't even hold a sword steady. Now, the swordsmanship he displayed, though still immature in strength and speed, had a level of understanding and proficiency in technique that was simply more seasoned than the most outstanding young warriors he had trained in the tribe. Is this talent? No. This can no longer be described as talent. This is a foolish miracle. It's the gods directly instilling the wisdom and techniques of combat into his body. My lord, you. Tormund's voice was trembling. He looked at Rod, his gaze shifting from initial admiration to a kind of awe reserved for deities. Gods, a warrior has descended. Meanwhile, in the distance, in the shadow of the tent, the mockery on Wygrit's face had long since frozen. Her pupils shrank sharply, staring fixedly at Rod's fluid figure, her breathing seemingly coming to a halt. What did she see? Was the southern weakling who couldn't even hold a sword steady a moment ago, and the seasoned, skilled warrior before her eyes, really the same person? An illusion. How is that possible? Soon, Wygrit received another piece of bad news, as far as she was concerned. Rod's treatment had truly worked, Carl's condition had stabilized, and his survival was a certainty. Wygrit didn't even know how she had left that clearing. Her mind was buzzing, filled entirely with Rod's fluid, seamless sword techniques. Liar. Soft-footed weakling from the south. He must have known those moves all along and just pretended it was his first time learning them. Yes, that must be it. She suddenly remembered that ridiculous bet. If he won, she would have to be his woman, at his beck and call. Just thinking about that image, thinking about being pinned under this annoying guy, Wygrit felt her stomach churn. She spun around abruptly and rushed back to her tattered fur tent, grabbing the longbow that had been with her for many years from the corner. No, she absolutely could not lose. She stumbled to the edge of the camp, facing the biting wind, and drew her bowstring. She had to practice. Practice day and night. She would hone her archery to the absolute limit. She didn't believe this southern liar could beat her. Wygrit threw herself into frantic training, but a real crisis arrived quietly along with the snowstorm. The blizzard in the north arrived as soon as it was spoken of. The day before had been clear skies, by the next day, the entire world had turned into a vast, white chaos. Huge snowflakes were whipped up by the gale, wandering between heaven and earth like countless white ghosts, with visibility less than 2 meters. In weather like this, let alone hunting, just stepping out of the tent could get you frozen to death. Consequently, the entire tribe was forced to halt their frantic construction, and everyone huddled inside their dwellings. The superiority of the God's Grace cabin was fully demonstrated at this moment. Outside, the storm could tear flesh, inside, it was as warm as spring. Those wildlings without cabins hid in the homes of those who had them. The thick wooden walls completely shut out the storm. Everyone gathered around the campfire, sharing the manna bestowed by Rod, while the children listened to the elders tell ancient stories about giants and the children of the forest. Comfort spread through this tribe in the bitter cold for the first time. However, behind this comfort lay a deadly hidden danger. In Rod's wooden cabin, Tormund's large face was full of worry. He might as well have had the word, urgent, carved on his forehead. My lord, our food is running out. He rubbed his hands, his massive frame appearing somewhat restless. You've seen it these past few days. Everyone has been working their guts out, and they've all become gluttons, eating more than twice as much as usual. Our already meager supplies have hit rock bottom in these last few days. Tormund sighed and continued, in winters past, we always rationed our food, eating 1 meal a day and sleeping when we were hungry. But now, having tasted the feeling of being full, who would want to go back to starving? Rod's brow furrowed as well. This was a problem he had anticipated, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Vigorous construction would inevitably lead to a sharp increase in consumption. He could exchange for food from the system shop, but that wasn't a long-term solution. 1 loaf of bread cost 1 silver deer, and with over 100 people in the tribe, just eating bread would consume over 100 silver deer a day. Sitting idle and eating through his supplies, while he certainly wouldn't be doomed, would definitely hinder his development. After all, every single silver deer was very useful in the early stages. He had to open up new sources of revenue. And in this frozen land, the only source was the game in the forest. When the snow stops, we will go hunting, Rod decided. But Tormund looked troubled. This snow doesn't look like it will let up, it'll last at least 7 or 8 days. By then, we probably won't even have the strength to leave the camp. Rod looked at the vast white world outside the window, then glanced at the assets on his system panel. Current assets. 9 silver deer. During this week of the blizzard, everyone stopped working, but the tax revenue would not stop. There was a daily influx of silver deer, which would allow his small treasury to fill up rapidly. He would take advantage of this week to accumulate some, then convert part of it into real combat power and the rest into consumables. Don't worry about the food, Rod said, looking at Tormund. These next few days, let everyone eat their fill and rest well. I will find a way to get food. When the snow stops, I want to see a pack of hungry wolves, not a group of sick cats. With Rod's guarantee, Tormund immediately breathed a sigh of relief and retreated, offering endless thanks. After doing all this, he walked out of the wooden cabin, braving the wind and snow, and headed toward the edge of the camp. There, A figure had been practicing against the wind and snow for an entire day. Wygrit's red hair was covered in snowflakes, and her fingers, used to draw the bow, were frozen bright red. In some places, the skin had even worn away, seeping tiny beads of blood. But she persisted. She drew the bowstring again and again, aiming at a withered tree in the distance that was swaying precariously in the wind. Her gaze was focused and obsessive. Rod stood behind her for a long time, only speaking after she fired the last arrow. Do you not want your hands anymore? Wygrit's figure stiffened. She turned around slowly, and seeing that it was Rod, the focus in her eyes instantly turned to wariness. Mind your own business. The blizzard will continue for several more days, Rod said, ignoring her attitude. When the snow stops, the tribe will need food. We are going to organize a large-scale hunt, and I will need you then. Wygrit held her bow, watching him coldly, saying nothing. Also, I need you to teach me. Rod stated his purpose. Teach me how to use a bow. Wygrit acted as if she had heard some enormous joke. She looked Rod up and down, a barely concealed, mocking smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Teach you? Did I hear that right? Aren't you a messenger of God? Aren't you all powerful? What? Didn't your God teach you how to draw a bow and shoot an arrow? She walked up to Rod step by step, standing on her tiptoes until she was almost pressed against his face, her clear eyes full of provocation. Or is it that you want me to teach you skills so you can win our bet, then tie me to the bed and ravage me wildly? Rod looked at her face, inches from his own. You're overthinking it. I'm not learning archery to win against you. I am the leader of this tribe. When we hunt, I cannot hide in the back like a useless piece of trash. I need to stand at the very front and personally shoot down the first piece of game for everyone. This is my responsibility. As for our bet, Rod looked into her eyes, enunciating every word, that is a matter between the two of us, it has nothing to do with the survival of the tribe. Wygrit froze. She had prepared a bellyful of acerbic, biting words to retort, but Rod's words made all of them catch in her throat, she couldn't say a single word. Responsibility. Hearing this word from the mouth of a liar she had already judged caused her to waver just a little. She suddenly realized that she couldn't seem to see through this man anymore. He was clearly a liar, yet he was using practical actions to save a dying clansman. He was clearly a soft-footed weakling from the south, yet he had learned exquisite sword skills overnight. He could clearly rely on divine miracles to keep everyone fed and clothed without worry, yet he chose the most primitive, most difficult path of hunting. What kind of person was he, exactly? HMPH. Wygrit finally looked away. Although she felt a tiny bit of acknowledgement toward Rod, the pride in her heart made it impossible for her to compromise easily. Talk is cheap. Her tone was no longer as aggressive as it had been just moments ago. Rod knew she had softened. Deep down, this woman cared about the tribe more than anyone else. He pulled a small white porcelain bottle from his bosom and tossed it over. What is this? Wygrit caught it instinctively. Ointment for frostbite. The witch doctors beyond the wall can't conjure up something like this. Rod turned and walked toward the wooden cabin. Heal your hands. Tomorrow morning, I will come to find you to learn archery. I don't want you to be unable to draw your bow because of frostbite by then. Who said I would teach you? Wygrit shouted from behind him. Rod didn't look back. He simply waved his hand with his back to her. Wygrit watched his figure disappear into the wind and snow, then looked down at the bottle in her hand, which was emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. She pressed her lips together tightly. After studying it for a while, she opened the cap, and a rush of cool, medicinal scent wafted toward her. She hesitated for a moment, then used her fingertip to dip out a little and applied it to her swollen and broken-skinned fingers. A soothing, cool sensation instantly dispelled the stinging, burning pain. This fool. Wygrit looked at her hands, her expression so complex that even she couldn't explain it. The snowstorm showed no signs of easing. The next day, at the agreed-upon time, Rod pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, and a gust of wind mixed with ice crystals hit him square in the face. That fiery red figure was already there, like a flame burning stubbornly in the snow. Wygrit was clutching her longbow, and when she saw Rod approaching, she turned her head away. I'm not doing this for you. She spoke coldly, as if explaining it to herself. The tribe needs food, and I don't want to see those children starve to death. A good hunter can keep a few more of us from dying. This woman was truly stubborn. Rod didn't expose her, just walked to her side. Then let's begin, teacher. Don't call me teacher. Wygrit bristled instantly. My name is Wygrit. She shoved a spare smaller bow into Rod's arms, her movements rough. Watch closely, I'm only teaching this once. She took a deep breath, stood firm, held the bow with her left hand, knocked the string with her right, and turned her body slightly to form a stable triangle. Her teaching method was completely different from Tormund's. Tormund emphasized momentum and how to unleash one's strength. Wygrit, however, emphasized a feeling of becoming one with the bow. Rod mimicked her posture, but his whole body was as stiff as a piece of wood. Idiot. Drop your shoulders. You're drawing a bow, not wrestling with it. Wygrit couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, reached out, and pressed down hard on Rod's shoulders. Rod was stunned by her sudden movement and subconsciously stumbled straight into her embrace. Even through the thick fur clothing, he could still feel that astonishing elasticity. Wygrit was also stunned. She subconsciously steadied Rod, and the two were pressed tightly together. This woman's figure was much more substantial than it looked, she had plenty of substance. Before Rod's brain could even process it, his body had already made a move subconsciously. Sure enough, the next second, Wygrit froze completely. Time seemed to stand still for a second. Then, a terrifying killing intent erupted from her. You are dead. She shoved Rod away violently, her right hand already reaching for the dagger at her waist, and her clear eyes ignited with a rage that could burn a person to ashes. You fool. Don't think that just because you forced yourself on me that one time, I'll let you do as you please. Wait. It was a reflex. A pure reflex. Rod retreated repeatedly, raising his hands in surrender. Wygrit glared at him intensely, her chest heaving dramatically, and the hand holding the dagger trembling slightly, wishing she could stab Rod to death right there. In the end, she didn't draw the dagger. She shot Rod a fierce look and squeezed a few words through her teeth. If there's a next time, I'll chop off your hands. After saying that, she turned and walked away, looking as if she didn't want to teach him anymore. Rod thought she was genuinely angry, but when he opened his personal information, good heavens, her favorability had unexpectedly increased by 10 points. The body, PFFT, favorability doesn't lie. Wait, Rod hurriedly called out to her. I know I was wrong, I promise it won't happen again. For the tribe, for the children. It was for the tribe and the children again. Wygrit's footsteps paused, she was most susceptible to this. She stood with her back to Rod, calming herself for a good while before turning around again, though she still kept 3 paces away from him. Practice on your own. Come find me when your posture is correct. With that, she hugged her bow, walked to a distance, and began to practice on her own, not glancing at Rod again. Rod rubbed his nose. That sensation just now, it was indeed quite good. He looked at his assets, which were still only 9 silver deer, and sighed. It would be a while before the next deposit, so it seemed there was no way to take a shortcut for now. For the next few hours, Rod stood in the biting cold wind, repeating the most basic bow holding and standing posture over and over again. He noticed that although Wygrit said she wouldn't teach him anymore, her gaze would drift over from time to time. When he got a movement right, she would look away without a trace. And when his posture went out of form, her brows would furrow unconsciously. This woman was a typical case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Rod calmed his mind, constantly adjusting his body according to the principles Wygrit had taught earlier. His muscles were sore, almost numb. Detected that the host is learning a combat skill, basic archery. Basic archery beginner, spend 100 silver deer to upgrade to proficient. 100 silver deer. It was twice as expensive as swordsmanship. He had no money right now. Rod gritted his teeth and continued to practice. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Rod finally managed to strike a standard pose, he heard the long-awaited sound in his mind. Daily taxes have been received, obtained 137 silver deer. Current assets. 146 silver deer. Finally, Rod secretly glanced at Wygrit in the distance, she was standing with her back to him, seemingly resting. Upgrade. Basic archery. Confirm spending 100 silver deer to upgrade, basic archery, from beginner to proficient. Confirm. The exact same feeling as when he learned swordsmanship came rushing back. Countless pieces of knowledge and muscle memory regarding drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing flooded into his brain and body frantically. He could feel his muscles trembling at an imperceptible frequency, adjusting his method of exerting force. He could see the trajectory of the arrow in flight, and hear the effect of the wind on the fletching. Of course, this was just a mysterious intuition. When Rod opened his eyes again, the bow in his hand felt as if it had become a part of his body, as if he had been practicing for a long time. Rod drew the bowstring. This time, the movement was fluid, without any hesitation. His gaze locked onto a withered branch 50 meters away that was bent by the snow. He didn't aim deliberately, it was just a feeling. His fingers released. The bowstring gave a crisp vibration. The wooden arrow, carrying a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the air, drew a black line through the falling snow. Snap. A soft sound. 50 meters away, the withered branch snapped in response and fell into the snow. Rod slowly lowered the bow and looked at the fiery red figure in the distance. Ygritte had turned around at some point. She stood there, motionless, like a statue frozen by ice and snow. The longbow in her arms had slipped to the ground, but she didn't even notice. Her clear eyes were wide open, and her pupils were filled with shock that couldn't be described in words. What did she see? A southerner who couldn't even hold a bow steady this morning. Now, shot a branch off from 50 meters away with one arrow. In such a heavy snowstorm, even she might not have 100% certainty. What kind of monster was he? Rod ignored her shock. He knew that to deal with a stubborn mule like her, you had to slap her in the face with facts. He drew the bow again, aimed, and shot. Whoosh! Snap! Another branch was precisely shot off. This time, Ygritte finally reacted. She rushed over, snatched the bow from Rod's hand, and checked it over and over, as if trying to find some mechanism on it. But it was just the most ordinary wooden bow, the very one she had given him just now. How did you do that? Her voice no longer held its previous mockery. Rod didn't speak, just walked behind her, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and took hold of her hand that was holding the bow. This posture was excessively intimate. Ygritte's body tensed instantly. Just as she was about to struggle, she heard Rod's voice in her ear. Like this, right? Rod's hand guided hers, lifting the bow. Your body tells me I should aim there. He pressed his cheek close to hers, keeping his line of sight on the same level as hers. He could feel her warm breath, and that astonishing softness that couldn't be ignored even through the leather clothing. Ygritte was completely dumbfounded. Her body was stiff, and her brain couldn't think. This was an experience she had never had before. You have a great figure. Rod whispered in her ear. Boom. Ygritte's cheeks turned as red as if they were dripping blood. She snapped out of it, shocked, and forgetting about any posture, she lifted her foot and kicked Rod's lower leg hard. You want to die. Then, she ran into the vast wind and snow without looking back. Rod winced in pain from the kick, but he smiled as he watched her retreating figure. The woman's hostility didn't seem as heavy anymore. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The raging blizzard finally stopped. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled onto the silver-clad earth, the entire tribe was buzzing with excitement. During these 7 days, Rod used the accumulated silver deer every day to exchange for bread and clean water, ensuring that not a single person in the tribe went hungry. And his assets, after paying for the food expenses, remained steadily at 400 silver deer, not as his own emergency funds, but because he really didn't know what else to upgrade. He pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, looked at the clansmen outside who were full of energy because they were well fed, and walked to the center of the camp. The wind and snow have stopped. Our food is running low. Now, take up your weapons, and sharpen your claws and teeth. Rod's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the fiery-haired huntress who had just walked out of her tent. Today, we go hunting. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Game of Thrones. Give me one silver stag every day from each of my subjects. Part 2. The sky cleared after the snow, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire snowfield until it was blindingly white, so bright that one couldn't open their eyes. Rod stood at the front of the group with dark circles under his eyes, holding the small bow Wygrit had given him. Behind him were 20 of the tribe's most elite hunters led by Tormund. Each of them was wrapped in thick animal skins, holding bows, arrows, and spears, with sharp eyes. Everyone was full of determination. Because today, they were fighting for food. Wygrit walked on the other side of the group, looking at Rod from a distance. She held her longbow in her arms, and her red hair was as striking as a ball of fire in the white world. Everyone, perk up, Tormund growled in his muffled voice. Hunt more prey, don't embarrass me. The hunters puffed out their chests one after another. Many of them had witnessed with their own eyes Rod going from a layman to an initiate overnight, and from a rookie to a true archer within a day. In the simple values of the wildlings, the strong should be respected, especially for someone like Rod who learned so quickly, it earned them even more respect. To be precise, they admired anyone who was smart. Shish. The scout at the very front of the group suddenly made a gesture to be quiet. Everyone stopped walking, their breathing becoming lighter. Following the direction of the scout's finger, at the edge of a sparse woodland, a sturdy adult stag was lowering its head to graze on moss covered by snow. This leisurely deer had no idea it had become the focus. So fat, all the hunters' eyes lit up, and they subconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. This was a perfect start. They ran into a big fat deer right after setting out. Tormund was about to order an encirclement, but Rod raised his hand. He stepped out from the crowd and walked forward alone. Everyone's gaze was fixed on his back. What was he doing? Hunting alone. That stag was at least 50 meters away from him. At this distance, even the best archer in the tribe only had a 50% chance of success, unless they had a good bow. Wygrit's brows also furrowed. Rod ignored the discussion behind him. He just stood still and slowly raised the bow in his hand. The whole world seemed to have slowed down. He drew the bowstring, and the bow body was pulled into a full crescent. No hesitation. The moment the bowstring was fully drawn, his fingers released naturally. Hum. A crisp twang of the bowstring suddenly rang out across the silent snowfield. The stag seemed to sense danger and suddenly raised its head. But it was too late. The black arrow carved a straight trajectory of death in the air, precisely piercing through the wind and snow, hitting the stag's neck right in the center. Puff. Blood sprayed out. The tenacious stag didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry, its massive body swayed twice and then crashed to the ground. Killed with one arrow. The entire hunting party had their mouths agape, foolishly looking at the fallen prey, then looking at the man holding the longbow with a tall, straight posture. That was 50 meters, and in such a blindingly bright environment after the snow. Awoo. After a brief silence, Tormund was the first to react. He held his verdict high and let out an excited roar. Awoo, awoo, awoo. All the wildling hunters roared along, hitting the ground hard with their weapons, venting their inner shock and ecstasy in the most primitive way. This was the leader they wanted, able to bring them food and hope. Rod slowly lowered his bow, turned around, and his gaze crossed the cheering crowd to land on Wygrit. When she saw Rod looking over, the glimmer in her eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by her usual pride and stubbornness. Barely passable, she pursed her lips, her voice not loud, but just enough for Rod to hear. Maybe half as good as me. Rod smiled. This woman, even at a time like this, was still so stubborn. However, just as Wygrit finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. A snow-white rabbit, having crawled out from some snowdrift, was startled by the commotion and was fleeing across the snow at high speed, leaving only a blur of white. Snow rabbit, the hardest prey to catch on the snowfield. Just when everyone hadn't reacted yet, Wygrit moved. She didn't even have the motion of raising the bow to aim, she just raised her hand casually, and the bowstring was instantly drawn and released. Swish. An arrow, faster than Rod's just now, flew out almost skimming the surface of the snow. In the distance, the fast-moving white blur suddenly tumbled and stopped, rolling to a halt. An arrow precisely pierced through its eye socket. Good. Wygrit. Well done. The wildlings burst into enthusiastic cheers again. Wygrit retracted her bow and looked at Rod provocatively, her fiery red hair flying in the wind, her eyes seemingly saying, "See that? This is real technique. Rod was not angry, instead, he was amused by her appearance. This woman had the words, unconvinced, practically carved on her face. A sense of competitiveness welled up from the bottom of Rod's heart. He didn't speak either, just cast his gaze toward the sky not far away. A few startled snow pheasants were flapping their wings and flying high in a panic. Rod calmly drew 2 arrows from his quiver and knocked them on the bowstring at the same time. What is he doing? 2 arrows with 1 bow. Tormund's eyes were about to pop out. The next second, Rod released the bowstring. Swish, swish. 2 arrows, one after another, one high and one low, carved 2 different trajectories in the air. In midair, the 2 snow pheasants that had just taken flight almost simultaneously let out a mournful cry and fell straight down. One had its wing pierced, and the other had its chest pierced. If the wildlings were cheering just now, then now, they were completely dumbfounded. They looked at the sky, then at the ground, and finally looked at Rod with dull eyes. Is this even human? Wygrit's pupils also shrank sharply, and her fingers gripping the bow tightened unconsciously. This fool, how many more skills was he hiding? Rod was also a bit depressed. Just now, in order to show off in front of everyone, he had painfully upgraded his archery skill from proficient to mastery, costing him a full 300 silver deer. But it wasn't a loss. After all, his strength improvement was real progress, definitely not a waste. A hunt that was originally for survival had completely turned into a personal performance. The wildlings followed behind, having completely given up thinking, just numbly following the 2, picking up the fallen prey. Wygrit shot a running snow wolf. Lord Rod shot down a snow eagle from 100 meters in the sky. Wygrit shot through the eye of a snow fox in a rock crevice with 1 arrow. My God, Lord Rod shot through 2 roe deer running side by side with 1 arrow. How did he do that? Tormund's mouth hadn't closed since the morning. He looked at the sleds behind him, packed full and even piled into small mountains, and felt that happiness had come too suddenly. Enough. This food was enough for the whole tribe to eat for a week. And it was all fat, fresh meat. He excitedly ran to Rod's side, his huge palm, slapping, onto Rod's shoulder. My lord, it's miraculous. You are truly miraculous. Rod rubbed his shoulder and looked at the red-haired woman not far away who was still struggling with a tree. She seemed unconvinced by Rod's killing 2 birds with 1 stone earlier and was trying to pierce through 3 consecutive leaves with 1 arrow. Tormund, Luoda withdrew his gaze. Take a few men and have them transport this prey back. Hurry. And you, sir. We continue. Luoda's gaze swept over Wygrit and the remaining elite hunters. The sun hasn't set yet. We can still bag some more. Tormund was stunned, then overjoyed. He didn't ask any further questions, immediately pointing to a few of the sturdiest wildling men to pull the sleds back toward the camp. The group was smaller now, and the snowy plains fell silent once again. With fewer spectators, the competitive spirit of the hunt vanished, and the atmosphere grew somewhat dull. Wygrit stopped fussing with the leaves and simply held her bow, walking silently at the front of the group. Just then, Wygrit, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and raised her hand. Everyone held their breath. Following her line of sight, a huge gray figure flashed across a snow slope 100 meters ahead. It was a wolf. A giant wolf whose size far exceeded that of an ordinary timber wolf. Direwolf. An old wildling lowered his voice, his tone filled with awe. In wildling lore, the direwolf was a companion of the old gods and a ghost of the north. But this direwolf was in a very strange state. It lacked the composure of a snowfield predator. Instead, it looked as if it were fleeing for its life. It was running desperately toward the south, glancing back toward the far north from time to time, its eyes filled with a human-like fear. What is it afraid of? Tormund frowned. No one could answer. Further north, besides the endless ice fields and the land of always winter, what else could there be? Luoda's heart, however, sank. He knew exactly what was over there. It seemed those dead men were starting to stir. Just as he prepared to speak up and stop them, the sound of wind being broken shrieked out. Whoosh! It was Wygrit. She didn't even look at anyone. While everyone else was still confused by the direwolf's strange behavior, she had already fired the arrow in her hand, driven by a hunter's instinct. The arrow's speed was astonishing, leaving a blur in the air. The fleeing direwolf let out a mournful cry, its massive body rolling a few times in the snow before finally coming to a stop, blood quickly staining the white snow beneath it red. A heart-piercing shot. A perfect strike. But no one cheered. Everyone looked at Wygrit with strange eyes. Wygrit was also stunned. She had fired that arrow out of an instinct not to lose, wanting to prove that she was still the strongest hunter in the tribe. But the moment the direwolf fell, she regretted it. She saw the look in the wolf's eyes as it looked at her in its final moments. It wasn't hatred, but a kind of plea. Go, let's take a look. Luoda's voice broke the silence. The group slowly approached. Only when they were close did they see that the mother wolf's belly was highly distended. It was a pregnant mother wolf. It had run south desperately, not for itself, but to find a safe place for the children in its belly. In the final moments of its life, it used its last strength, its body convulsing violently. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, a few wet little ones, still connected by umbilical cords, were squeezed out from beneath it, letting out faint whimpers. 6 wolf pups. The mother wolf looked at its children, and a turbid tear rolled down from those eyes that were slowly losing their luster. It was dead. Wygrit's face turned pale. The longbow in her hand dropped into the snow. Her archery, which she took such pride in, and her honor as a hunter, had become a joke at this moment. Because she had killed a mother. This is an ill omen. Tormund looked away, unable to bear watching any longer. Wildlings revered nature. They never hunted pregnant beasts. This was a taboo. Of course, it was precisely because of this seemingly benevolent tradition that, while they were often plagued by hunger, they were barely able to survive. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Luoda did not go to comfort the bewildered Wygrit but walked to the side of the wolf carcass, squatted down, and looked at the few wolf pups nudging their noses in the cold wind, looking for milk. Eddard Stark, the name popped into his mind. This should be the litter of direwolves that the Duke of Winterfell was about to encounter. The trajectory of fate had been slightly nudged because of his appearance. Wrap them in animal hide and take them. Luoda's voice was calm. Tormund was stunned. My lord, they won't survive long here. Luoda raised his head. Rather than letting them freeze to death here, we might as well take them back. Who knows, after we domesticate them, they might even be able to help us hunt when they grow up. Tormund looked at Luoda, then at the dejected Wygrit nearby, and finally nodded. He severed the umbilical cords, then took off the spare animal hide he was carrying, and carefully wrapped the 6 wolf pups together. The subsequent hunt became dull, and very little prey was caught. Wygrit was even more silent, not saying a word, following the team like a ghost. After hastily catching a few more snow hares, Luoda ordered the return. The atmosphere on the return journey was even heavier than when they came. Just as the team passed through a birch forest, the scout at the very front stopped again. Under a bare birch tree, a person was leaning against it. A girl. She was wearing ragged, thin leather clothes, her body already frozen stiff, her face covered with a layer of frost, eyes tightly closed, as if she were just sleeping. It's Mara. A hunter recognized her. The child who went missing during the migration last winter. Everyone's heart sank. In that blizzard, the little girl had become separated from the group and ultimately failed to walk out of this snowfield, dying only a few miles from home. Wygrit suddenly raised her head. She looked at the dead girl, then looked at the fur bundle containing the direwolf pups. Finally, she walked step by step to the girl's corpse and squatted down. We can't leave her here. Wygrit's voice was hoarse. She wanted to follow the wildling tradition, cremate the body, and send her on her final journey. This was the only thing she could do now, and it was to make up for the guilt in her heart. Just as she reached out her hand, preparing to lay the girl's body flat, the stiff corpse's tightly closed eyes snapped open. No whites in the eyes. Only a bottomless, cold, glowing blue. Ah, the change happened in an instant. The girl's corpse sprang up at an incredibly eerie angle, her withered hands clawing straight at Wygrit's face. Wygrit's mind went blank. This scene was too sudden, too bizarre, completely beyond her comprehension. She instinctively rolled backward, but the white's speed was astonishing, its fingernails grazing her cheek and leaving a bloody scratch. What kind of monster is this? Tormund let out a terrified roar. Don't touch it. Stay away from it. Luoda's stern shout rang out. He took the opportunity to draw the verdict that Tormund was carrying. A gloomy, cold light flashed through the forest. Clang. The white girl's head flew into the sky, still wearing that eerie smile, rolling in the air before falling into the snow. Its blue eyes were still staring fixedly at Wygrit. But it wasn't over. The headless corpse, instead of falling, lunged even more crazily at Wygrit, who had fallen to the ground. The wildlings retreated in terror. It doesn't die even after its head is cut off. What kind of demon is this? Wygrit was also completely bewildered. She looked at the headless corpse lunging at her and for a moment forgot to resist. Luoda kicked the headless corpse in the chest, knocking it over, then the verdict in his hand turned into a dazzling blade light. Swish, swish, swish. 2 arms and 2 legs were severed in response. The corpse, now hacked into pieces, was still writhing crazily on the snow, each limb seeming to possess its own life. Burn it. Luoda pointed at the wriggling pieces with his sword tip. Burn every part to ashes. Don't leave anything behind. The wildlings woke from their stupor, scrambling to set up a fire and throwing all the pieces in. As the stench of burning flesh filled the forest, only then did Wygrit regain her senses. She sat slumped in the snow, gasping for breath, the wound on her cheek stinging painfully. She looked at the raging fire, then at the man standing alone with his sword. He had saved her. At the moment she was most terrified and helpless, this southerner she hated and looked down upon the most had saved her life. Wygrit's heart was in turmoil. The severed head rolled in the flames, its blue eyes still staring wide, until it was finally consumed by the inferno. Dead. This time, it was truly dead. Yet, that bone-chilling cold spread through the heart of every free folk. No one spoke. The entire hunting party, those men who lived by licking blood beyond the wall, had faces paler than the snow beneath their feet at this moment. A young hunter could barely stand, collapsing onto the snow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, making a strange, clacking sound. Tormund stared at the bonfire, as if he were seeing not flames, but some sight from hell. Wygrit slowly stood up from the ground. The wound on her cheek had stopped bleeding, but the stinging pain was nothing compared to the turmoil in her heart. Thank you. Wygrit walked up to Rod and tilted her head back. I owe you my life. But, she changed the subject, that pride etched into her bones stubbornly re-emerging, don't think this means our wager is over. I haven't lost yet. Rod looked at her, shrugging his shoulders. This woman was truly like a stone in a latrine, stinking and hard. The wager certainly couldn't be called off. When she fell into his hands later, he would have to teach her a good lesson, make her know what submission meant, because he liked women who were a bit more obedient. My lord, what the hell is that thing? Tormund pointed at the remains, his voice changing pitch. This was a question all the free folk wanted to ask. Being able to move after being beheaded was clearly unreasonable. Rod wiped the blood off, verdict, on the snow and handed it back to Tormund. He looked around at faces filled with fear. Those are whites. Whites. This word had appeared in ancient legends, but it was just a story to scare children away from wandering off. In recent years, there had always been instances of free folk disappearing inexplicably, but they had assumed it was normal. Beyond the wall was dangerous. Encountering a bear, a blizzard, or something else while alone could cost one their life. The older generation of free folk had made them try their best to migrate south, but no one could clearly say what exactly was in the land of always winter to the north. Now they understood. It was likely these reanimated dead. They are dead men, the dead from the land of always winter. Rod's voice grew deep. You saw it just now, ordinary blades are useless against them. Even if you cut off their heads, their bodies will still attack you. They fear no pain, possess no thoughts, and their only purpose is to kill everything that lives. They are the enemy of all the living. Several free folk instinctively took a step back. Then, what do they fear? Tormund asked urgently. This question concerned the life and death of everyone. 3 things. Rod held up 3 fingers. First, fire. He pointed to the bonfire that had just been lit to burn the corpse. Only fire can burn them completely to ashes, making them unable to move again. Second, dragonglass. Dragonglass. Tormund looked confused. What is that? A type of black stone, like glass, also called frozen fire. Rod explained, weapons made from it can kill whites as easily as slicing through cheese. The free folk looked at each other. Some of the elders among them seemed to have heard of such things, but those were only legends. Third, Valerian steel. Whites have appeared, the eldest hunter muttered to himself, his cloudy eyes filled with despair. The legends are true. The long night is coming, the dead rise again. We are all going to die, we will all die in the end. This was more despair-inducing than facing any powerful tribe. That was an invincible enemy. Shut up. Seeing everyone in a panic, Rod roared. He walked up to the old hunter who had already started reciting his last words and looked directly into his fearful eyes. People always die, you're right about that. When everyone gets too old to walk, it's just a matter of waiting to be weeded out. But I want to say, right now, as long as I am here, you will not die. He turned around to face everyone. Yes, the long night is coming. This is the reason why I am here. This is also why I made you work hard to fell trees, to build sturdy houses and walls. This is also why I require every one of you to stay strong and be ready to fight at any time. Every word of Rod's made the free folks' hearts tremble. They suddenly realized. So, everything Lord Rod had done was not without reason. He had foreseen all of this. He was indeed saving them. Wygrit was also stunned. She looked at Rod's back. The man who had always been a liar in her eyes, a soft-footed southerner, seemed infinitely tall at this moment. If all his manipulative tactics were just to deal with these enemies, then she didn't seem to dislike him so much. Moreover, Rod had indeed done nothing to wrong everyone. The strength of one tribe is simply unable to withstand the legion of the dead, Rod's voice echoed in the woods. I need you to become stronger. I need more warriors. I need to unite all the free folk who are still alive. From the giants to the cave dwellers, from the frostfangs in the west to the Bay of Seals in the east. All tribes must unite. Only in this way can we huddle together for warmth and survive the coming long night. His words, like a ball of fire, reignited hope in the cold hearts of every free folk. The fear was still there. But, an unprecedented belief overwhelmed the fear. Tormund was the first to kneel on one knee. He held, verdict, across his chest and lowered his proud head. My lord, Tormund Giantsbane, and all the warriors under my command, are willing to fight for you. Willing to fight for you. All the hunters knelt on one knee in unison, their roars shaking the forest. Only Wygrit remained standing. She looked at the kneeling tribesmen, then at the man who was accepting everyone's allegiance, her lips moved, and in the end, she knelt down too. Her pride and untamed nature seemed so small in the face of the grand vision of saving all the free folk, which was suffocatingly large. She was likewise won over. But, my lord, Tormund raised his head and asked the most critical question. Those tribes are all like us, untamed wolves. Why would they listen to us? Why should they listen to us? Because I will perform miracles. Rod paused, as if suddenly recalling the untamable nature of the free folk. Indeed, there would always be stubborn ones like Wygrit. If miracles aren't enough, then beat them until they listen. The free folk only believe that whoever has the biggest fist is in the right. These words, crude and savage, ignited a fire in the eyes of every wildling. Right. As long as they could unite, what did they have to fear? Among the free folk were the Thens, the most organized tribe, who viewed their leader as a god and possessed bronze armor. There were the Hornfoots, the savage glacier tribes, cave dwellers, the Nightrunners, and even the immensely strong giants. They were the free folk. They were the wolves of beyond the wall. Even if they were to die, they should die on the charge, not scared out of their wits by fear. At this moment, they regained their confidence. Go back, Rod said, concise and to the point. The appearance of whites means the night will only become more dangerous. No one spoke on the journey back. Everyone's footsteps felt much heavier. When the hunting party returned to the camp and brought back the charred, dismembered remains along with the news of the whites' appearance, the entire tribe fell into a great panic. The women held their children, shivering in their wooden huts. The men gripped their weapons, warily watching the forest outside the camp that was shrouded in shadow. A gloom, like the coming of the apocalypse, hung over everyone's hearts. Everyone, listen to my command. Rod's voice broke the oppressive silence. He stood in the center of the camp, with a mountain of prey behind him and a roaring bonfire in front, the firelight casting a long shadow of him. From today on, after nightfall, no one is allowed to leave their dwelling at will, except for those on the night's watch. The bonfires will stay lit all night. Set up a fire every 50 paces. And place lamp oil nearby as a backup. If there isn't enough lamp oil, then tighten your belts for now and make a batch using animal fat. I only have one requirement. There must be enough lamp oil. Tormund. Here, pick 40 men, divide them into 4 groups, set up watchtowers around the camp, and take turns keeping watch. 20 men for the first half of the night, 20 men for the second half. If anyone discovers anything unusual, sound the alarm immediately. Remember, anything unusual. Rod issued order after order. The panicked wildlings seemed to have found a backbone, and the chaotic scene was quickly brought under control. They began to act spontaneously, moving firewood, reinforcing the fires, filling barrels with lamp oil, and building crude watchtowers. Faced with the threat of death, the tribe erupted with astonishing execution. The night had deepened completely. Rod returned to his wooden hut. This was the only building in the entire camp that was still lit, and it was the undying lighthouse in the hearts of all the wildlings. He placed the animal skin wrapping the 6 direwolf pups by the warm fire. The little ones had recovered from their initial weakness and were huddled together, letting out faint whimpers. Rod exchanged a small bag of goat milk powder from the system shop, mixed it, and carefully fed them. Watching these small lives struggling to survive in the cold wind, the gloom in his heart caused by the whites seemed to have dissipated slightly. The door of the wooden hut was gently pushed open. Osha walked in. She had already washed herself and carried that familiar, clean scent of soap. She didn't speak, just silently walked to Rod's side, knelt down, helped him tidy up the feeding tools, and then naturally leaned on his shoulder. "My lord, you seem to have something on your mind. Are you afraid?" Rod stroked her soft black hair. "I'm not afraid." Osha raised her head, her dark, bright eyes shimmering with an unusual luster in the firelight. "As long as I am by your side, I fear nothing." She licked her lips, her warm breath brushing past Rod's ear. "The night is long, is there anything you need me to do for you?" In normal times, Rod might have given in. But today, he wasn't in the mood. He just shook his head, then turned his gaze back to the direwolf pups waiting to be fed by the fire. Osha's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she didn't press further, just sat with him quietly. She could feel that the man before her had a huge shadow hanging over his heart. That shadow was far heavier than the blizzards beyond the wall. Yes, Rod was afraid too. He had transmigrated into this world, thinking he had been handed a script for building a kingdom and conquering. But reality had slapped him hard in the face. Whites. And that was just the whites. An ordinary warrior, as long as they overcame their fear and were careful, could maneuver around one, and in a one-on-one situation, could even hack it to pieces just like he did. But whites never fought alone, they often appeared in swarms of thousands. And that wasn't the truly terrifying part. Those white walkers, who could turn the dead into weapons and ride undead skeletal horses, were their primary enemies. And their king, the one standing in the land of always winter, the Night King who could make the wind and snow bow to him. What did this make him? Just arrived at the starter village and hadn't even had time to develop, only to be teleported directly to the entrance of the final boss dungeon. There wasn't much time left for him. He had also thought about it. The safest choice was undoubtedly to cross the wall and return to the warm south. With his system, in that prosperous place, he could absolutely live a flourishing life. But, he glanced at Osha quietly snuggled beside him, thought of that red-haired girl with the sharp tongue but soft heart, thought of Tormund's face full of trust, and thought of the wildlings in the camp who revered him as a god. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he didn't want to abandon them. But these wildlings and the Night's Watch were sworn enemies of centuries, the wall would absolutely never open its gates for them. Therefore, as long as he associated with the wildlings, he would have nowhere to go. The only choice was to build a city in beyond the wall, on this cursed land, capable of resisting the long night. He was at the forefront. He would be the first and most direct opponent on the Night King's path south. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on his heart. Just then, a direwolf pup crawled out from the animal skin, trembling. It seemed full of curiosity about the firelight, nudging its nose and inching bit by bit toward the dancing flames. Its fur was unique, not the gray of its siblings, but a pure white, looking exactly like the snow of the north. Rod reached out and scooped it back. The little one seemed somewhat dissatisfied, opening its mouth, which hadn't grown teeth yet, and took a bite of Rod's finger. It didn't hurt, it was just itchy. Just at the moment the direwolf pup bit his finger, that system prompt rang out in Rod's mind without warning. Ding. Detected special pet. White mutated direwolf. Do you want to bind it as the host's first, familiar? After binding, the host can activate the familiar system. Could those dragons be considered magical pets? If direwolves count, then there is no reason dragons shouldn't. A crazy thought flashed through Rod's mind. It would be great if I could get my hands on Daenerys's dragons, she has 3 of them. Besides, Daenerys hasn't married the Horse Lord yet. I could totally take the time to build a shipyard by the sea, cross the narrow sea, and intercept Daenerys ahead of time. Of course, there are also Illyrio's 3 eggs. I'm doing this for the dragon eggs, definitely not for Daenerys. Fine, he was lying. Rod admitted that Daenerys also carried some weight. After all, she was a must-visit attraction in the Game of Thrones world. His thoughts returned to the present. Rod looked at the palm-sized, snow-white little creature in his arms. Feeling its non-threatening nibbling, the pressure in his heart was greatly alleviated by this sudden system notification. Bind. Rod thought silently. Confirm binding the white mutant direwolf as your first magical pet. This cannot be changed after binding. Confirm. Binding successful. Please name your magical pet. Rod looked at the little creature's obsidian-like eyes and pondered for a moment. Let's call it Twilight Winter. Born in the last winter, with fur the color of snow at dusk, it was quite fitting. Naming successful. Magical pet bound. Magical pet. Twilight Winter, juvenile. Species. Mutant direwolf. Status. Healthy. Loyalty. 100, forever loyal. Corpse Bane passive, its claws and fangs deal lethal damage to undead creatures, White Walkers. Accelerated growth passive, the higher the quality of food consumed, the faster it grows, and the stronger its size and combat power will be upon reaching adulthood. Mount function can be unlocked after reaching adulthood. Rod's heart skipped a beat. Corpse Bane. This was a god-tier skill tailor-made to counter the army of White Walkers. And accelerated growth perfectly solved his biggest problem, time. As long as he had enough high-quality food, he could raise a giant wolf capable of tearing whites to shreds in the shortest possible time. Moreover, it also solved his mount problem. Although direwolves aren't ideal riding mounts, they are still better than horses and would temporarily fill the void of not having a dragon to ride. Besides, if necessary, wolves can also attack. With a thought, he glanced at the 5 gray wolf pups still fast asleep in the animal hide. The system didn't react at all. Obviously, only this white mutant variety was qualified to become his magical pet. A bit of a pity. Forget it, getting one was already lucky enough. He placed Twilight Winter back into the warm animal hide. Now, he just needed to feed it every day. My lord. Osha's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Seeing that Rod's expression seemed to have softened significantly, she boldly rested her head on his thigh and looked up at him. Are you feeling better? Yes. By the way, you are responsible for taking care of these little ones. They might be weaned soon. When that happens, feed them beast meat 3 times a day. If anything seems wrong with them, tell me immediately. Rod reached out and stroked her soft, long hair. Although this woman was tough, she could always provide the most direct comfort when he needed it most. Stay and sleep here tonight. Osha's eyes lit up. She didn't say anything, just silently climbed onto the bed, tucked herself into the warm bear skin quilt, and warmed the bed for Rod. Holding Osha's body, which was full of strength and warmth, Rod slept soundly that night. The next day, just as dawn broke, the entire tribe woke up. In the clearing, large cauldrons were set up. The deer and roe deer hunted yesterday were gutted and butchered, and large chunks of fresh meat churned in boiling water. The rich aroma of meat dispelled the morning chill. The women sat together, carefully peeling off intact animal hides with bone knives, cleaning away the fat and bloodstains. These were the hard currency the tribe needed to survive the winter. Tormund walked over, chewing on a roasted deer leg, his mouth greasy. My lord, you're awake. He grinned, and the gloom from yesterday's encounter with the whites vanished without a trace. Thanks to you, we won't go hungry. He pointed to the animal hides being processed. Once these hides are dried, according to the old rules, I plan to take some men to the Weeper's tribe to trade for some black iron ore from their mountains. Although there was often friction between the free folk, basic barter still existed. Rod's mind, however, was stirred by the word, trade. He looked north, toward the endless snowfield. The appearance of the whites made him realize that isolating himself was a dead end. He had to take the initiative. Before the Night King's army finished assembling, he needed to unite all forces that could be united. And trade was undoubtedly the best stepping stone. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Tormund, I will go on this trade run myself. Tormund froze, forgetting to chew the venison in his mouth. My lord, you are going. That place isn't safe. The Weeper and his bunch are just like their name, poor, whiny, and they like to stab people in the back. I want to go meet them. Rod's gaze fell on the animal hides. But we aren't trading for iron ore this time. Not trading for iron ore. Tormund was even more confused. Then what are we trading for? People. Trade for people. Tormund's brain couldn't quite process this. How could people be more important than iron tools? Weapons come first, right? Rod didn't explain. He focused his mind on the system and opened the dazzling shop interface. He needed something with an extremely low cost that could cause a huge shock in this world, especially for the free folk. A miracle that could perfectly prove his identity as a messenger of the gods. He quickly browsed the daily supplies category. Table salt, not shocking enough. Bread, also a bit lacking. His gaze finally settled on an inconspicuous item. Small handheld glass mirror, with exquisite animal patterned engraved casing, 1 silver deer. A mirror. Rod's eyes lit up. In this world, mirrors were luxuries only nobles could possess. And they were only incredibly blurry bronze mirrors, trash, really. And even a reasonably clear bronze mirror was priced beyond what an average family could afford. And for the free folk, for whom even bronze was rare, they might never have seen their own appearance clearly in their entire lives. They could only see their blurry reflections on the frozen surface of a river or in a still pool of water. If they saw a mirror that could clearly reflect every whisker and every wrinkle, what would they think? Although the free folk were known for their pragmatism, there might still be a market for it. Besides, mirrors were cheap, only 1 silver deer. He might as well test it on Tormund first. My lord, what are you thinking about? Seeing Rod remain silent for a long time, Tormund couldn't help but ask again. Rod snapped out of his thoughts. From his bosom, under Tormund's puzzled gaze, he conjured an object out of thin air. It was a palm-sized mirror. The back of the mirror was a brass casing provided by the system, engraved with intricate and beautiful beast totems, full of a primitive and mysterious aesthetic. Tormund's breath hitched for a moment. He stared fixedly at the mirror. The carving on the brass casing alone was enough to leave him speechless. He had never seen such a delicate creation. What is this? Take a look and you'll know. Rod turned the mirror surface toward Tormund. The moment Tormund's gaze met the mirror, he was struck as if by lightning. He saw it. In that small piece of glass, he saw a man. A man with flame-red hair, a face full of scars, and eyes that held a hint of ferocity and 3 parts confusion. That man was himself. Terribly clear. It was foolish ugly. He could even see the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the tiny beads of sweat on the tip of his nose from excitement. Ah! Tormund let out a strange yelp in fright, took a big step back, and almost fell onto his butt. Having never looked in a mirror in his life, Tormund pointed at the mirror, then at himself, dumbfounded and unable to speak. The free folk working nearby were also attracted by the commotion and gathered around. When they saw Tormund's expression as if he had seen a ghost, they all looked puzzled. Tormund, what's wrong with you? It's. Tormund pointed at the mirror in Rod's hand, his Adam's apple bobbing. It's my soul. My soul was sucked into this thing. As soon as he said this, all the free folk turned pale with fright. Rod almost laughed out loud. He walked up to the nearest free folk woman and held the mirror in front of her. The woman only took one look before letting out a shriek even more piercing than Tormund's, covering her face and crouching down. Apparently, she was horrified by her own ugliness. Quiet. Rod calmed everyone down. This is not sorcery. He held up the mirror. It is called a mirror. It is a sacred object gifted to me by the gods, which allows you to truly see your own appearance. He walked over to Tormund and shoved the mirror into his still trembling hands. Tormund held the mirror as if it were a red-hot branding iron, completely at a loss. He hesitated for a long time, but finally summoned the courage to aim the mirror at himself again. This time, he wasn't scared again. He just stared blankly at himself in the mirror, looking at that weather-beaten face. So, this is what I look like. He reached out with rough fingers and gently stroked his reflection in the mirror, his eyes filled with wonder and shock. The surrounding free folk watched this scene, their expressions slowly shifting from initial fear to an uncontrollable curiosity. They also wanted to see what they looked like. Rod took in everyone's reactions. This time when we go to the Weeper's tribe. He looked around at everyone and said, "We are not trading our goods for iron or our food. We are trading for the strongest men or the most fertile women in their tribe. If they are unwilling, then we will use the mirrors to trade." Tormund's look of having seen a ghost was more persuasive than any words could be. As the other free folk gathered their courage and saw their own excessively clear reflections in the mirror one by one, the entire camp fell into a strange frenzy. They obsessively stroked their faces in the mirror, gasping and screaming. Some were even so frightened by their own ugliness that they burst into tears on the spot. To them, this small mirror was a window through which the gods examined the souls of mortals. Rod was very satisfied with this effect. He asked several people in a row, and everyone expressed their willingness to buy this novel little gadget. After all, their entertainment options were far too scarce. However, that said, Rod also had his own concerns about this trip to the Weeper's tribe. If things went smoothly, it would be fine, and he could return quickly. But if things did not go well, he and the dozen or so people with Tormund might not be able to return on time. The camp's defenses had to be foolproof before he left. It was better to save up some money first. There was no rush. Another week passed. Current assets: 1096 silver deer. Very good, it was time to spend money. Tormund: "Here, my lord. Pass on my order. Have the members of the guard gather at the wooden fence." Although puzzled, Tormund quickly carried out the order. They gathered around the crooked wooden fence at the edge of the camp, not understanding what Lord Rod was going to do next. Ygritte also stood on the edge of the crowd, holding her bow. She was equally curious. Rod walked up to the section of the wooden fence made of thick logs that had simply been sharpened. Calling this thing a fence was being generous. It was full of gaps, not to mention whites. It might not even stop a strong, large wild boar. He reached out and placed his hand on one of the wooden stakes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his hand. This pose again. They knew that a miracle was coming. Primary building detected. Wooden fence inferior. Spend 1000 silver deer to upgrade it to sturdy wooden wall. Upgrade. A familiar ripple spread out from the center of his palm. The next second, the earth shook. The crude fence, nearly a kilometer long in total, seemed to be uprooted by an invisible giant hand. The frozen soil on the ground turned over by itself, and massive logs, thicker than a person's waist, rose from the ground with a roar. They fit together seamlessly, instantly forming a thick wall 5 meters high. The surface of the wooden wall was smooth and sturdy, and the top was equipped with paths for patrolling and crenellations for shooting. This was no longer a fence, this was a true city wall. Gods. Tormund's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground again, while the free folk behind him all knelt in unison. They looked at the majestic wooden wall that had appeared out of thin air, their brains completely unable to think, leaving only the most primitive fanaticism. Creation. This kind of near-creation power again. But the miracle was not over yet. Rod's gaze turned to the only crude watchtower in the camp. He walked under one of the watchtowers and reached out his hand again. Primary building detected. Watchtower inferior. Spend 50 silver deer to upgrade it to wooden arrow tower. Upgrade. Another ripple occurred. The crude watchtower rose from the ground, its structure becoming more stable, the top platform expanding, and sturdy railings were installed around it. Most importantly, a delicately crafted ballista appeared in the center of the platform. Beside it, bundles of giant crossbow bolts were neatly stacked, along with a few clay pots filled with oil. Wooden arrow tower. Building HP plus 500, sturdiness level plus 1, can fire special crossbow bolts, dealing massive damage to small and medium-sized units. Special Ability 1. Can fire fire arrows, doubling the burning damage dealt to undead creatures. Special Ability 2. Can consume money to directly replenish crossbow bolts, self-made bolts can also be replenished. Fire arrows. Rod whispered. When dealing with whites, fire was always the most efficient weapon. His assets were instantly wiped out, leaving only a pitiful few dozen silver deer. But he didn't feel a pang of regret at all. Money could be earned again if lost, but if people were gone, everything was gone. Currently, the most important thing was population, which directly affected daily tax revenue. He would feel pained if even one person died. Wygrit. Rod turned around. Wygrit stiffened. While I am away, you are in charge of the camp. Rod looked at her. I will teach you how to use this arrow tower. If any whites approach, remember, do not hesitate, use the oil to burn them all. Everyone's eyes fell on Wygrit. Let her be in charge. This woman who had previously been the most disrespectful to my lord. Wygrit looked at the brand new arrow tower, the impregnable wall, and then thought of the headless corpse that had lunged at her that night. Don't die out there. She finally forced the words out through gritted teeth, which counted as agreeing to Rod's request. 3 days later, a 10-person trade caravan, carrying over 100 processed animal skins and dozens of exquisite mirrors, left the camp, which was already beginning to take the shape of a city. The Weepers tribe was situated between two barren stone mountains, wrapped in cold, biting winds all year round. The reason it was called by that name was because when the wind blew through the valley, it made a wailing sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. It was also because the people living here always wore an inescapable look of misery and hostility on their faces, often breaking down and weeping due to their miserable lives. When Rod's party appeared at the mouth of the valley, several free folk holding iron spears immediately surrounded them vigilantly. Tormund, a one-eyed man leading them, recognized him, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. What are you doing here? Want to trade for iron? Styr, we are here to trade. Tormund replied in a muffled voice. The one-eyed man known as Styr let his gaze pass over Tormund and land on Rod, who was standing beside him. He looked Rod up and down, taking in his clean clothes and his face, which looked far too fair for beyond the wall, and a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in his eyes. Trade, Styr sneered. Tormund, I heard you became a dog for some liar from the south. I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems Jontbane's brain must have been crushed by a giant's foot. This sentence made the free folk behind Tormund show expressions of anger. Tormund's face also darkened. Styr, shut your stinking mouth. This is Lord Rod, the envoy of the First Flame. He is not someone you can insult. Envoy of the gods. Styr laughed even more brazenly, and the few free folk around him joined in the raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, Tormund, have you gone foolish crazy from hunger? Any pretty boy southerner who knows a few magic tricks can lead you around by the nose. Styr walked up to Tormund. He was half a head shorter than Tormund, but his presence was not the least bit weaker. He stared fixedly at Tormund with his one eye, lowered his voice, and said in a highly insulting tone. We children beyond the wall grew up listening to your stories. Tormund Giantsbane. What a resounding title. But what about now? He pointed sharply at Rod. You follow behind this pretty boy like a tail-wagging dog. Where are we, who once respected you, supposed to put our faces? How did you even get that title of Giantsbane? I heard that you never wrestled a giant at all. Styr sneered. You just got lost as a kid, were picked up by a giantess, and only survived because you drank a few mouthfuls of her milk. You're not Giantsbane, you're just a milk-sucking baby who grew up drinking giant's milk. Boom. This sentence was like a bucket of oil, instantly dousing Tormund's reason. Tormund's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. You are dead. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment. The laughter of Styr and his men stopped abruptly. They hadn't expected Tormund's reaction to be this intense. Clang. A clear ringing sound of a sword. That longsword, exuding a dark luster, was drawn fiercely. The blade of verdict carved a chilling, heart-stopping cold light through the dim valley. The mockery on Styr's face instantly turned to horror. He stared fixedly at the sword in Tormund's hand. As a tribal leader who dealt with ironware all year round, he could feel more than anyone the sharpness radiating from that sword, capable of cutting through everything. What kind of sword is this? I'm afraid you couldn't find such a divine weapon in the entire north. You, say that again. Tormund's eyes were bloodshot. He approached Styr step by step, the tip of verdict in his hand pointing directly at his one eye. The cold killing intent on the blade made Styr's body start to tremble uncontrollably. And Rod, from beginning to end, had not moved. He just stood there quietly, watching all of this, without even a trace of expression on his face. He wanted Tormund to make a move. Because he knew that when dealing with the free folk, 10,000 flowery words were not as effective as a hearty, crushing victory. Reasons are always fought for. Styr had seen knightly longswords that had flowed out from across the wall, but none of them possessed even a 10,000th of the aura of the sword before his eyes. Styr had barely uttered a single word before Tormund moved. The free folk never wasted words, they fought first and talked later. There were no flashy moves, just the simplest, most direct downward slash. Verdict tore through the air, carrying an irresistible force as it struck down directly at his head. Styr was terrified out of his wits. He didn't even have time to think. Relying entirely on instincts honed between life and death, he held his iron spear horizontally to block. Clang! A short, piercing, crisp sound rang out. Styr felt a tremendous force travel from the solid iron spear shaft, numbing the web of his hand and causing his entire arm to lose all sensation. Then, he watched helplessly as his iron spear, at the point of contact with the blade, snapped in two with a crack, just like a frozen, brittle branch. The break was as smooth as a mirror. Styr's mind went blank. Broken. His iron spear, forged entirely from iron ore and capable of piercing a snow bear, it just broke like that. Humiliating me. See if I don't teach you a lesson today. Tormund's rage burned even brighter. All of you, attack. Beat him for me. Styr roared, his voice betraying his inner fear despite his bluster. The few free folk behind him finally snapped out of their shock. They roared, brandishing their iron axes and knives, and lunged at Tormund from all directions. Tormund did not retreat but advanced instead. Like a fully enraged mammoth, he charged headlong into the flurry of blades and axes. Clang, 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 clang. A series of even denser metallic clashing sounds echoed through the valley, immediately followed by successive, crack, sounds. The wildlings who had lunged forward were sent flying back even faster than they had charged. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their numbed arms, staring at the broken weapons on the ground with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Their weapons, without exception, were all fooling broken. Some iron axes had been split down the middle, while some iron knives were left with nothing but bare handles. 7 men, 7 weapons, all turned into a pile of scrap metal in less than 3 breaths. And the verdict, in Tormund's hand, after severing 7 iron weapons, didn't even have a single notch on its blade, as if it hadn't cut through iron, but 7 blocks of tofu. Tormund was also wickedly clever, aiming specifically at what they cherished most. My axe. A wildling looked at his iron axe, which had been with him for 5 years and traded for with countless animal skins, now reduced to half, his eyes turning red instantly as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Styr's heart was bleeding. How the fool were they supposed to fight this? He watched Tormund closing in step by step, staring at that demonic longsword, his legs turning to jelly. Seeing that the opponents no longer had weapons, Tormund did not use his sword again. After all, they were here to trade, not to fight, so there was no need to kill them. Then, Tormund clenched his sandbag-sized fists, his knuckles popping with a series of crackling sounds. Styr's face went completely pale. He would rather face a bear than the fists of this red-haired madman. Wait, Tormund, I think this is a misunderstanding. Bang! His response was a powerful, heavy straight punch from Tormund that landed solidly on his eye socket. Styr's single eye instantly turned into a panda eye. He spun around like a top twice before plopping onto the ground, seeing stars. Didn't you say I grew up drinking giant's milk? Bang! Another kick landed on Styr's chest. Didn't you say I was a nursing baby? Bang! 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 Tormund gave him absolutely no chance to speak, his fists and feet raining down like raindrops. But he was very measured, avoiding vital points with every strike and only aiming for areas with thick flesh and skin. For a moment, all that remained in the valley were the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh and Stur's pig-like screams. The few wildlings behind Tormund watched with boiling blood, wishing they could go up and kick him a couple of times themselves. As for Road, he had stood quietly to the side the whole time with his hands tucked into his sleeves. The expression on his face was like that of a manor lord on a warm afternoon, watching with great interest as his own hunting dog taught another blind stray dog a lesson. Finally, Tormund grew tired. He panted heavily and spat at the puddle of unrecognizable mush on the ground. Do you yield? Yield. I yield. Stur's voice was slurred. Only then did Tormund step back, satisfied. He walked up to Road and lowered his head respectfully. My lord, I have embarrassed you. Road smiled, then reached out from his sleeves and patted Tormund on the shoulder. He walked past Tormund to Styr, who was still groaning on the ground, and crouched down. Styr shuddered in fear and instinctively shrank back. Don't be nervous. The smile on Road's face was harmless. We aren't here to cause trouble. Styr. The wildlings from the Weepers tribe behind him. When Tormund was beating people up just a moment ago, you didn't say a fool thing, and now that it's over, you're saying you aren't here to cause trouble. But no one dared to say it out loud. That red-haired madman was still standing to the side, watching like a tiger. Seeing how protective he was of Road, anyone who dared to say another word would likely end up as a pile of mush. Road looked at their frustrated expressions, daring to be angry but not to speak, their faces covered in bruises, and was overjoyed inside. That's how wildlings were. If you speak nicely to them, they take you for a pushover. If you pin them to the ground and rub their faces in it, they immediately become your sworn brothers. We are here to trade. Road's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. A trade that will benefit both of us. Styr was helped up by two of his men. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and looked at Road, his single eye filled with wariness and confusion. Trade? Yes. Road nodded. I have things here that you have never seen before. Styr didn't speak. He just waved his hand. More wildlings emerged from the shadows on both sides of the valley, holding similarly crude weapons and watching Road's group warily. But the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Being wildlings, they didn't hold grudges after a fight. Let's go inside to talk. Styr finally made a decision. They certainly couldn't win in a fight. That red-haired madman on the other side, combined with that divine sword capable of cutting through metal like butter, could wipe them all out alone. He wanted to see what this southerner, who had even managed to subdue Tormund, actually wanted. Road and his group were invited into the Weepers tribe's encampment. It was even more dilapidated than Road had imagined. The entire tribe consisted of simple caves dug into the cliffside, the entrances blocked by animal skins and rotten wood. The wind blew through the gaps, making a wailing sound. No wonder they were called the Weepers. The women and children in the tribe were all sallow and emaciated, their eyes filled with numbness and fear. There was not a glimmer of hope to be seen here. The group was brought to the largest cave, which was likely Styr's council hall. A bonfire was lit inside, and the smoke drifted out through a hole in the ceiling that had been chiseled out somehow, stinging everyone's eyes. Styr sat on a large rock in the seat of honor, while a female wildling was carefully wiping the wounds on his face with a damp cloth. Speak. Styr's voice was still hoarse. How do you want to trade? Road did not answer directly. He simply pulled a mirror slowly from his bosom. You said just now that you wanted to see my sincerity. Road held the mirror and walked in front of Styr. Now, I will let you see it. He aimed the mirror at Styr's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. Styr's single eye stared fixedly at the face in the mirror, swollen like a pig's head. He saw his broken nose bridge, bruised eye sockets, and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that hadn't yet dried. Every wound was so clear it made his heart run cold. He subconsciously reached out with a trembling hand, wanting to touch himself in the mirror, but only felt cold, smooth glass. Ah! A strange, gasping sound escaped his throat. He threw the mirror to the ground violently, as if it were a man-eating monster, and shrank back until his back hit the cave wall. All the savages of the Weepers tribe looked at their leader with the eyes of someone watching a madman. Styr, what's wrong with you? A confidant asked, emboldened. Styr didn't answer. He just pointed at the mirror on the ground, then at his own face, his lips trembling, unable to say a single word. Tormund looked at Stur's cowardly appearance, his face showing undisguised contempt. Look at how pathetic you are. He completely forgot how terrified he had been himself at first. Rod bent down to pick up the mirror, wiped the dust off with his sleeve, then walked over to the confidant who had asked the question and turned the mirror toward him. The confidant only took one look. Ah! A scream, even more shrill than Stur's just moments ago, pierced the silence of the cave. He jumped up as if stung by a scorpion, scrambling to hide behind Styr, his face paler than the snow outside. At this, everyone's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was inside that shiny little thing? Come over and take a look. Look at your true appearance. The savages hesitated, but in the end, they couldn't resist the curiosity carved into their bones. They crowded forward one by one. Then, the cave erupted in a chorus of gasps, shrieks, and sharp intakes of breath. Gods, do I have this many scars on my face? My beard, it's crooked. A female savage looked at her face in the mirror, weathered and wrinkled by the frost, stunned for a long moment, before covering her face and wailing. For the first time, they saw the cruelty of time so clearly, it was too ugly. Soon, fear turned into fanaticism. They scrambled for the mirror like madmen, obsessively staring at themselves as if their souls were trapped inside. Styr looked at his clansman's pathetic display, then at the southerner who had stood calmly to the side from beginning to end, as if watching a good show, and felt a chill in his heart. Enough. Styr limped forward, snatched the mirror from a clansman's hand, and then respectfully returned it to Rod with both hands. What do you want? He asked. Rod took the mirror and tucked it away. I said, we are here to make a trade. I will trade these, he pointed to the piles of animal skins behind Tormund, and this mirror, for the people of your tribe. Styr's single eye narrowed sharply. Trade people. The confidants behind him also wore expressions of vigilance. The Weeper's tribe does not sell men. Styr's voice deepened. What about women? Rod asked. Styr fell silent. He glanced at Rod, then at the women huddled in the shadows deep in the cave, a flash of struggle on his face. Women? That is possible. He finally gritted his teeth and said. But you had better think it through. The women I have here are not exactly high-quality goods. He waved his hand. Several burly savages understood and walked deeper into the cave, bringing out a group of women. There were over 20 of them. They were all sallow-faced, with cracked lips, many were coughing incessantly, their bodies so weak they couldn't even stand steadily. Thump. A woman was pushed out and fell directly to her knees. She raised her bloodless face and begged Styr. Chief, don't sell us. Yes. Our men and children are still here. We don't want to be separated. The women wept in unison. Shut up. A flash of reluctance crossed Styr's face, but it was quickly replaced by a harder, colder cruelty. He didn't look at the women, but explained to Rod. The blizzard a while ago gave them all a cold sickness, and the tribe's witch doctor is helpless. They are just a burden waiting to die now. Keeping them here will only spread the sickness to more people. Styr's voice contained a numbness, the law of survival that this land imposed on all survivors. Selling them to you in exchange for things that will let us survive is the last contribution they can make to the tribe. My lord. Tormund's face changed, and he leaned into Rod's ear, lowering his voice. This won't do. How is this any different from buying a bunch of trash? This Styr is a real piece of work, trying to fool us with a bunch of dying people. In the cave, the sounds of weeping and coughing were intertwined. Those women looked at Rod, their eyes filled with fear. They knew that being sold to another tribe, especially in this state, meant only a more miserable fate awaited them. However, just when everyone thought the deal was about to fall through, Rod slowly nodded to Styr. Deal. The women's weeping stopped abruptly. Their eyes shifted from pleading to absolute despair. Styr was also stunned. He even suspected he had misheard. This guy, is something wrong with his brain? He was actually willing to trade those precious animal skins and that magical mirror for a group of dying people. Tormund was even more anxious. My lord. This. Don't speak. Rod interrupted him. He walked up to the group of women collapsed on the ground, his gaze sweeping over their faces, each ridden with despair. He knew that in their eyes, he was currently a demon who had bought their lives and was preparing to push them into a deeper hell. Rod offered no explanation. He simply exchanged for a large box of effective cold medicine from the system. Under the puzzled gaze of everyone, he walked to the bonfire, boiled water in an earthenware pot, crushed the pills, and mixed them into the water. Make them drink this. He handed the bowl of strange-smelling medicinal soup to a woman who was still coughing violently. The woman shrank back in fear, not daring to take it. Rod didn't force her, he just looked at her calmly. Drink it, and you will survive. Survive. In the end, the woman took the bowl of medicinal soup with trembling hands. She looked at the murky liquid in the bowl, then at the inscrutable southerner before her, gritted her teeth, tilted her head back, and drank the soup in one gulp. After doing all this, Rod didn't look at her anymore, but turned to Styre. The deal continues. I have 10 magical mirrors, 30 fine bear skins, and 50 wolf skins. I want all of these sick women. The deal was struck just like that. Tormund watched helplessly as the men of his tribe handed over bundles of high-quality furs, along with those magic mirrors that could steal a person's soul, to Styr's men. In return, they got 23 women who were so sick they were swaying and could barely walk. What kind of bullshit trade was this? Styr's single eye gleamed with wild joy and a hint of pity, as if looking at a fool. He felt like he had hit the jackpot today. Not only did he get a bunch of good stuff for free, but he also got rid of a group of burdens. Rod, however, didn't care about his gaze at all. He walked over to the women huddled in the corner, their eyes filled with nothing but dead silence. He didn't speak. He simply picked up a thick fur and draped it over the shoulders of the woman who had been the first to drink the medicinal soup. Warm and heavy, the woman's body trembled, and she looked up, her face filled with astonishment. Rod picked up another one and draped it over another woman. One by one, he didn't let his subordinates do the work, but instead personally draped the warm furs, enough to make any wildling green with envy, over each of these women who had been sold like cargo. Don't worry. Rod's voice was very soft. I am not a bad person. I just want you to survive. These words were like a pebble cast into the stagnant lake of their hearts. Survive. In this land, what a luxury those 3 words were. My lord. Seemingly sensing Rod's goodwill, one woman suddenly struggled and crawled on her knees to where Rod stood. She gripped Rod's trouser leg tightly, her forehead pressed against the cold ground, weeping uncontrollably. I beg you, don't take us away. My child is still here. He's so small. He cannot be without me. Her cries were like a signal. The rest of the women all broke down, and the cave was suddenly filled with pleas. They weren't afraid of death. They were afraid of being separated from their families before they died. Styr's expression turned ugly. He was about to scold them, but was stopped by a look from Rod. He immediately shut his mouth. Rod crouched down and helped the woman who was gripping his trouser leg to stand up. He smiled. Trust me, you will have a day of reunion. There was a power in his smile that was incomprehensible, yet impossible not to believe in. The women's crying gradually ceased. They stared blankly at Rod, looking at this man from the south who had traded a pile of divine objects for their lives and spoken such strange words. The journey back was terrifyingly quiet. The wind and snow swept through the valley, emitting a mournful wail. The 23 women were wrapped in thick furs, following at the very back of the group like a line of silent shadows. Their bodies were still weak, but after drinking that bowl of medicinal soup, their high fever seemed to have subsided slightly, and their violent coughing had turned into occasional hacking. Tormund followed by Rod's side, holding it in the whole way, his face flushed like a purple eggplant, until he finally couldn't hold back anymore. My lord, I really don't understand. He lowered his voice, afraid of being overheard by the women behind them. If you need women, in our tribe, Osha is devoted to you, and Wygrit will be yours sooner or later. Even if you want a change of pace, just shout, and the women who would want to climb into your bed could line up from the camp entrance all the way to the fist of the first men. Why spend such a high price to trade for these? He glanced back, his words full of disdain. They're all nearly dead from sickness, why buy them back? Rod stopped and glanced back at him. No sooner had Tormund finished speaking than he received a solid kick to his backside. Ouch, my lord, why did you kick me? Where is your brain? Rod scolded. Can you not remember a single thing I say? Population. I want population. Tormund rubbed his backside, looking aggrieved. But but they're all nearly dead. How do dead people count as population? If they die, wouldn't it be all for nothing? This question was very practical, and very Tormund. Rod was amused by his frustration. Don't worry, with me here, they won't die. He looked at Tormund's face, which was still written with confusion, and sighed, knowing that explaining big principles to this red-haired ape was a waste of effort. Let me tell you a story. Huh, a story. Once upon a time, there was a horse breeder. Rod said slowly while walking. He had a particularly good mare, but one day, the horse ran away. His neighbors all said, "You are so unlucky." But a few months later, the mare came back on its own, and following behind it was a large herd of strong, well-fed stallions. The story was simple, even a bit crude. But Tormund understood. His not-so-bright brain spun rapidly, and his eyes lit up bit by bit. I get it. He slapped his thigh. My lord, you mean these women are that mare? Once we cure their sickness, let them eat and dress warmly, they will be grateful to you. Then they will run back to the Weeper's tribe and bring their men and their children all to us. By then, our tribe will suddenly have dozens more people. The more Tormund thought about it, the more excited he became. The look in his eyes when he gazed at Rod was now nothing but pure, prostrate worship. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Rod glanced at him, thinking to himself that he wasn't completely stupid after all. However, before Tormund's excitement had even faded, his brows furrowed again. He thought of a new problem, a fatal problem. That's not right, my lord. Even if their men and children come, their home is still with the Weeper, after all. What if? I mean, just in case, Tormund carefully worded his concern. What if they get better, miss home again, and run back with our tribe's people? Then wouldn't we become like those wild stallions that got seduced away? This question went straight to the core. Rod stopped. He turned around, his gaze passing over Tormund and landing on the women at the very back of the group. They were looking at him too. Those eyes that had been numb and dead just moments ago had quietly changed. There was confusion, there was fear, but more than anything, there was a cautious hope. Rod withdrew his gaze and looked back at Tormund. His voice was not loud, but it carried a confidence that even ice could not freeze. Don't worry. Once they go over there, they will never consider that place home again. As the group emerged from the valley where the wind howled year-round and stepped back onto the open snowfield, the 23 women stopped in unison. They turned back, gazing at the canyon that was called home, but had brought them endless suffering and despair. Then, they turned their heads again to look ahead. On the horizon, a black line stretched across the snowy world. It was a wall, a wooden wall so tall and thick, as solid as a giant's arm, the likes of which they had never seen before. Behind the wall, a sturdy wooden arrow tower stood like a silent guardian, watching over everything inside. Smoke from cooking fires rose curling from within the walls, mixed with the aroma of meat, carried by the wind into their nostrils. This was the scent of the human world. It was completely different from the cold, gloomy atmosphere of the Weeper's tribe, which was mixed with death, sickness, and despair. The women's footsteps quickened involuntarily. The heavy gate, crafted from giant logs, slowly opened before them. When they saw the well-fed, energetic faces in the camp, saw children playing and frolicking in front of the warm, God's grace cabin, and saw the mountains of firewood and the bonfires that burned all night, their long numb hearts were struck hard. Is this, beyond the wall? Is this really that land of despair where everyone lives worse than dogs and could freeze to death in their sleep at any moment? This is no tribe. This is clearly a city as impregnable as a fortress. Returning to the camp, Rod did not, like Styr, casually throw these women into a dark corner and leave them to fend for themselves. Instead, he had Osha clear out the most spacious, God's grace cabin, spread thick animal skins inside, and stoke the fire. Then, in front of everyone, he once again prayed for divine grace, and conjured up more divine medicine. For 3 full days, Rod did not leave their side. He personally brewed medicinal soup for every woman, watched them drink it, wiped down the bodies of those with high fevers, and fed meat porridge to the weak. 3 days later, a miracle happened. That deadly cold sickness was actually suppressed. The women no longer coughed their lungs out, and their pale faces finally had a hint of color. Although they were still weak, they could now walk on the ground, and some could even do some simple chores. Everyone in the tribe saw it, including Wygrit. They watched Rod care for the women who had been bought back as trash, without sleep or rest. They watched those women recover day by day from their near-death state, the light called hope reigniting in their eyes. I actually think Lord Envoy is the true God. A tribal native murmured to the companion beside him. And as for the 23 women who had been saved, the way they looked at Rod had completely changed. It was a worship bordering on faith. They were no longer treated as goods, but as people. They received clean clothes and ate hot soup and roasted meat. They even had their own God's Grace cabin. 1 week later. Ding. Total tribal population increased by 23. Current total population is 147. Daily tax increased by 23 silver deer. Current daily tax is 147 silver deer. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Rod let out a long sigh of relief. It worked. The system had acknowledged that these 23 women had all become his people. It was time for the next step. Rod gathered the 23 women in front of his wooden house. They stood in a row, heads bowed, looking somewhat uneasy. Although their lives had improved, the anxiety of living under someone else's roof had not dissipated. Raise your heads, everyone. Rod's voice was very gentle. Hearing this, the women hesitantly raised their heads. After a week of recuperation, they had gained some weight in their faces, and their complexions were much better. They no longer looked lifeless. In a few days, I will have Tormund go to the Weeper's tribe again. Rod looked at them and spoke slowly. The women's hearts immediately jumped to their throats. At that time, I will have him take you with him. You can go back and see your husbands, your children, and your parents. The women were stunned. Go back, see their families. They had thought they would never see their loved ones again in this lifetime. After a brief silence, a slightly bolder woman carefully raised her head, her voice filled with a trace of panic. My lord, are you sending us away? This question voiced everyone's inner thoughts. They had only just tasted a bit of sweetness, only just seen a glimmer of hope for survival. Now, was Lord Rod going to send them back? Send them back to that cold hell that sold them off as burdens? Another woman dropped to her knees with a thud, raising her head, tears swirling in her eyes. My lord, we don't want to leave. We will work hard here. Please, don't send us away. Yes, my lord, we won't go back. That place is not home. This is. Cries and pleas instantly rang out in unison. This scene left Tormund, who was following behind Rod, dumbfounded. His not-so-bright brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning at this moment. He finally, completely understood what Rod meant by, they will never consider that place home again. Everyone, get up. Rod's voice drowned out all the crying and shouting. He walked to the woman kneeling on the ground and personally helped her up. When did I ever say I was sending you away? You are my people, not goods to be discarded at will. Rod looked around at their tear-stained faces, his voice becoming solemn. I am not letting you go back to abandon you, but to tell your families that you are still alive, and living well. He paused and said something that struck all the women like a thunderbolt. If you want, and if they are willing, you can bring your husbands, your children, and all your family members here together. I guarantee you, as long as they are my people, as long as they step inside this city wall. Rod pointed to the majestic wooden wall, his voice suddenly rising. I will do my absolute best to protect you. Here, no one will go hungry. No one will suffer from the cold. The women's minds went blank. They could actually bring their families over too. To live this heavenly life here. Thud, thud. This time, all the women knelt down in unison. Their foreheads were pressed deeply against the ground. Rod did not help them up this time, for he was now worthy of this kneeling. Tormund stood behind him, watching this scene, his mind buzzing. So, conquering a tribe did not necessarily require swords. Warm houses, hot broth, the hope of survival, they could do it just as well. Perhaps even more effectively than swords. Let's go, I'm heading back too. Rod turned and walked back to the wooden cabin that all the wildlings regarded as a holy place. Over the next few days, the atmosphere in the tribe underwent a subtle change. The women who had been rescued seemed to be reborn overnight. They were no longer timid, instead taking the initiative to shoulder the heaviest chores in the camp, as if that were the only way to repay even a fraction of what Rod had done for them. The original members of the tribe also moved from initial exclusion to acceptance of them. After all, who could hate a group of companions who asked for no reward and worked their fingers to the bone? Rod saw all of this. The population issue was temporarily alleviated, and there would even be an explosive growth in the foreseeable future. Food was also no longer a problem for the time being, under the leadership of Rod and Wygrit, the two top hunters. Rod sat by the fire, toying with a shattered bone knife in his hand. He had not forgotten his enemy, the ultimate boss of this world, the Night King. Was he supposed to rely on these crude bone spears and stone axes to defend against it? How was that any different from using a toothpick to poke a rampaging mammoth? It wouldn't do. He had to arm them. With steel. With leather. With everything that could withstand the cold and swords. Tormund. Here, my lord. Tormund, gnawing on a piece of charred, fragrant deer rib, came trotting over. Rod pointed to an open space on the west side of the camp, which was close to a water source and well sheltered from the wind. Build a blacksmith shop here. PFF'd. The meat almost flew out of Tormund's mouth. A blacksmith shop. He widened his eyes, suspecting he had misheard. Yes. Rod pointed to the other side. And build a leather workshop here. Now, not just Tormund, but all the wildlings who heard this were stunned. They looked at each other, their faces filled with the same confusion. A blacksmith shop, a leather workshop. Was the lord sick? My lord. Tormund carefully organized his words. In our tribe, no one knows how to forge iron. Never mind forging, we don't even have a proper blacksmith's hammer. Same goes for the leather workshop. We only know how to tan furs so they don't rot, but to make the kind of leather armor you wear, that kind of craft is only known by the artisans south of the wall. Tormund's words voiced everyone's inner thoughts. They were warriors and hunters, not craftsmen. They were good at killing people. Asking them to forge iron was a joke, wasn't it? Just then, a voice came from behind the crowd. What exactly are you trying to do? Wygrit walked over, clutching her bow. Over these past few days, she had been silently observing Rod. She watched as Rod used methods bordering on miraculous to save those women. She watched as Rod, in a way she couldn't comprehend, won over the hearts of those 23 women. She was no longer as confrontational as before, and her words lacked that biting sarcasm. But she truly couldn't understand this order today. What was the point of building a blacksmith shop and a leather workshop? Were you planning to make our weapons and armor yourself? Wygrit's eyes were full of inquiry. Rod glanced at her, then swept his gaze over the faces of all the wildlings, which were filled with confusion. He smiled, looking like a magician preparing to perform a trick. Just watch. Having said that, he offered no further explanation and gave the order directly. Everyone, do as I say. Build the furnaces and walls with stone, and use the thickest logs to construct the roof beams. Though filled with doubts, the wildlings acted out of blind trust in Rod. The entire camp became a hive of activity once again. They chopped down trees, hauled stones, and dug up clay. Wygrit did not move, she only clutched her bow and watched from afar. Where did he get such confidence? Could his divine power conjure a blacksmith out of thin air? As soon as this thought occurred, Wygrit felt it was absurd. But then she thought of the wall that had risen from the ground, the arrow tower that had appeared out of nowhere, and she became uncertain again. This man always seemed to be able to do things that defied her understanding. 3 days later, on the west side of the camp, 2 brand new buildings had risen from the ground. One was a blacksmith shop built of stone, containing a tall chimney, a crude furnace made of clay and stones, and an anvil polished from a single massive piece of granite. The other was a wooden leather workshop, inside which were several large wooden barrels for soaking furs and rows of wooden racks for drying them. Both buildings were completely empty. No blacksmith, no leatherworker, just 2 empty shells. The wildlings gathered in front of these 2 buildings, scratching their heads and whispering to each other, their confusion even deeper than it had been 3 days ago. It's built, so what now? My lord, what do we do next? Tormund stepped forward, voicing everyone's inner thoughts. Rod did not answer. He walked straight into the blacksmith shop. Everyone's eyes followed him. The light inside the blacksmith shop was dim, with only a few rays of sunlight streaming through the gaps in the roof, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. Rod walked up to the massive stone anvil. He reached out and gently pressed his hand onto the stone surface. A ripple that only he could feel spread from his palm, instantly sweeping through the entire building. Basic building detected. Blacksmith shop, empty shell. Spend 500 silver deer to upgrade to basic forge. Upon upgrade, host will receive a bound exclusive artisan, basic blacksmith. It's here. Rod's heart skipped a beat. His current assets, after collecting taxes for a few days, had risen back to nearly 1,000 silver deer. That was enough. Upgrade. Confirming expenditure of 500 silver deer for upgrade. Upgrade successful. Basic forge has been built. Basic forge. Weapon production speed increased by 50%, quality increased by 50%. Artisan template. Basic blacksmith has arrived. The moment the system prompt faded. Boom. The dead furnace inside the blacksmith shop burst into roaring flames without warning. The flames rose, illuminating the dim blacksmith shop as if it were broad daylight. A wave of scorching heat rushed forward, causing the wildlings guarding the entrance to take a step back in unison, their faces filled with shock. Fire. The fire lit itself. It's a miracle. Another miracle. Tormund trembled with excitement as he stared at the furnace fire, as if he were looking at a beating heart. Only Wygrit stared fixedly at the flames, then looked at Roder, whose figure was stretched tall and long in the firelight, her inner confusion almost overflowing. How on earth did he do that? Just then, a wildling responsible for keeping watch at the camp entrance came running over, stumbling and scrambling, his face full of panic. My lord, it's bad. Outside. Something has come from outside. Something. What something? Tormund grabbed him by the collar. A dwarf carrying a hammer. A dwarf. All the wildlings were stunned. In this frozen, snowy wasteland, apart from them and the Weeper's tribe, there wasn't a ghost of a shadow to be seen for miles, so where could a dwarf have popped up from? Where? Roder's voice came from inside the blacksmith shop. Right outside the main gate. He said he wants to find his master. Master. The wildlings looked at each other, then turned in unison to look at Roder. Roder walked out of the blacksmith shop, his face showing no sign of surprise. Let him in. He paused, then added another sentence. Remember, do not hurt him. With Roder's order, although the wildlings were wary, they still opened the heavy wooden door. A figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. He was only about as tall as Tormund's waist, yet his body was exceptionally sturdy, like a rolling wine barrel. He was wearing a set of worn-out leather clothes, with knotted muscles on his exposed arms. What was most eye-catching was his face, mostly covered by a thick, brown beard, and the huge iron hammer he carried on his shoulder that was completely disproportionate to his size. The hammer's head was larger than his own head. The dwarf walked into the camp, warily looking around at the hostile-looking wildlings, his hand subconsciously gripping the hammer handle. When his gaze fell upon Roder, a flicker of confusion flashed in those eyes hidden beneath thick eyebrows, only to be replaced by a sense of awe originating from the depths of his soul. Master. He carried the giant hammer, walked up to Roder, and spoke in a muffled voice. These two words caused an uproar among the surrounding wildlings once again. This strange person who appeared out of nowhere was actually calling Lord Roder, Master. Very good, Barak. Roder glanced at the name on the panel and nodded. From today on, you are the blacksmith of this tribe. He pointed to the blacksmith shop behind him, where the furnace fire had just been lit. That is your workshop. Barak glanced at the stone workshop, then looked at the raging furnace fire inside, and a fanatical light burst forth in his eyes. That was the obsession of a craftsman seeing a perfect workstation. Yes, master. He carried his hammer and walked into the blacksmith shop without looking back. From now on, he would eat, sleep, and live here. Tormund and Wygrit followed him in. They wanted to see what was so special about this dwarf who had suddenly appeared in this blacksmith shop where a fire had suddenly ignited. Roder ignored them, sinking his consciousness into the system and focusing his attention on the huge stone anvil. A virtual operation panel unfolded before his eyes. There were two options on the panel. Batch forging. In this mode, the host can consume silver deer to directly purchase standard issue equipment. Currently available equipment. None. Requires unlocking the corresponding collection. Exclusive craftsman forging. In this mode, the the host can provide materials, and the exclusive craftsman will perform the forging. The quality of the finished product is related to the forging workshop, the craftsman's proficiency, and the material quality. This mode can increase the craftsman's level and unlock new recipes. So that's how it is. While batch forging is convenient, not a single collection has been unlocked yet, and it looks like it costs quite a bit. For now, he could only choose the second option. Tormund. Here, my lord. Go, bring me that broken spear of Stirs. Tormund was stunned. Although confused, he still ran out and soon brought back the half section of the iron spear that had been severed by verdict. This was his trophy. Roder threw that piece of scrap iron onto the stone anvil in front of Barak. Use this to forge me a sword. Barak glanced at the broken spear, then looked at Roder, said nothing, and just nodded silently. He threw the broken spear into the red-hot furnace. Whoosh! He pulled the bellows on the side, and the furnace fire shot up over a person's height. The piece of black iron broken spear quickly turned red and soft in the flames. Barak used giant iron tongs to clamp out the lump of iron mud and placed it on the stone anvil. He raised the huge iron hammer. Clang! The first strike of the hammer. The entire blacksmith shop shook from it. Sparks flew everywhere, like golden dandelions blooming in the dark night. Tormund watched, dumbfounded. This dwarf's strength was simply greater than the strongest man in the tribe. Clang! 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 The sound of the hammer became rhythmic, sometimes heavy as thunder, sometimes crisp as rain. Barak seemed to have merged into one with the giant hammer. Every time he swung down, he struck precisely where the iron billet needed tempering the most. Under his hammer, the iron billet was continuously stretched, folded, and hammered again. At first, Ygritte was still holding her arms, with a look of scrutiny on her face. But as she watched, the expression on her face changed. She didn't understand those complex forging techniques, but she could see that the originally rough iron billet was becoming dense and tough at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed minute by minute. The shapeless iron billet gradually took the embryonic form of a sword. The blade was slender and straight. Hiss! Barak plunged the red-hot sword billet into the oil barrel beside him. Quenching. When Barak took the sword out of the barrel again, the light in the entire blacksmith shop seemed to dim slightly. It was a sword, a longsword without any superfluous decoration, its entire body presenting a dull, matte metallic luster. On the blade, because of repeated folding and forging, layers of fine patterns like water ripples remained, flowing with a chilling, cold light under the reflection of the fire. Ding! Craftsman forging successful. Obtained. Basic forged steel longsword ×1. Basic forged steel longsword. Sharpness +5, durability +3. Note: a qualified soldier's weapon, far superior to any crudely made ironware. Barak held the sword with both hands and respectfully handed it to Roder. Roder took the sword. The sword was slightly heavy in his hand, with just the right weight. He lightly flicked his finger against the sword's edge. Hum! A clear, long-lasting sword hum echoed within the blacksmith shop. Tormund's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He was a warrior. He could feel the power contained within this sword. This sword might not be as miraculous as the verdict the Lord bestowed upon him, but it was definitely better than any wieldling weapon he had ever seen, and even better than the standard issue longswords used by the Night's Watch. And this was forged using only a piece of scrap iron in less than half a day. This weight, this balance. Rode casually performed a sword flourish, the blade slicing through the air with a faint hum. Not bad. Although it couldn't compare to the divine weapon, known as verdict, it should be sufficient for self-defense and cutting down enemies. This sword belongs to me now, Rode said. My lord, you. Tormund started to say something, but swallowed his words back. That's right, the lord didn't even have a decent weapon until now. When facing whites before, he was still using his own verdict. This sword rightfully belonged to him. Rode's gaze swept across the faces of all the wildlings, each one filled with longing. Bring every piece of rusted and damaged ironware from your homes here to me. Whether it's a broken spearhead or a scrap of rotted iron, as long as it's iron, it will do. Barak will turn them into anything you want. This sentence caused the entire blacksmith shop to erupt. Me. My lord, I have half a Night's Watch iron pot hidden under my bed. Can you forge me an axe? Mine. I have a helmet stripped from a Night's Watch corpse. I want a warhammer. The hammerhead needs to be as big as that dwarf's hammer. A sword. I want a sword too. Just like the one in the Lord's hand. A spear. A spear is the most useful. Just a spearhead is enough, it saves iron, and it can pierce enemies just like piercing a snow rabbit. The wildlings went crazy. They waved their arms, spittle flying, shouting their demands at Rode and the silent blacksmith, Barak. Ironware. To the free folk, this was more precious than women or food. Now, this divine envoy from the south was telling them that the scrap iron they treasured, despite being tattered and broken, could be reborn. This made them even more fanatical than conjuring a city wall out of thin air. Tormund was even more excited, rushing in front of Barak, gesturing wildly, spraying spittle all over the dwarf's beard. A hammer. I want a hammer. The head must be square, with spikes on it. One strike, and it can smash a man's head like a rotten watermelon. Barak was sprayed so much that he retreated repeatedly, and in the end, he could only look at Rode for help. Rode ignored this group of wildlings who were as excited as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Watching their near-manic appearance, he was calculating rapidly in his mind. This scrap iron was ultimately limited. He couldn't just sit and eat away his reserves. What would he do when all this scrap metal was used up? A mine. He must take control of the mine belonging to the Weepers tribe that could stably produce iron ore. All right, quiet down. Rode's voice rose above all the noise. He pointed to the newly built leather workshop. You guys figure it out, I need to go check over there. Although the wildlings were confused, they immediately shut their mouths. Out of curiosity, a large group of wildlings followed behind him like a pack of wolf cubs summoned by the alpha, marching imposingly toward the other side. The leather workshop was empty. The wildlings gathered at the entrance, craning their necks, wanting to see what trick this divine envoy lord was going to pull out next. Rode walked to the large wooden barrels used for soaking furs, stretched out his hand, and pressed it against the rough wooden wall of the barrel. This posture again. Everyone held their breath. Primary building detected. Leather workshop, empty shell. Spend 500 silver deer to upgrade it to primary leather workshop. After upgrading, the host will receive a bound exclusive craftsman, primary leather craftsman. Upgrade. His current assets were exactly 500 silver deer. Confirm spending 500 silver deer to upgrade. Upgrade successful. Primary leather workshop has been built. Craftsman template. Primary leather craftsman has arrived. A scent of pungent tanning solution suddenly permeated the empty leather workshop without warning. Wisps of white steam even rose from the empty large wooden barrels. Something else is here. The wildling on guard at the entrance let out that signature shout, filled with panic and excitement. This time, the wildlings didn't even have a trace of surprise. They just automatically parted a path with a gaze of near-numb worship. A tall, thin man wearing a linen apron with messy hair walked in. The smell of tanned leather on him was even stronger than the one in the workshop. Master. The man walked to Rode and bowed his head respectfully. Kyle, from today on, you are in charge here, Rode said, gesturing around. Yes, Master. Rode looked at his assets, which were now down to 0 silver deer, without feeling any heartache. Money was meant to be spent. Spending it on the cutting edge, on things that could save lives, was worth more than anything. He turned around, pulled a processed wolf pelt from the pile of animal skins in the camp, and threw it to Kyle. Use this to make me a piece of leather armor. Line the inside with the thickest snow rabbit fur. Rode's gaze turned to the towering arrow towers on the city wall. I want my people to not feel a shred of cold, even on the coldest nights while standing up there. This sentence made every wildling's heart warm up instantly. They originally thought that since the Lord had a blacksmith, it was to make them charge and fight. But they didn't expect that the Lord would immediately find a leather craftsman. Not to forge armor for offense, but to make them clothing to keep out the cold. To make them a little more comfortable. Wygrit stood at the very back of the crowd. She looked at Rode's profile, watching his outline blurred by the rising steam in the workshop, and the wall in her heart built of prejudice and pride seemed to vanish at this moment. Everything he said, letting the tribe members stop dying from rotting wounds. Letting the tribe members stop dying from cold-related illnesses. He really seemed to be doing it step by step. That bet. Thinking of the words she had said so confidently, Ygritte's cheeks burned for no reason. She really seemed to have been wrong. All hunters, listen up. Rhodes' voice interrupted her rambling thoughts. From today on, your mission is to hunt constantly. I want you to bring back every living thing on this snowy plain. Their meat will be our food. Their furs will be our armor. A day later, Rod received the first piece of leather armor he had commissioned. Kale's craftsmanship far exceeded Rod's expectations. The entire suit of leather armor was tanned from a single, massive bear hide, presenting a tough, deep brown color. Critical areas, such as the shoulders, chest, and back, were reinforced with extra layers of specially treated hardened leather, making them as stiff as wooden boards. The lining of the armor was densely sewn with a thick layer of snow hair fur. It was soft and warm, making it almost impossible to feel the cold outside. It lacked the ornate metallic luster of southern knight armor, but it was filled with the ruggedness and practicality unique to the north. Every stitch and every seam revealed the ultimate in practicality. My lord, please try it on. There was a craftsman's characteristic pride in Kale's voice. Rod took off his outer garment and put on the leather armor. The fit was perfect. It had been tailor-made for him. A thick sense of security enveloped him, shielding him from the wind and snow outside, and seemingly dispelling some of the fear from the unknown. Rod moved his limbs around. Although the leather armor was heavy, it did not hinder his movement. Very good. Rod was very satisfied. Follow this style and make a set for all the free folk who can fight. Yes, master. Over the next month, the entire tribe was immersed in a near-frenzied fervor. The hammering from the blacksmith shop never ceased from dawn until dusk. The clang-clang of the smithing became the tribe's new heartbeat. The wildlings lined up, feeding their long-cherished scraps of metal into the furnace, and excitedly returned with brand-new steel swords and sharp axes. The change in weaponry allowed these warriors beyond the wall to experience for the first time what it meant to be armed to the teeth. The leather workshop was similarly busy day and night. Kale, along with the group of rescued women, turned the animal hides dragged back by the hunters into warm leather clothing, boots, and sturdy leather armor. Meanwhile, under Rod's planning, 3 identical wooden arrow towers rose from the corners around the camp. Echoing the original one, they guarded the entire camp like an impregnable fortress. Subsequently, 2 more arrow towers rose up on either side of the main gate. 4 arrow towers guarded the only entrance and exit. Any enemy daring to attack from the front would face a baptism of death from ballistic firing from 4 directions. The vast majority of the wildlings finally bid farewell to their dilapidated fur tents and moved into the God's Grace cabin. They ate hot meat broth, wore warm leather clothing, held sharp iron weapons in their hands, lived in sturdy wooden houses, and were protected by towering walls and arrow towers. The luxury of security had descended upon this God-forsaken land for the first time. That night, Rod climbed alone to the gatehouse of the camp's main entrance. The wind was strong, whipping up fine snowflakes, but the thick leather armor and the fur coat he wore over it completely shut out the chill. He looked down at the camp, which was now beginning to take shape. Campfires were like stars, and wooden houses stretched out in a continuous line. The laughter of the tribespeople could be faintly heard from below. On this desolate, frozen plain, he had forcefully ignited a spark of human civilization. A slight sound of footsteps came from behind him. Rod did not turn around. He knew who it was. You seem to like standing here. Ygritte's voice was somewhat scattered by the wind. She was also wearing a newly made set of leather armor, which outlined her fiery figure to perfection. The view is nice, Rod said. The view. Ygritte walked to his side, looking out in the direction of his gaze. Beyond the walls lay an endless expanse of darkness and white snow. Dead forests swayed in the wind like struggling ghost hands. Aside from oppression and danger, she couldn't see any nice view. Our wager is drawing near, Rod said suddenly. Do you still want to continue the wager? Ygritte's body stiffened for a moment, and then she fell silent. She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to dislike Rod as much anymore. Of course I want to continue. Our wager isn't over yet. Ygritte turned her head away, her voice very low, speaking stubbornly. Yes, Rod laughed, it hasn't ended yet. He took a step forward, and Ygritte instinctively stepped back, her back hitting the crenellations of the wall. Rod reached out, bracing his hand against the wall beside her, trapping her between himself and the wall. Ygritte's breath hitched. The first condition, to defeat you. Now it seems, it doesn't appear to be very difficult. Rod looked down at her, their faces very close, he could even see her slightly trembling eyelashes. The second condition, to make other tribes come to pay tribute. The third condition, to ensure the tribespeople no longer die from wounds and cold sickness. 3 conditions, I seem to be close to fulfilling them all. Rod's voice was very low. Ygritte's cheeks began to burn. She could feel the man's warm breath brushing against her cheeks. She even had the illusion that in the next second, his annoying mouth would press against hers. What do you want? Stay away from me. There was a hint of panic in her voice that she herself hadn't even noticed. Just a reminder. Rod looked at her like a bristling kitten and suddenly found it very amusing. Don't forget your wager. I am very much looking forward to it. Having said that, he straightened up and stepped back, as if the aggressive move just now had only been her hallucination. Ygritte leaned against the wall, her chest heaving violently. She watched Rod's detestable back, feeling both angry and annoyed, yet a ripple of something indescribable welled up in her heart. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of departure arrived. Early in the morning, in front of the camp's main gate, a 30-man team had assembled. Leading them were Rod and Tormund. The wildling warriors behind them no longer looked like the ragged bunch they were before. Everyone was wearing thick leather armor, with iron weapons hanging at their waists and longbows and quivers on their backs. The toughness and confidence that radiated from their very bones were a world apart from a month ago. In the center of the team were the 23 women. They had changed into clean leather clothes, their faces were glowing, and they had long since lost that sickly appearance they once had. There was no more fear or numbness in their eyes, replaced instead by the light of hope. When they walked out the gate and looked back at the hundreds of tribespeople seeing them off, seeing the towering walls and arrow towers, their eyes grew a little moist. They were going to fetch their families. To fetch them, and bring them home. My lord. Tormund was riding a pony from beyond the wall, touching the newly forged warhammer at his waist, his face filled with irrepressible excitement. If that guy Styr dares not to release the people this time, tell me, should I break his left leg or his right leg first? The wind in the valley of the Weepers tribe was wailing like a ghost, just as it always had. But this time, when Styr appeared at the valley entrance with his men, the contempt on his face was gone. Replaced by a look of wariness. His single eye was fixed intently on Tormund and the warriors behind him. The faces were the same, but the aura was completely different. The thick, tough leather armor on their bodies and the iron weapons gleaming with cold light at their waists were all grating on Styr's nerves. How long had it been? How had Tormund's bunch of wretches suddenly come into such riches? His gaze swept past the warriors and landed on the 23 women in the center of the formation. Then, his single eye widened sharply. Impossible. Not only had none of these women died, but on the contrary, they all looked rosy-cheeked and had even put on some weight. They were wearing brand new, thick fur coats that reached their ankles. The material was practically better than what he, the leader, was wearing. The way they looked at him was no longer the numbness and fear of the past, but something called confidence. Rod. Styr's voice was a bit hoarse. What are you here for again? To pick people up, Rod replied. Pick people up. Styr was a bit confused, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Rod dismounted and looked calmly at the gaunt and sallow members of the Weepers tribe who had come at the sound of voices. Your families have come to pick you up. Rod stepped aside, clearing the path. The 23 women walked out. All the wildlings of the Weepers tribe stared blankly at the 23 women who should have died from sickness and pain. A little boy with messy hair rubbed his eyes. He looked at the woman at the very front of the line, his lips trembling, and called out uncertainly. Mom. The woman's body shuddered violently, and tears streamed down her face instantly. She rushed out, pulling the little boy, who was nothing but skin and bones, tightly into her arms, and sobbed loudly. Mom. It's really you. You're not dead. I thought I'd never see you again. The little boy grabbed his mother's fur coat tightly, burying his face in her warm embrace, crying his heart out. This cry was like a signal. Gilly. A man missing his front teeth rushed out. He looked at his wife in disbelief, reaching out with trembling hands to stroke her cheeks over and over. You're still alive. I'm sorry. I should have stopped him when he wanted to sell you back then. But he is our leader, and I really didn't know what to do. But now I know what I must do. My daughter. An old woman with white hair cried out and threw herself at her child. The joy and sorrow of reunion instantly flooded the entire valley. Men held their wives, children hung onto their mothers' necks, parents held their daughters' hands. They cried and laughed, savoring this hard-won reunion. Styr stood to the side, watching this scene, his face livid. His cronies also had faces full of shock. Tormund watched this scene, rubbed his nose, and turned his head away. The iron-blooded men under his command also had slightly reddened eyes. After a long while, the crying gradually subsided. A man took his wife's hand and walked up to Rod. Without the slightest hesitation, he dropped to both knees with a thud, pressing his forehead heavily against the cold, frozen ground. My lord. The man's voice was filled with endless gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving my wife. You are our benefactor. Following his kneel, all the wildlings reunited with their families, regardless of age or gender, knelt down in a vast crowd. Back then, they had watched helplessly as their families were sold off like cargo, unable to do anything because it was the leader's decision. That helplessness and despair had gnawed at their hearts day and night. And now, this man from the south had given them a miracle of immense proportions. You, get up, sister, hurry and tell them. Tell them what kind of life we're living. Yes, tell them. The women chimed in, their voices filled with showing off and pride, scrambling to describe to their families the place they called home. We have houses, built with very thick logs. The wind can't blow in at all. There are fires inside, with piles of firewood as big as a mountain, they won't go out for a whole month. We never wake up frozen while sleeping anymore. And meat. We have meat soup every day. Big chunks of venison. A woman gestured, afraid her man wouldn't believe her. We also have iron tools. Everyone has them. Lord Rod invited a master smith who can turn scrap iron into knightly swords that can cut through iron like mud. And city walls. City walls as high as giants. At night, we don't have to worry about those beasts carrying people off anymore. Their families listened to the women's descriptions, looked at their rosy complexions, and then looked at their own tattered furs and the ridiculous bone spears in their hands. Their gazes slowly shifted from initial shock to extreme longing. Did such a life really exist? Wasn't that a paradise that only existed in the legends of the first men? Styr's face was so dark it could drip ink. He knew something was wrong. Sure enough, the man who had knelt first raised his head again. He looked at Styr, his eyes no longer holding fear, only a kind of desperate resolve for his family. Leader, we are going with our families. We are going to Lord Rod's tribe. This sentence was like a spark thrown into a pan of oil, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Yes, we are leaving. We don't want to stay in this hellhole anymore. We want to live a good life. We want our children to be full. The dozens of wildlings who had just reunited with their families shouted in unison. You sold our families. I don't want you to be my leader anymore, I am leaving you. Their voices even caused the surrounding onlookers of the Weeper's tribe to show signs of being moved. Styr was trembling with rage. Rebellion. You are all rebelling. He suddenly drew the iron blade from his waist and pointed it at the man who had taken the lead. You are my people. Your lives belong to this tribe. Whoever dares to leave, I will kill. However, the man did not retreat in the slightest. He simply puffed out his chest, shielding his wife and child behind him, using his body to block Styr's blade. Then you will have to step over my dead body. I was wrong once. This time, even if I die, you cannot stop us from reuniting. More men stood out. They joined hands, forming a human wall, shielding their wives and children behind them. They did not use weapons, but instead used their flesh and blood to confront the leader they had once feared. Styr's hand holding the knife was shaking. He wanted to kill, but his gaze inadvertently swept over Tormund. That red-haired madman was grinning, playing with interest with the greatsword at his waist that made his scalp tingle. As if calculating which of his legs to start with. Styr gripped his weapon tightly, daring not to speak despite his anger. Tormund stood to the side, examining his newly forged iron sword with interest. The blade gleamed with a frosty white edge, ready to drink blood at any moment. Good. Very good. Styr gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently. Rod, you and I have no feud, yet you dare to poach my men. Rod spread his hands. This is merely a choice made willingly by both sides, you cannot blame others. I am quite wronged here, too. Bah, it was you who used sorcery to bewitch my people. Styre slammed his iron blade into the frozen earth and cursed loudly. Fine. Since these turncoat fools want to follow you, then get lost. Don't forget, the iron mine in this valley is entirely under my, Styr's, control. From today on, the Weeper's tribe is finished with you. Don't even think about getting another scrap of iron from me. A clean break. Exactly what I wanted. Rod had already found the previous back and forth too drawn out and messy. He had been worrying about not having a legitimate reason to cut ties completely. Since Styre had handed him the ladder, it would be an insult to his kindness not to climb it. Cut ties. Rod stepped forward, his moleskin boots crunching on the snow. If you don't even want to keep up appearances, it saves me a lot of pretense. Do you really think I care about your pathetic rocks? If I need iron, I'll just take it myself. I don't need your permission. Styre breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Rod raised his right hand. Without any unnecessary, flashy movements, he connected directly to the system shop with his mind. The silver deer in his account jingled, and the exchange progress bar filled up. Without any warning, a subtle ripple appeared in the void. Right there on the flat snowy ground, piles of food filled their vision in broad daylight. Freshly baked white bread was piled into a small mountain, steaming in the cold wind. A dozen large, roasted lamb legs dripping with fat were casually stacked to the side, the amber grease sizzling as it dripped onto the snow. Further away, there were dozens of half-man-high wooden barrels filled with clear, sweet fresh water. This was an unreasonable chasm. These poor wretches, who hadn't had a full meal in the Beyond the Wall for months, were all stunned. Hunger. This was the most vicious beast beyond the wall, and the most unforgettable brand. The food emitted an alluring aroma of wheat and meat. The entire scene was deathly silent. One could even hear them swallowing their saliva clearly. The god of the first flame has mercy on the people beyond the wall. Rod raised his voice, his words piercing the cold wind. Here, I have not only high walls to block the wind and snow, but also an endless supply of food. This is my gift to you. Madness. The wildlings who had originally been wavering behind Styre threw away their last shred of dignity and scrambled toward the mountain of food. Some grabbed a piece of white bread in each hand and stuffed them into their mouths, refusing to spit them out even as they choked and rolled their eyes. Some hugged the wooden barrels, gulping down fresh water to quench the thirst in their throats. A few of the usually fiercest warriors started fighting over a piece of roast meat, but were quickly silenced by more bread stuffed into their mouths. Children licked the meat juices off their fingers, and even breadcrumbs dropped into the ice were picked up and swallowed without leaving a speck. The man missing his front teeth chanted prayers, kneeling in the snow to lead the way. Rod did not stop them from eating. The establishment of faith never relies on empty preaching, a full stomach is always the primary productive force. The system notification sound in his mind chimed incessantly. Notification. Population increased by 5, tax revenue increased accordingly. Notification. Population increased by 12. Notification. Population increased by 30. The reshaping of faith was completed thoroughly in these few short minutes. Steaming hot food could break the wildling's psychological defenses better than any sword. These well-fed fanatics spontaneously walked to the back of Rod's group, standing in neat rows, gazing at Rod with eyes reserved for a deity. The loyalty of this group had been maxed out, for God's sake. After all, Styre had not treated them well. He was a powerful warrior, but not a competent leader. The wind and snow continued to blow. Styre remained where he was. The rusty iron blade was still stuck in the frozen earth. He looked around. His 100+ clansmen, even his most loyal guards, were all gnawing on lamb chops beside Tormund, turning a blind eye to their former leader. A lone wolf. A commander with no troops. These two terms had now truly materialized. There was no anger, nor any cursing. After suffering a dimensional strike, one's emotions are often blank. Styre grinned self-deprecatingly with his cracked lips, reached out to pull the iron blade out, and tucked it back into his belt. He turned around, dragging his weary legs, and walked step by step into the depths of the valley, his back hunched. The ferocity he had accumulated over several years had been completely pulverized by these few hundred loaves of white bread. There was no need to fight anymore. He couldn't win. Where are you going? Footsteps crunching on the snow came from behind. Rod had caught up. Steyr stopped, his eyes filled with nothing but gray despair. Here to watch the joke. Steyr twitched his face. You stole all my people, didn't even leave me a single strand of hair. Congratulations. My time as leader is over. I'll find some snow hole where no one knows me and starve to death, or feed the wolves, do as you please. No one is watching a joke, Steyr. Rod pointed toward the further north. That was where the land of always winter lay. This is beyond the wall. We are all scratching for food in this frozen wasteland, we are already grasshoppers on the same rope. You don't need to go feed the wolves. Steyr raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? You stole all my clansmen, and now you're playing the good guy. Rod put away his playful demeanor, his tone becoming low. On this snowy plain, there are more dead than living. Those things that are dead and buried are about to crawl back up. The long night is coming, the White Walkers are gathering. I'm having your people join to build a city, not to become a mountain king. I am doing this so that everyone has a place to survive. Upon hearing the words, White Walkers, the muscles in Styr's face twitched twice. Those rumors, have you seen them? Rod nodded. A few days ago, I just chopped a white to death. Steyr fell silent. I am a divine messenger, Rod calmly threw out his bargaining chip. But I only have 2 hands. Forging, building walls, mining, and even managing these hot-tempered free folk, I need help everywhere. You've been a leader in a hellhole like the Weepers tribe for so many years, you count as a man of substance. Bring your craft of mining iron and join up. Don't wander out there anymore. These words were straightforward and thorough, there was no condescending charity, but rather a recruitment of equals. Styr's withered heart came back to life. He had spent his whole life in the frozen wasteland fighting others for food, snatching from one today and killing another tomorrow. For the first time, someone had painted a future for him where he wouldn't have to starve or freeze, and would even be protected by high walls. Rather than freezing to death in despair, it was better to sell his life to this divine messenger who could conjure bread from thin air. He was completely convinced. Steyr reached out to unbuckle the iron blade at his waist, reversed the hilt, and handed it to Rod. This was an ancient custom of the wildlings to show submission. I will remember your words. Steyr lowered his head. From now on, the people of the Weepers tribe are at your command, and that iron mine is yours to manage. Rod reached out and gripped the hilt. Notification. Successfully recruited special talent, Steyr. Unlocked building permission. Transport open pit iron mines below medium size, can be moved to any location near the territory. Unlocked new unit. Miner squad, can convert designated personnel into squad members, 200% efficiency bonus when performing mining work. Rod stared at the lines of text popping up on the system panel. With a stable source of ore, his blacksmith shop could finally run at full capacity, and those wildling warriors wouldn't have to make do with scrap metal anymore. With the addition of these 100+ people, the daily tax revenue would reach a very considerable figure. Funds were secured, and the population was sufficient. The team was integrated. Those wildlings who originally belonged to the Weepers tribe were now carrying the remaining food, following Tormund happily, breaking camp toward their new home. Rod also looked at this iron mine, his mind stirring slightly. Collect. As Rod's voice faded, a dull roar erupted from the earth beneath their feet. It was not an earthquake. It felt more like some massive object being forcibly ripped from the depths of the earth. Centered on the open pit iron mine, the ground shook violently, causing snow and gravel to cascade down. Steyr stumbled back 2 steps. He watched in disbelief as the pitch-black rock face that he and his tribe relied on for survival, along with the surrounding ground for dozens of meters, sank as a whole and then vanished. Yes, it simply vanished into thin air. In its place remained a massive, eerily smooth depression, bottomless, as if the earth had opened a silent, gaping maw. Styr's single eye widened like a copper bell, his mouth hung open involuntarily, and his jaw nearly dislocated. What the hell is this? Where is the mountain? Where is my mine? He was not dreaming. The howling cold wind in the valley, the lingering sting on his face, and the empty, massive pit all made this event seem incredibly real. Tormund and the group of newly surrendered free folk following behind were all stunned as well. What had they just seen? A small mountain, just like that, had vanished into thin air right before their eyes. If conjuring food out of thin air was a miracle, then what should this power of moving mountains and filling seas be called? Creation. Thump. Stir's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. This time, it was not submission, but awe from the deepest part of his soul. He prostrated himself, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold earth, his body trembling like chaff. He finally understood that what he was facing was not a swindler from the south, nor even a powerful tribal chieftain. This was a true god walking among mortals. The party on the return journey had grown several times over. Everyone from the Weepers tribe had joined, even the old, weak, women, and children who usually hid in the deepest parts of the caves, whom even Styr had forgotten, had come out. Carrying the food bestowed by Rod, with expressions on their faces as if they were dreaming, they followed the procession step by step. They were heading toward the promised land that Rod had given them. When that magnificent 5-meter-tall wooden wall appeared on the horizon, the newly joined free folk let out earth-shattering exclamations. When they passed through the sturdy gate guarded by 4 arrow towers and saw the bustling scene inside the camp, everyone was completely stunned. Everything here exceeded their wildest imaginations. Rod ignored the commotion of the new members. He took Styr directly to the west side of the camp, an open space next to the blacksmith shop. Let's do it here. Rod reached out and pressed his hand against the ground. Styr instinctively took half a step back. He did not know what was about to happen. Rumble. The earth roared dully once again. Under the terrified gazes of hundreds of free folk, the ground slowly arched, and a pitch-black rock face covered in mud broke through the frozen earth and settled firmly on the edge of the camp. It was the exact same iron mine that had disappeared. God, it's the mountain. The iron mountain followed us back. By the first fire, Lord Rod brought our mountain back. Fanatical shouts rang through the sky. The newly arrived free folk no longer had a shred of doubt. They knelt on the ground one after another, kowtowing to Rod. The original residents of the camp puffed out their chests, their faces filled with pride. Look, this is our Lord Rod. Rod opened his system panel and scanned it quickly. Current assets: 203 silver deer. Current subjects: 247 people. Daily tax: 247 silver deer. Very good. By annexing the Weepers tribe, the population had more than doubled, and the daily tax had reached a new height. Although upgrading the workshop and defensive facilities had exhausted his savings, it wouldn't be long before his treasury was full again. His gaze fell on Styr. Styr, here, my lord. Styr gave a start, hurriedly stepped forward, and lowered his posture significantly. He had completely recognized the reality of the situation. From today on, you are the person in charge of the mine. Rod pointed to the iron mine that had just grown out. Pick 50 of your former tribesmen to form a mining team. I need you to help me dig out the iron ore inside. Do you wish to convert Styr and 50 free folk into a mining squad? Confirm. Conversion successful. Mining squad has been formed. Mining efficiency increased by 200%. Styr felt a warm current surge through his body, and an unprecedented drive welled up from the bottom of his heart. What an honor it was to serve a god. Yes, my lord. He puffed out his chest and answered loudly. He then turned around like a reborn old wolf, full of hot blood, to select his team. Looking at the thriving scene before him, Rod's mood was better than ever. The iron mine was there, the craftsmen were there, and the population was there. As long as he was given enough time, he was confident that he could build a sturdy city-state beyond the wall capable of resisting any enemy. At this moment, Rod suddenly had a bold idea. Since the iron mine could be moved, what about his buildings? Sure enough, after experimenting, he discovered that all his buildings could be moved. This meant that if this settlement location was not suitable, he could move his upgraded buildings anywhere at any time. If he wanted, as long as he could reach Pentos across the narrow sea, he could simply pack up these buildings and settle down in Pentos with a single thought. It seemed there was no need to force himself to settle beyond the wall, it was quite user-friendly. However, just then, a burst of rapid footsteps interrupted his thoughts. A scout responsible for patrolling the perimeter rushed over with a grave expression. He didn't even have time to salute. My lord, traces have been found outside. Tormund was directing the newly arrived tribesmen to distribute housing and asked carelessly upon hearing this. What kind of traces? Snow bears or mammoths? Perfect. Let's have an extra meal tonight. I'm hungry. The scout shook his head. He swallowed and spoke in a very low voice. It's crows. 3 of them. The word, crows, caused the noisy atmosphere in the camp to freeze instantly. The smiles on all the free folks' faces vanished, replaced by the hatred carved into their bones. Crows. This was their name for the night's watch at the wall. Where? Rod's brows furrowed. In a forest less than 5 miles east of our camp, the scout said. They are very vigilant. I didn't dare to get too close, I only saw the footprints in the snow. It looks like they are scouting the situation here. I am certain they are coming for us. Tormund smashed the wooden club in his hand against the ground with a dull thud. Those black-clad fools have noses sharper than hounds. To think they've actually sniffed their way here. He walked up to Rod, his large face full of murderous intent. My lord, give me some brothers. I'll go twist the heads off those 3 crows right now and use their skulls as bowls. Yes, kill them. Can't let them go back to report. Skin them and hang them on the city wall. The free folk were agitated. The hatred between them and the Night's Watch had lasted for hundreds of years. It was a deadly feud that even blood could not wash away. Wygrit stood on the outskirts of the crowd, clutching her bow, without saying a word. But her hand, gripping the bow tightly, had already exposed her inner thoughts. In the world of the free folk, there was only one way to deal with crows. And that was to kill them. Because if the crows caught their people, they would also be taken back to be cruelly skinned and tortured to death. They were just returning the favor. Rod did not respond immediately. He knew that the appearance of these 3 Night's Watch scouts meant his peaceful days of farming might be coming to an end. Kill them. It was simple. With the tribe's current strength, let alone 3, even if 30 Night's Watch came, they wouldn't leave alive. But what about after killing them? This would only invite larger-scale retaliation from the Night's Watch. It might even bring Lord Eddard, who had supported the Night's Watch for generations. He was not yet fully fledged and did not want to be an enemy of the entire North. Don't kill them. Let them go back and report. That was even worse. A city-state of free folk with hundreds of elite warriors, starting to popularize iron weapons and leather armor, was enough to keep the entire Night's Watch, and even the Stark family of Winterfell, awake at night. When that time came, what awaited him might be a joint extermination from the entire North. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Rod. Kill, or not kill? How many people are there, and in which direction are they heading? Rod's voice broke the silence. 3 people, 3 horses, the scout answered immediately. They are continuing to advance toward us. Rod looked south, his eyes flickering. He needed time. Before the long night truly descended, he needed as much time as possible to accumulate strength. Any variable that could disrupt his plan must be nipped in the bud. See the situation first. Tormund. Here. Pick some brothers, bring the best bows and the fastest horses. Tormund's eyes lit up instantly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. My lord, give the order. I guarantee they won't see tomorrow's sun. Rod looked at him and slowly spit out the second half of his sentence. Chase them down. I want them alive. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.